In June 2020, the World Economic Forum launched their initiative, the Great Reset, an attempt to centralize and manage the direction of the planet and its resources.
The people of the world immediately exposed and took action against this power grab.
In January 2021, the Freedom Cell Network launched the Greater Reset Activation, a solutions-focused event offering an alternative to the Great Reset.
Now we are returning with the Greater Reset 3 Integration, a 5-day hybrid event where revolutionary speakers and organizations focus on integrating the solutions to real-world problems.
The Greater Reset 3 will focus on activating 5 themes.
January 26th, liberate your mind, body, and soul.
January 27th, agorism and parallel networks.
January 28th, permaculture and food independence.
January 29th, take back our tech.
And January 30th, building free and conscious communities.
Now, more than ever, it is of vital importance that the free hearts and minds of the world rally together to build parallel structures so we may be liberated from the tyranny of the Great Reset.
Join us from January 26th to the 30th, 2022, as we gather online in Central Texas and Morelia, Mexico, as well as local activation hubs worldwide.
Join us as we lay the foundation for the next stage of a free humanity.
Join us for the Greater Reset 3 Integration.
View the full speakers list, find your local activation hub, or start your own at thegreaterreset.org.
Aha! How you doing down there, Derek? Uh-oh, we can't hear you. Is our mic turned on? Our mic's turned on. Yo, D. Can't hear you. Greater Reset 3, Day 5. Talking about building free and conscious communities. Super excited for you guys to be here with us at the Greater Reset. It's been a wonderful experience thus far.
Check. John, can you hear us now?
There he is. Yo, D, what up, D? Mexico.
Hey, what's up, man?
How
Are you excited for the end of this? The beginning?
I don't know. It's a mixed emotion. I'm a little bit exhaustion, a little bit excitement and inspiration, and a whole lot of love.
Yeah, John.
How you guys doing down there?
How's Morelia doing?
All right. It's a rowdy bunch down there.
Hey, we are alive. There's so much connection happening here. This is the beginning. This is just the beginning, right, guys? This is the beginning.
Yeah. It's a pep rally. The real works when we go back home. Look at all those beautiful faces down there. They're vibing high. Yeah, today's the best day. You did a survey in the Telegram group, and everyone said that this is the day they were looking forward to the most. And judging by how things have gone with this event, it's the connections that I think are the most important for folks. More than the speakers, more than all the flashy big names, it's people meeting people, making memories.
I agree, John. I mean, I forgot about that. If you guys didn't hear what John just said, we did a poll a few weeks back and asked, which day are you most looking forward to? And this is the day people voted on the most. And John, last night we had a local communities discussion meetup, and this entire room was nearly as full as it is now, maybe even more. And it was beautiful. I think what we are seeing is that more and more people are in building intentional communities. Who here feels like they're going to go home and continue the process of getting land or building locally? A lot of people here. And I'll just say a couple things, John. I know you have some things to share before we get to our first speaker. I do really feel like today is one of the most important because we've talked about liberating our body, our mind, and our spirit. We've talked about food and permaculture. We've talked about technology. We've talked about building parallel systems, but all of that is about building new communities. All of that goes towards how are we going to use the technology for our communities? How are we going to use the permaculture for our communities? How are we going to build parallel systems for our communities? Guys, can everybody bring it down, please? We're starting now. We are live. Thank you. And
it's a rowdy bunch.
All of that is about community. It's all about organizing our communities in a more effective way, right? So take all of the things you heard from technology, from permaculture, from agorism, and from spirituality, mental, physical liberation, and apply that to today's theme, which is building free and conscious communities. We're going to hear from some local folks here in Mexico. We've got the great James Corbett ending the show tonight. We've got Foster Gamble in the house today. We've got many other speakers streaming in and some live in Texas, and we hope you guys will give them all the amount of attention that you have given the rest of our speakers. And tonight we'll be ending live here on this stage. If you can't see the drums behind me, John, we're ready for So Below tonight. We're going to be performing some live music.
33.
And I'll be playing some music. And I'm going to let you take it away for a moment, John. I know you guys had an amazing concert last night with Natalie Rise. Did anybody watch the live stream with Natalie Rise last night? I know I did from home. Tell us all about that, John, and what else is on your mind?
Well, it's been really valuable and impactful for me to be surrounded with so many free, beautiful, powerful people. And I often lose sight. I think I feel I'm numb to it sometimes, just how powerful and special it is, what we're all building here, what we're co-creating. I just tend to be so damn busy all the time and in my head and behind the computer. But whenever we come out here and we get together, there's just this really powerful energy. And I can tell that the work that we're all doing together is making such a big impact. When it comes to community and just human connection, it's such a critical component of creating a better world. And you can tell how important it is. I think a key component of this whole lockdown strategy that was pulled off by the powers that wish they were was isolating one another. And if you notice, people are isolated in their home. And who do they have a relationship with? The news anchor, with Dr. Fauci, with the public health expert that's just ramming fear down their throat. And when you step away from that, and when you go out to the potluck or to the activist meetup or to go get your hands dirty in the garden, you just recognize that there's nothing to be afraid of out there, you know? If anything, we should be mixing it up with one another and sharing our germs so we can boost our immune system. So I never thought that it would be an act of defiance to go hang out with our friends, but that's where we find ourselves. And frankly, I think it's probably the most important thing that we can do. And I want to remind everyone we're doing a fundraiser for the Freedom Cell Network. I think we're up to over $6,000. We still got a ways to go, so we definitely want you guys to contribute to that. And that's exactly what we're trying to do with the Freedom Cell Network. We're trying to create free and conscious communities. And last night at Indra's Warehouse, we had one heck of a party. We were super excited to hear the amazing music of Natalie Rise, who's joining us here in the audience today. We had a blast, such conscious, powerful music. It's that art form. It's the dancing. Like, we danced our butts off, and it was absolutely incredible. And even mixed in a little Rage Against the Machine. Now, they kind of little not really on our side when it comes to the COVID stuff, but their music is timeless, and I think it was really cathartic for people to get that energy out. It's just the tribal mentality is what we're trying to create. So I hope you'll join us today. Remember, it's not just about watching and taking notes, although do take notes, but we called this the Greater Reset 3 integration, because it's about taking the messages that you hear today, which, like I said, this is just a pep rally. It's just a fun, exciting thing to do to bring us together. But the real work begins when you go back home and you dig deep and you build those communities so we can have a resilient and free future well into the future 7 generations.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Hey, John, by the way, is Natalie in person in Texas with you guys right now?
I'm looking at it right now.
Make some noise for Natalie Rise, everybody. Woo, 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 woo. Yeah. Hey, I just want to send a heartfelt thank you to Natalie from everybody here. We appreciated you participating in Texas. We hope to have you here in Mexico next time. And I want to say, I don't know if you remembered, but we did an interview back in 2014, and that was the first time we connected. And your music has been so powerful in my life and in my partner's life and so many other people's lives. So we appreciate you. Thank you so much for your work. And I want to just add one more thing to what John said before we bring up our first speakers, that the real work does begin when you guys go home. Who all is starting to head home tomorrow? I know some of you are starting to head back to different states or countries and elsewhere. That is when the real work starts, guys. I've been to a lot of festivals and a lot of conferences, and there's a lot of momentum and good energy. And then everybody goes home, and it's like it never happened again. Everybody goes back to work. Within a couple of weeks, they forget about the experience, and sometimes nothing actually comes out of it. We have a good time, we pat each other on the back, we have parties, there's music. But this event, the Greater Reset, the activation, is truly about trying to activate each of you and change the world. I know I've said that several times this week, but that is what our goal is. Nothing short of trying to change the world and build parallel systems outside of the hands of government and corporations. And for that to happen, we need all of you in Texas, all of you here in Mexico, and everybody at home to get to work when you get home. That's the real work, guys. Connecting to your communities, building these free and conscious communities. Because we are doing beautiful things here in Mexico and in Texas, but we need all of the communities, all of the countries around the world to continue to fight and to continue to build. When I say fight, I mean, that means a lot of different things. Some of us fight by homeschooling our kids. Some of us fight by growing food in the garden. Some of us fight by healing our traumas, right? There's a lot of different ways that we fight, and that's up to each of us to do. So please, again, give the following speakers your full attention. We're going to be with you for 5 hours of speakers and then a couple hours of music, and then we'll wrap things up. And I don't know if we've announced this yet, John, but we are now shifting the Greater Reset to a once-a-year event. We did 2 last year, but we're not going to be back for this until January of next year. But John has floated the idea that we need to do some kind of musical festival thing. So if you want to help us make that happen, reach out. All right. So I think we've introduced enough. Without further ado, let's go ahead and get into our first speakers, Ale and Lucas, who have been here in Mexico doing some great work in Tepoztlan, working with Freedom Cells. Please welcome them to the stage.
Thanks. Test. Yeah, we're live. Awesome. We are so excited to be here. We are so honored to be part of this conference and of this community, really. So we just basically, we want to share a report of what we've been doing last year after we came to the first Greater Reset, and got inspired and just wanted to apply all these things, all these tools that we got handed to us. So this will be a report of what happened specifically in the last half year in a town that we found called Tepoztlan. And yeah, let's get to it. So first off, I want to say, this is not an ad for Tepoztlan. Please make this very clear. Also, we're not a role model. We don't want to be a role model how things should be done in any way. We're just giving our experience, opening a conversation, and open a dialogue in this collective development that we're all taking part in. So we want to frame this in the right way, and for that, I'm gonna just say, I'm from Austria originally. I felt like I had to leave the country 1 year ago in order to pursue a freer life. And with the Greater Reset, I definitely found something where I can dig myself into. And yeah, that's from my part.
Hi, everyone. So yeah, my name is Ale. I had the luck to be born here in Mexico. So I'm happy to be back here again after some years abroad. And yes, this talk, we prepared it to share some of the ideas, some of what we were doing in Tepoztlan. I hope it's serving as an inspiration. And yeah, let's go for it. So to give the right context for this presentation, we want to say just a bit about Tepoztlan. It is a small town. It is very rich in traditions, in culture. It also has a very long history of resistance, political and very with the society. So the transnational corporations haven't been allowed to really settle there. And this is also giving it a reputation and a prestige. It also has this fame of being a very good place for spiritual people, for ceremonies. So this brings as well diversity, national and international. We have people from all over the world, all over the country. It is super close to Mexico City, and the weather is very, very temperate as well the whole year. So all in all, these were like the fertile conditions that we found to spread, to introduce the concept of freedom cells.
So, no, wait, okay. So on our level, I said already, we had the mental groundwork ready pretty much, like from just from knowing what's happening and what we want to do. And what came to our advantage definitely is being bilingual in order to get in touch with the local community. That's one advice right away. I can't stress this enough. Wherever you're at, the local language is what is supposed to be spoken in these gatherings, in the whole movement. And we just came there just being super interested in what it had to offer. And also a certain degree of financial stability allowed us to commit our time to actually pursue all of that and create community.
So we want to show this place that was very special for us. We arrived in Tepoztlán. It was one of the first things we knew. It's the organic market. And this is a place where not only organic produce is being sold, also an exchange of ideas, people playing music, and so kind of like already an agora. So that really caught us like our attention, and it was a very special place from the beginning. And we had there our first Freedom Cell meeting, hosted by Don here, our friend. So a tip, if you are new here or in any place in Mexico, visit your local farmers market. It's a great place to meet like-minded people.
Yes, and we started in May last year. So we started with 5 people. This was the first meeting where we participated. And now we went 10x at least of proactive people. And the broader collective is between 1 and 200 probably. Hard to say. All right, so what we did when we were there with these 5 people in the meeting, we felt like we need to grow. That's the first thing. So we started networking, right? And we immediately found all these awesome projects that are already happening in Tepoztlán. So we found, for example, a group that is working on a local alternative currency. So they call it the Game of Abundance. And they are aware of the financial side of things and the solution, right? So that's one.
We also found another ally. It's a community house called Casa Jardinecer, and many projects, many workshops, presentations are happening there. And it's from the community to the community. So it's also a very good place for us. It was a very good place to connect and to present our activities. So, yes.
Then we found Ostopulco is one of a few projects where we ended up living in exchange for work, and just to get to know how things are done there. There are more communities like this we will mention later on.
Another place we found, it's animal sanctuary, Santuario Eli. And this also got us connected to the animal rights movement in Tepoztlán.
Then the Huerto Santo Domingo is a community garden / venue open for all sorts of concerts, ceremonies, get-togethers, markets. It's another agora pretty much. And the next thing we want to stress is try to get in touch with initiatives that are created by locals for the community.
Yes. So, for example, there's a fire prevention brigade in different parts of town. This is because it's a very rich forest area, and fires, unfortunately, happen. So it's a good place to do community work and also meet new friends. I think one of the best advices would be make friends with Mexican, make friends with locals, because it's a very good way to integrate. Also, the traditional agricultural system, the milpas, it's a good way to meet people and also work the land.
Okay, so next, what we did specifically to get people thinking about freedom cells and all that is we did outreach. So apart from going to the eco market, to the organic market, we had a few different initiatives that we did. So the first one is actually very key to the name of this presentation, because at one of our earlier meetings, I proposed, hey, we should do a presentation. We should let people know what is Freedom Cells, what is it all about. And another member of our group said, cool, so when is your presentation? I was like, wait, me? Okay, all right. So first fighting it, I ended up accepting that it's my task to do that. And or our task. So we did it, we created a flyer, we made the presentation. Here you can see us explaining Agenda 2030 to some people. We did the presentation a couple of times in different places and definitely got a lot of traction through that. And also I want to mention the presentation is completely open source in public. Feel free to contact me to get it, to adjust it, tweak it in whatever way you can use it in your own area.
So another thing we did is go to protests. There's an organization, apart from Unidos por la Verdad, which we will hear about later with Andres. There's also Mexicanos por la Verdad, and there was a protest in Cuernavaca, the next largest city to Tepos. And there we met like-minded people, and very valuable now for our group. So because they are aware of the problem, and it's good like to if they want to become more proactive. So they are excited and they are very receptive to the Freedom Cells idea.
Another idea you can do pretty easily is, and also shout out to the White Rose right there, just get stickers and put them all over town so people can see that they're not alone, or maybe they even learn like it can start the process, right? And you can get a printer machine pretty cheap for about $100, something like that, and just print them out yourselves, or go to a local print shop. And I want to mention this too. This is an idea that is still to be developed. We did an experiment actually at the last Greater Reset in Siwa, but it's not working yet. So we wanted to create these flyers with a QR code for people who are already kind of questioning things, to have a way to connect, like not only share the the sticker with the message, but also a way to connect right there. So we created a Telegram group for people to join in, but I'm sorry to say that we got no one in that group. So that can be for different reasons, and that needs to be explored. I don't want to give up on this idea, because I think that is like that could be a way to tweak the whole sticker thing.
So, but there's people that will not take seriously these stickers, or just don't have a smartphone with a QR code. So we thought the idea came up with our members to do a radio program. Just go to a local station and share out ideas. This still is a work, like it's only an idea. It hasn't been done, but I think it's a very good thing that everyone should try at least. There's many indigenous local stations in Mexico, and we can work with them maybe.
So these are some ways of outreach on different levels, right? So that helped us a lot to just get a community together, a collective. So the next step was to develop this group and to nurture it. So it's off now. So it was all about organizing and activating the actual cells, the actual freedom cells. So we did that. We did workshops, we did events and presentations in order to yeah, to nurture and develop things. So in order to, like, the interest groups is something that we came up with because we were aware that not everybody has the same priorities or the same way of like approach. So here is one thing you can do in a Telegram group: just make a survey, obvious. And then people can already find each other, like if they're into the same thing, right?
Yeah, shout out to Ramiro for yesterday's talk. One tool that we use is also CryptPad. I think this is a very useful way of organizing your information, your documents between your Freedom Cell. It's encrypted and you can make an account for free. For example, we use it to keep our notes from the meetings. So we have a different folders and we put there the notes and everyone has access to it. And yeah, we also do polls like yesterday Ramiro showed us. And yeah, it's a great way to have organized information and to share it as well.
Okay, so one big topic for a lot of things, for a lot of groups, is Telegram. For whatever reason, it became kind of a principal way of connecting people. So it's definitely has a huge advantage in that. But it is also very easy to lose focus. So in order to taming Telegram, what we did immediately is, when people come in and start posting all sorts of stuff, okay, let's separate this. We make different groups. We have one group that is for news, one group that is for events, one group that is for creating a local agora, one that is for housing, rights, and all that. And then you need also to moderate those groups. So encourage others to also take on admin tasks in order that it doesn't come off, like not just one person has control. And yeah, make use of the different functions on Telegram, like the rules, or we call it guidelines, that everybody has to, or will see once they enter a group. The pinned messages can make things very easy to structure because it can get lost very easily if there's hundreds of people in the groups. And also the bots there's the bots that come in to spam, but you can also use bots in order to regulate that and delete the spam. So you can see how we went about that. We created in the public group, we created the links for the other most important groups, and that way, that helped us a lot to keep things focused. And in the end, it needs to be mentioned that Telegram is not a private platform. Use it for what it's worth, don't use it for more. Explore alternatives, and again, shout out to Ramiro for doing the step in exploring that. Here is what it looks like, the other groups that we created. So the Truth and the Agora group. The Agora group, I think, is very key. I want to encourage people to start to do that because, yeah, that's really how we make it work. That's how we bring it into action. And also here, a shout out to Mike Swatek, who made the Agorist.market. We basically followed his principle, like his formula or a format. And yeah, I want to encourage us all to do that in your local area and maybe even get a group together that is broader, that is going beyond the borders.
So yeah, yes, we wanted to show what we've been doing. These workshops and presentations, we did them like seeing the needs of our group. So for example, there was the need of having survival skills. And one of the most important was orientation. So we did an orientation course with our group. And yeah, there was also the need of self-defense. So a teacher came and showed us self-defense. This has now become a regular thing. It's also kind of a way of engaging and to socialize as well and do some exercise. Why not? It's super fun and yeah, something that has stuck in our group. I also did a presentation about vaccines in Spanish for the local community in order for them to have the elements to make informed decisions. This was in October, and it was a good exchange of information. And yeah, we saw that the information in Spanish was missing. So what I did was just to translate, make it simple, and just present it.
So what I did, together with a friend, we focused on the technology side of things in Tepoztlan. So first of all, we did a presentation, also again, like similar to the other presentation that we did. First showing the implications, where we're at and all that. And then from there, going to the solutions, all the things that you can do. And out of that also came a workshop that we did on how to de-Google phones. And yeah, there is a lot to be done in that area.
Yeah, there was also weekly hikes. This is a way, again, to get some fresh air, meet new friends. And also we were picking up trash. So it's also kind of setting the example to, hey, if you're there already, just take a plastic bag and keep all the trash. It's okay if it's not yours, but at least you leave a place better than you found it, no? And that this is also working for well, we'll get to that later. But yeah, just to know your group better, and you also get to see views like this. Sorry. So that's from the top of one of the Tepozteco area.
So apart from that, we did all sorts of events, smaller and bigger, and they're just great for bonding, like potlucks, like also been happening just yesterday right here. It's a great way to connect. And we did, after our presentation, there was a huge influx of people coming, not knowing each other. So we felt the need that we need to do a potluck where everybody gets to tell their life story in order to really start to develop the kind of trust that is needed in a freedom cell. Singing circle is a way to connect and express your voice, and it's a part of the personal development of. It's a spiritual process in some ways.
So also for enriching our group, our freedom cell, we had the idea of making movie nights. We had this space in an organic garden. There's also like a stage, and they have a projector. So we got to present some films. This is one of our friends documentary, Animal Citizen, and it's about animal rights. This also brought a lot of people interested in that, and we got to connect with them. So it's a very good way to, if you want to work on some topic, just throw out an event about that, and people that are interested on it will show up, and your network will grow, no?
Also, you can get help from the broader community, from the Freedom Cell network. So what ended up happening is we wanted to translate the pyramid of power, and we asked Derek about it, and he said, "Oh, cool. Well, that would be a good way for him to come, right?" So yeah, awesome. So we made it a whole event. We invited him. We made a couple of events, showed him around, and all of that, which led to also our visit to Huehuecoyotl, which you can see the interview that he did for that on his website with Tonya.
Yeah, Tonya is one of the co-founders of one of the oldest intentional communities in Mexico. She gave us as well tips how to manage or how to structure meetings. There's different roles like facilitator, translating, note-taking, keep the time, someone watching the vibes. And we highly suggest that these roles are rotating, because if it's dependent on one person doing all the time these roles, if this person is missing, then the meeting will not take place or what. So it's good to rotate the roles, and everyone gets to do it and develop some skills. Yeah, so our group began growing and growing, and there was one time after a 6-hour Freedom Cell meeting, we decided, okay, we have to set up realistic time frames, because you lose attention, and it's it's tiring. So 90 minutes maximum with breaks, I think it's the best.
Yeah, and this is generally is a difficult topic once you get a group of anarchist-minded people together, but still it is worth it to bring some structure to it. Okay, so here's the part where we're at right now, or where the group is at right now. So things are shifting in terms of structure because it has been growing quite a bit. So in order for efficiency and security, we came up with the vetting process as a requirement for people to, like, once they get into the actual cells. So here you can see the questions that we ask anybody who's coming in person, and from there we decide how to integrate that. Also, it's important to, as I said, operate in Spanish in order not to come off as a isolated expat group or something like that. For us, that's still a challenge because not everybody is there. But yeah, we keep motivating people for that.
Yeah, for example, a friend of mine that is in the Freedom Cell group told me, yeah, there's people talking about Freedom Cells because it's growing quite fast. So they're talking about it in WhatsApp, different groups. But I was like, okay, so why don't they come to our meetings? Like, invite them. And she was like, yeah, but they're telling like it's all in English. So how are they going to understand, no? So it's a very good idea. At least have someone translating. It can take a bit longer, but it's worth it.
And again, shout out to Derek for being aware of this and developing it in that way that now at this Greater Reset, having live translators in Spanish, that's amazing. So also we're working on an FAQ for people who are interested from the outside so they can get a picture, and yeah.
This is also a good idea for other Freedom Cells. I really encourage, because it saves also a lot of time. Yeah. You don't have to answer the same questions over and over. So you just spend some minutes writing the frequently asked questions. And you have this document, you can put it on a pinned message in the main group and you direct them instead of answering every time. And this can be like questions about geography or weather, or I don't know, about the specific town you're located.
One thing I want to recommend anybody also in order to get to actual results is to set goals and document the milestones where you're going. So you can, for example, if there's an interest group, as we call it in permaculture or in privacy, digital privacy, let's see what can we do up until the next meeting. What are realistic goals? And then when that meeting comes, do an assessment. What happened? What worked? What failed? Celebrate it when it worked. Super important in order to keep the spirit high. And yeah. We didn't do that in the beginning, and it felt at some points like, where is this going? So we need goals. We need to set those goals, even if it's just small goals. Be realistic about it.
We are also now trying to encourage, empower other members of the group to take the lead, take the initiative to create events, to organize projects, so that they can also start their own and not rely on us or on anyone. We have to remember that Freedom Cells is an horizontal structure, and there's no such a thing as leaders. No?
Yeah, there is this phenomenon that we encountered once we started to take initiative, so to speak, that things like the ice got turned into our direction, and people were kind of waiting for us to make a move. And we never wanted that to happen. So it's an interesting phenomenon of leaders and followers. And I think anybody can be a leader. I've proved it to myself, in their own way, right? So one idea that we came up in order to change this phenomenon or to work against it is the operative cell, because all these tasks that are coming together, it's hard to keep up, and also to be fair, to give all of these different topics attention just by one individual. So the operative cell is just opening up all these tasks that need to be done for the general Freedom Cell collective in this area, and give people the opportunity to step up and take initiative where they can. And another, we were joking a lot about faking our own deaths in order to get people activated, and like faking our deaths and see if they got it really. Yeah, we didn't have to do it in the end, but that's the idea. Like in the end, you know, you don't know who's going to stay in town or who's going to do it, so it shouldn't be dependent on just one person. So next, we're going to share how it is developing actually right now. So in order to personalize the Freedom Cell concept and really to make the Freedom Cell manual, which if you haven't read it, I encourage you strongly to read it, because it outlines it very well how to structure that once you get a broader collective. So in order to personalize that, the group in Tepoztlán, they came up with the name Yoyotl, which is Nahuatl, means heart. And they also they refer to the cells rather as pods, because they like the word better, basically. And the structure works like this, that in order to motivate people for action, the Yoyotl meetings, they are only open for pod members. And you basically, in order to create a pod, which can also be called an interest group or a cell, you're supposed to bring something to the table. You offer something to the collective, right? And there can be representatives from these pods that bring that to the broader collective, and also bring from the collective to their own pod, to their cell, the information and where they're at.
No, it's basically the Freedom Cell concept, but kind of integrated in the Mexican culture, and we want to motivate people to participate. And in this way, we try, our friends that came up with this idea want to make it fun, want to make it more fun to participate and interact and be proactive, start projects.
Okay, last but not least, we want to share some quote-unquote leadership qualities that we think are super valuable. I already mentioned that in part. Like, leadership already is a trap, because I think nobody and everybody is a leader in the end. Everybody should step up and take initiative. That's what it's all about. That's when it really comes together. And if it's just one person, it is bound to create hierarchies. And I think we want to get out of that.
Yes, and other thing, because we are such a diverse group, different opinions, different visions arise. So it's always, it's good to emphasize the aspect of empathy and being aware of your communication. So we're constantly we're studying nonviolent communication to be able to interact in a pacific way, in a way that is constructive and not destructive, because in these times, all they're trying to do, it seems, is to divide us. So we have to stand strong and not let propaganda or anything to divide us. So yeah, that's something I really suggest to do. Nonviolent communication, study it and try to apply it.
Also, in order to make a community work, it's crucial to focus on the needs, not just on the needs of the individuals, but also of the collective. But really, and not just needs, but also expectations. What does the individual expect from the collective, from their freedom cell they're joining? Really open a space where, open a dialogue where people can express themselves openly, like honestly, in order to avoid any conflict, any misconceptions, any misunderstandings.
Also, it's good to have an holistic approach. Yes, see the needs, but also see the resources. Which resources have our group, our community, and try to apply it.
Yeah, and mistakes equals learning. I think that's very key in order to shift one's mindset into a constructive position. Because a lot of us come from a society background where we tend to just only look at things that are wrong, focus on what's wrong, and not really celebrating what's right, what's happening, what's working, you know? And yeah, every mistake is just an opportunity to learn, actually, because you know that it didn't work that way. So you find another way. And yeah, it's very key not to get disencouraged by that.
And complementing in a way that we all have different skill, different knowledge, so we can all learn from each other. We can complement ourselves.
All in all, I want to call this like a permaculture style approach, like really a holistic assessment and trying to understand the dynamics from all parts. Yeah.
I want to finish just with a quote from Spanish poet Antonio Machado. It says, "Caminante no hay camino, se hace camino al andar." It would translate as, "Traveler, there is not a path. You make your own path as you walk yourself. You walk it yourself." So yeah, I just invite you to take initiative and feel free to contact us. Yeah, thank you for listening and enjoy the rest of the talks.
Yes, give it up, give it up, give it up. This is what's possible. This is what's possible. Woo! All right. Now you guys see why we brought Ale and Lucas. Maybe you didn't know them before, but now you want to get to know them. All right, John, back to you in Texas.
That was awesome. Let's give it up for them down there in Mexico, all the work they're doing. All right. Wow, that's super impressive. And they have such a high level of consciousness when it comes to organizing. There were so many amazing insights, tips, tactics, and strategies there that anybody could apply with their Freedom Cell group. And I just want to share that it's truly humbling and really gets me excited and somewhat emotional to see that the Freedom Cell Network has grown to this level. It was just an idea back in 2014, and then I had one Freedom Cell group. Back in the day, there wasn't 30,000. There was like 6 of us. And then that group fell apart due to some internal conflict and some personality differences. As she shared with that whole leadership thing, some of the people that were in my group, they got irritated with me because they said I would always tell them things to do. And I was like, I consciously ask people, do you mind if doing this, blah, blah, blah. But the challenge is, if I wasn't directing things and leading things, then nothing would get done. Anyway, that's why I became hyper conscious of nonviolent communication, which they included in their talk. But I just want to shout out Derek because the idea really resonated with him, and he's the one that took it and turned it into a network. And I also want to shout out the World Economic Forum and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, because in many ways, they are the best marketers for the Freedom Cell Network. All right. This is all going to be recorded. So if there's any folks, well, most of you are part of the Freedom Cell Network. I strongly encourage you to rewatch that presentation. That was really powerful stuff. Exactly how you should be growing the Freedom Cell Network, exactly what to do, break the groups into smaller things, the presentations, the activism, the activation. It's absolutely incredible. We're also going to be doing a leadership training series for Freedom Cell leaders and organizers as well to help spur this so we can all grow this network. So next time we meet, we don't have 30,000, we have 300,000. How about that? Yeah. And then 3 million. And then we declare our independence and opt out entirely. Okay. All right. A big part of building free and conscious communities is how we can do sustainable housing and how we can do affordable housing and how we can come together and build real eco-villages. And the next people that we're going to bring up today are doing just that. In fact, they hosted a workshop just a couple days ago that was very well attended, where folks got their hands dirty and they did hempcrete. And we're super excited to have them be involved in the community because they're real doers with a ton of experience, and they're so super cool and down to earth. So I'm super excited to invite Imani and River up to the stage. Come on. Woo, give it up, give it up, give it up.
Awesome. Hey, y'all. We're practicing becoming Texans. So it's such an honor and privilege to be here with the Greater Reset family. And I just want to do a shout out for John and Derek for all the hard work that they've done in bringing this network together. So thank you both. So For those of you that are new to us, we're Haven Earth, and we're going to be focusing our talk on community and hemp. And we're working with John on the slides here. So John, the first few slides will move kind of quickly. Some of you may know I'm Imani Mamalushin, and I've done some work in the last 2 years with the pandemic, specifically focused on really revealing truth and bringing together some of the seminal voices that were speaking out about that. But what I really want all of you to know is that what's behind my search for truth in the last 3 decades is my family and my children. So if you go to the next slide, yay, John, we're synchronizing here. This is my family. I raised my 6 children in an organic cafe in Hartford before people knew what organic food was or GMOs. And our curriculum, my 4 birth daughters were born at home, never vaccinated. And our cafe was our classroom. And we built community even before we really knew how to do that. So that was part of the beginning of my personal research with my family. And our curriculum is around the arts and around real food and around freedom and really how to do that. So if you go to the next slide, 10 years later, I actually, in that time, wrote a book called The Absence, Presence of Soil. It was sort of like my cathartic rant to figure out how we got here as humanity and what kind of world did I bring my children into. I rewrote that book. The latest version with input from River is coming out. It's actually at the printer right now because there have been more dots that I've connected in the last 2 years, as I imagine many of you have. One around specifically the climate change hoax. And so I think that's a big part of what we want to share with you. But the conversations that I've had with these, voices that have been speaking out have really brought to light some of the issues in a new kind of way. And so that book and the conversations have really shaped me to the next version, the next slide of where we came to, because I started with the Red Pill Expo. I organized that with G. Edward Griffin, 2019, I think, after I saw Derek in Acapulco that year. And then as things began to reveal themselves, and we started bringing together all of these kind of information that was speaking out, we started getting flooded with emails. Sovereign was in Bali working behind the scenes with Sasha and New Earth, and we're getting hundreds of emails from many of you that were wanting to connect and wanting to try to put together the pieces of this puzzle that was kind of presenting itself. We were all finding each other, right, as we were revealing our beautiful faces, kind of who's who. So with that, we started having conversations online, the Brave New Life community, and we started talking to people all around the world. So we were really getting the picture of what was happening. And in those conversations, River was one of the people that showed up. So we actually met just over a year ago. And after I closed my cafe, I've been working on building a network with my hemp business, and the connection that we had with hemp and our desire and our personal research for building community is sort of what brought us together.
Exactly. You can change the slide, John. Yeah, I'm Paul River Richardson. I'm from the UK. You can tell by my bad accent, and you might not be able to understand me sometimes, but I'll try my best. I started out in architecture education in the UK, and I came to the States in 2002 and worked in residential construction up in the Northeast for about a decade, doing high-end homes and on the design side and on the construction side. Then if you go to the next slide, I started getting into more ecological architecture, and we were doing the panelized home systems and shipping them around the world in cargo containers. And I was, believing in the global warming narrative at that time, and, setting up recycling programs and doing all these things, which are not bad things, but just under the wrong guise. And then in 2011, I ended up getting kind of brought out to Azerbaijan. You see in the next slide, I was project managing for this is the president of the country. We were doing projects for them, big hotels, big resorts. I was on the project management team, understanding what it takes to get these big projects executed. In the background of my head, I knew that something was coming on the way. Some change was coming. I ended up getting out of Azerbaijan.
Next slide.
And went to Kazakhstan to work for the president again in that country, and seeing really behind the scenes of what was going on there. And if you see Astana, the capital city of Kazakhstan, you should Google it. It's the New World Order master plan. They've got a 150-foot glass pyramid with the UN building at the top of it. It's very interesting, and they had the Syria
you had
Peace
an
Accord.
inside view.
I had an inside view, and after this project, which was very successful in some respects, I chose to get out of that industry. This was a LEED Gold certified project, the top in supposable sustainable architecture in the world, which was complete nonsense. And I kind of awoken in that period, understanding what was coming with the real shifts that are coming with the solar minimum. And I know some of you probably know Ice Age Farmer, David Dubine from Adapt 2030, and obviously John Casey, who wrote The Dark Winter. If you haven't read this book, you should read this book. It's a must read. But what was coming was this ultimate lockdown of society. And what's going on right now is just a cover for what they're trying to do is lock down things because of the upcoming food shortage, societal shifts, earth changes. And so I wanted to use my knowledge of construction and getting things done to help people shift out of that system into a more sustainable. I don't like that word. I say regenerative is a better word to use. I went to Africa. I learned some natural building techniques, and you might recognize the guy here, Alosha Linoff. He spoke on Friday, I think. And Alosha and I really hit it off. But my best experience was there, understanding that people who have no skills really can come together and actually build community. They can build structures, and it's super empowering for people. I don't know if anybody came to the workshop the other day, but it's a super empowering experience to know that you can, with our own hands and a lot of skill, some knowledge, we can build structures from that knowledge. And I never built anything before. So I come from the design side of things. So I was getting my hands in the mud, let's say. I went to Turkey, I designed this house in Bodrum, Turkey, and we took 10 local villagers who had no skills per se, and we trained them up. In 30 days, we built this house, which is about 700 square foot. He's been off-grid completely during this whole pandemic in Turkey. The wildfires completely missed his land.
You can check him out online at Lucky Spring Farm. It's quite an amazing story, and he had the foresight to build that house and completely live off the grid.
He felt something coming, even though he wasn't in the know. And then from there, Alosha and I went to Russia, and probably a lot of you know, back in the 90s, Russia kind of basically dissolved. It went through a massive hyperinflation. The Soviet Union collapsed. And people gravitated towards moving into community. The Anastasia book series came out.
Who else has read the Ringing Cedar series? Actually, that was one of the things when River told me he visited the community. I'm like, oh, okay.
We need to talk.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we went there. What we saw in Russia was over 600 communities. We didn't see all 600 communities, but there's hundreds of communities started up based around getting back to the land, growing food, have your 1 hectare of land, and everything else will be fine, right? Well, they didn't think about the economic side of things. They really didn't think about into the future. How are we going to maintain, sustain, grow, build our communities, build our dwellings? So what happens, a lot of people exited from there. Now there's over 20,000 villages in Russia that are abandoned. There's over 36,000 communities and villages that have fewer than 10 residents.
So part of this is bringing together this research of, from my background, raising a family and Rivers and architecture, to look at what are the patterns and what can we learn from all of these communities that we've been exposed to and out there, but also just in our research. And that's sort of what we continued together in the last year as we've been traveling around to over 100 locations and thousands of miles. So I think if you go to the next slide.
Yeah, you can see at that point, I kind of created Haven Earth as a way to just document what I was doing, and we had like a 1-page website at the time. And with the idea of helping people to relocate from that urban toxic environment of dependency into agrarian models of living where we're actually decentralizing and we're growing our economies in a more village setting. Has anybody ever heard the saying, it takes a city to raise a child? No, I don't think so. It takes a city. I mean, it takes a village. And for me, I started to get into hemp at that point because it felt that it had this quality that empowered us to take the future in our own hands and build something great with that whilst getting back to the land. And And
So
Marnie and
hemp
I
is
started
definitely
traveling.
what brought us together in so many ways, among other things. But what we were doing, I had started these freedom potlucks. I'm actually from the East Coast. And then we started hosting them in different places, sort of like the Underground Railroad. We would get together with people that were really needing to connect in a physical way. So we traveled around, and then we started including the hemp talks, because after we saw this kind of processing that people needed to do, all the PTSD and the trauma around what was going on, and even ideas around community, we started this inquiry process of what is it that we're looking for, and what is it that we're trying to build as we really, build out this new timeline. So I think these questions and this inquiry were really important. And the other thing that, we met around the Brave New Life community, which is around what we call this kind of agroforestry or syntropic human ecology, this feeling-based relating. So that was sort of the imprint that River and I took on how we are in our relationship and the relationship with people in that community. So it sort of created that template or that foundation where we're building community from the inside out, based on how we're relating to one another. So we, in addition to all these conversations and potlucks we were having, we started teaching people about hemp. And then, River's work as an architect, we were looking at people who had land, were looking to buy land, or already had land that they were trying to build on. And so I learned a lot from him and looking at the actual physical aspect of building community. So for us, it's both. We're looking at that sort of aspect of community that I think a lot of people have fear about, also excitement about. But the reality is that there's so many communities that have not survived, and looking at that, of the numbers of what happened in Russia and what we're dealing with today. So gleaning from that information what we needed to do moving forward. So if you go to the next slide, John, the other thing that I just want to say before we kind of go into the land piece and the actual structure, the building of it, is looking at how are we structuring our businesses and our communities. And for us, and you can check out our live stream on the Haven Earth PMA on YouTube. We do the Regeneration series, and we've done several podcasts around the PMAs. Some of you know that, private membership associations. So we set up Haven Earth in June as a 508 ministry, which is the opposite of what the 501c3 nonprofit that is, that agreement with the state, and looking at that as well as the PMA structure, and looking at the land that we're building out the Sovereign Village model as a trust that will be a co-ownership model. Because I think one of the things that we heard from people was that the question around ownership. Well, who owns it, and how do we agree on things, and all of that. So that was a big piece of the conversation that we've been having. And if you go to the next slide, this sort of dives into the economic piece that River and I both feel strongly about, that the communities model that we're looking to create is around the economics and the education. So the economic aspect of that, in my research back in the day when I had my co-op, it was really hard being the owner of a brick and mortar store, because it was always, I was the owner and then I had employees, even though I was trying to build community and always looking for ways around that. So I was always interested in the barter economy, the Berkshire bucks, the Ithaca dollars. Obviously, we all know about crypto. I'm not an expert at all and convinced that that's something that I can actually even figure out how to do. But we know that this new decentralized economy is part of this model.
Yeah, if you go back one, Jen, if you can. I don't know if anybody knows about the experiment in Würgel, Austria. It was in 1932, and they were kind of in a similar position, right? They were going into war, into hyperinflation, into economy breaking down. So a town of 4,000 people, the mayor decided to fix some of the issues that were happening in their town by creating their own currency. So he put about 50,000 shillings in a savings account, and he created these notes and circulated them in the community. And they, at the end of each month, they had to put a stamp on it, and you got a little charge for the stamp. So it kept people from hoarding the money. It became this yin currency where it just kept circulating. And what ended up happening, that money circulated 10 times more than regular currency. So that's 10 times more energy output, 10 times more building, 10 times more efficiency. And within a year, they had built a bridge, they'd built a ski resort, and 200 other villages and towns came to see their model of how they did it. And then guess who came in and shut them down? The central banks. shut them down, and they
hard to
made
find
it.
information
Yeah,
on
they
them.
made it illegal to print your own currency because they knew that we could do this. And they say that that's a type of yin currency, and our regular currency now is a yang currency, which is about accumulation and wealth.
Hoarding.
And the yin currency is really about circulation and putting that back in. So it's really interesting to think about this and how we can use possibly a digital currency, but within a localized, decentralized system. That could work really well.
And also really with that about how do we operate within both timelines as we transition from that old timeline to the new timeline. So if you go to the next slide, John, what we have put together is sort of a checklist of the physical aspects of the land, but again, asking these questions because what we saw is a lot of people were not responding, but rather reacting from a place of fear. So it was like, I've got to do something, exit strategy, I've got to buy land. And so what we really want to inspire others to do is look at from what place are we making these decisions and what are we deciding? Because when I think about communities and I really meditate on that word, I was thinking about the gated communities, and I love what Derek and the other presenters were talking about in Mexico. We need to find ways to integrate with the existing communities, not run away and exit up into the mountains, but we know that we need to actually find ways to, one, be in community together. So for us, the idea of a model being more like a village where we're looking at larger numbers and larger pieces of land functioning much like the villages in Europe that many of us have very good memories of being at and having those experiences. So having those businesses, having those residents, and having a combination of things in that model that we're really trying to build something bigger than that. So the land checklist that we've put together, you can actually get that if you go to havenearth.biz, but you can also...
You can't see it at the bottom, but text 66866.
No, text hemp.
Text hemp, sorry, to 66866, and you can get on our mailing list. We'll send this stuff out.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think a lot of people go to land and they're like looking at how it feels, and maybe thinking about there's some water on the land or these kind of things, or if there's a nice view. But there's a lot more to it, and maybe I'm preaching to the choir here, but I think it's really important to understand what's going to happen in that area as much as anything. Understand what are the resources there, what are the pollutants, what's coming, and I don't want to go over the whole list, but it's definitely a really important element when we come to the land to be thinking in a critical way, in a creative way, and listening to the land also. I've been working with different clients as we travel and go and visiting their land and seeing what's possible there, because they want to go to the land, they've bought their land, they've, whether it's in Oklahoma or Idaho, but they don't know what to do. They're just buying a grow dome and they don't even know where to put it, So helping people design out their land, and I think we need to utilize the professionals that are out there as well who can support us in these things. These are big decisions to get on the land.
So the idea of a master plan sort of brings this cohesion vision together. And I think if you go to the next slide, John, the real skill with River, and he won't say it, but I will, is he has a true gift for seeing what's possible in a very creative way. So looking at that land and seeing how we can really pull out the best of that. So one big piece of that, if we're thinking again of this village model, is that central point in the community where people naturally, organically, centropically come together, because it's a beautiful place that brings people in.
Yeah, it's attractive. This is a place in Yalova, Turkey. It's outside of Istanbul, and it's kind of the middle of nowhere. Why you would go there, there's not really a reason. So they created this amazing 50-foot diameter dome structure, ferro cement. They had gypsies thatch the roof. It's just a beautiful little gem. And it's booked out every weekend. They have a source of economy. They have fresh energy coming into their community all the time. And this is the issue. People think, oh, we're just going to get into our little community and hide away and grow food. You're going to run out of energy. You're going to run out of money. So to be thinking about how we can interact with society, how we can be part of the change that we want to see.
So with that, some of the people that we've been working with, one right here in Texas, we have Decadent Saint, where we'll be hosting our next hemping workshop, is right here in Texas, moved their business from Colorado, and I won't say why, but we all know. And so they're doing very well in Texas, and they're building this community around this economic model. Their winery, the same thing. We just did a land visit in Georgia with a Rosemary and Thyme Creamery. They weren't sheep farmers, but there's a gentleman that was inspired by a young farmer to set up the sheep business. And now they're looking at, once they have the successful business, which they set up producing cheese, to build the community around that. So really, for us, really thinking about what is that core economic model, and the way that we are coming to it for the community that we're building out is specifically with hemp. Because we know that the trajectory for hemp and where it's going in so many ways, especially as it's been deregulated, is going to be, you can go to the next slide, John, but well, I think this is touched on in a lot of the talks, but the aspect of permaculture, because the other thing that all of these people have in common, and I think all of us know, that we need to find ways to grow our own food, and using permaculture and regenerative agriculture as part of that plan.
Yeah, creating resilience, and I think the last speakers talked about this too, is how do we use what's on the land, how do we capture and harness the energy on the land, rainwater, energy flows, understanding where the prevailing winds are even, where to locate our structures in terms of a system that's going to work together. It's really important that we address that instead of just dumping things on the land and hoping,
so hemp
hoping
is
for
very
the best.
regenerative.
Yeah, and this is the best part for me. It's industrial hemp. I'm wearing all hemp clothing.
It's hempified.
Totally hempified. I built a house in California in 2019.
Well, let's first talk about
Yeah.
this. Go back to that
Go
slide,
back, John.
John. So
yeah,
basically,
you can see what it is. It's not like regular cannabis. Like industrial hemp is grown very differently. It's grown like a crop, planted very closely together, and it's a 120-day cycle maximum. And
every part of the plant is used. So the thing is that we'll talk about is that this is coming now to the U.S. They've been doing it in Europe, but we're talking about obviously the fiber for the clothing. We're talking about the herd that's going to build the houses that we're going to show you, the dust that they're using for ecoplastics, the waste that they're using to clean up oil spills. There's a huge processing plant that's just coming to Texas. There's a group of 13 farmers in Kansas that has put together a facility around their farms where they're starting to shift from the genetically modified crops that they're doing to regenerate the soil with hemp. So if you go to the next slide, you'll see that all those different fibers and the benefits of that. And again, there's so much out there, but I think if you want to add anything, because I know we're getting close on time.
For me as an architect and a builder, to find a building material that's mold resistant, which is one of the major issues with health in general, that's super insulating, that's a breathing system. So it's regulating the indoor environment of our homes. This is shifting the whole conversation about what it means to live. We spend a third of our lives in our homes, and they're mostly toxic boxes sealed up.
I'm like
and
the perfect client
mechanical
for
air.
River. Who else wants to live in a hemp home? Like a living, breathing system that is healthy. So if you look at the next slide, River built a house in California that was on the Discovery Channel. So you can see that on our Instagram, which is Haven Earth PMA. We've got some videos on there. But again, a house that is actually alive and breathing. And I think there's so many things that it addresses. For those of you that were at the workshop,
it's fire resistant, it's mold, it's pest resistant, rot resistant.
Add
this
the
is
salt and
this is
it's
next
EMF
level,
resistant.
and we can grow it next door, and we can process it. There's a massive processing facility coming online in Texas, 5,000 tons. I mean,
Next
5
slide.
tons an hour they can produce. So this is moving in. The processing facilities are coming to the U.S. For that house in California, we had to ship everything in 2 years ago from Europe, but now it's already here. So this is like a revolution about to happen in all industries, really, across the board.
So we've been hosting the talks and we started doing hands-on workshops. We did that demo, as John mentioned, and we have really feel strongly that not just the designing of these hemp homes, but actually creating the workforce. This is an industry, this is an economy that can really build lots of communities with the actual physical structures, but it can expand beyond that. So if you go to the next slide, John, this is a DIY hemp project that we built in Maui in November, which is off the grid for people that are looking to get onto the land fast and not able to deal with permits. So that is just the idea behind the empowerment. I think if you talk a little bit about the modular home idea as we move into the next slide, John.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lightweight system. We can create modular systems, and really we're working on that. And that's the premise really for what we're talking about with the Sovereign Village, actually, about this being the anchoring economic element for our community, where we can grow the materials, where we can process the materials, where we can make the products, and bring people in on an educational model so they can start learning about this and take it back to their communities.
So we'll be hosting a workshop here in Texas, March 14th. It's a 3-week certification for anybody that has building skills, that wants to pivot or look at starting a business or partner with us as we set up sort of these Haven Earth pods, because we have people that want hemp homes all over the country. There's a 6-day part of that where you can come in and just learn the hemping. There's people that want to have the experience of growing, building their own home and having their hands on it. There's a definitely high frequency energetics of this home and this material. I know River didn't mention it, and we usually talk about it, but this is the material that they found in ancient Vedic temples. This is not something new. It's just that the ability for us to be able to create homes in this way today, is the technology is definitely increased. So it's an industry that's booming. The Hemp Build Directory just came out for the first time. So there's lists of people. You're gonna see it all over the place. The people that are kind of coming out of the woodworks with this. And I think when we look at this from that economic standpoint of what we can do, because the big guys are going to come in on hemp. I mean, it's already happening. So we really,
DuPont, Pfizer, they're all at the door now with hemp.
yeah. So we want to make sure that, you know, our communities have access to this amazing plant and can be able to leverage that in the way that everyone else will be leveraging it.
Yeah, I mean, the last thing I would like to say is that this is, for us, it's not about hiding away and running away from the system. This is about, you know, that system's broken. Let's create a new one that's going to work for the future, and that other one will become obsolete. Thanks to Buckminster Fuller for that quote.
Yeah. So we'd love to keep the conversation going. We host community hemp talks every other week. You can follow us on Instagram at Haven Earth PMA. We did finally set up a Telegram channel, even though I have no idea what we're doing on there. Haven Earth Ministry, thanks to all the Freedom Cells. And we also would invite you to get on our mailing list, texting 6686. If you text hemp to that, you'll get on the mailing list automatically, so I don't have to do anything. Or check out our website at havenearth.biz.
I think we have 2 minutes for any questions. If anybody has a question that's pressing, they feel they want to ask. Yeah.
Here, let me run the camera out there to him, or the microphone, and the camera. Go right ahead.
Just wanting a little clarification. Is this something you guys want to do and build everywhere? Is this just a model you'd like to set up so other people can take it and run with it?
Thanks, Wendy. A duplicatable model so that we're creating a template. I'm all about the network and power of duplication. So if we create a working model. Yeah, and we're doing the first one here.
Yeehaw!
Yeah, we're looking for land, so we're becoming Texans. Gonna be doing hemp here. We're looking forward to it. Thanks, John, and thanks, everybody.
Are there any questions in Mexico? You got any questions down there, D? See if we have time for another question here, too. Did somebody else raise their hand over here? A lot of people are raising their hands. I saw you next. If you'll come on down this way, I'll meet you halfway.
I was wondering what the cost difference is between a conventional home and using hemp materials.
I would like to answer that by saying, how much is the cost difference between organic food and GMO food? There's a difference for sure between a cheap plastic house and a hemp house. But if you're looking at a middle of the road kind of level of housing construction, it's really the same, because you're not using the drywall, you're not using the plywood, the fiberglass insulation, or the siding. It's a monolithic structure, so it just put some lime plaster on the outside and happy days.
Especially with the price of wood. I think Joel Salatin said, if people think organic food's expensive, have you priced cancer lately? It's kind of that same token. There was another question. Come on up. Stand up if you will.
I was just wondering, how many different products, we have people talking about doing farming, how many different products can come out of an acre of industrial hemp for people who are looking for a cash crop on their land?
Right. That's a great question. I mean, they say there's over 25,000 uses for hemp. So, I mean, that goes to tell you where you can go with this. I mean, just what we see from the processing plants, you know, they're creating the dust, which is used in the plastics. and the geopolymers, bedding, animal feed, clothing, textiles, obviously building materials, ropes, canvases, all kinds of things. Fuel, obviously, it's a fuel source, it's a food source, and it's a medicine. So, I mean, depending on what your position and your knowledge is in the community, you could use hemp in different ways, obviously. And from that same processing facility, you could basically decorticate and make any of them products available. Just depends what your setup is. But it's a good question.
Let's plant some hemp on your land. Texas is open for business when it comes to hemp. All right, looks like they got a question down there in Mexico.
All right. What's up, Amani? What's up, River? We got a question for you here
Hey,
from
Derek.
Mexico.
Hey, I love what you guys are doing. I know that like Henry Ford built an entire car out of hemp, and I was thinking it would be amazing to make our local currencies out of hemp, and we could use it to make like actual like replacement dollars and coins as well. Is that something that you guys have looked into doing for your enterprise?
Good question. In 1914, they printed the US dollar on hemp paper. I'm thinking of making hemp coins, or just for fun to have little tokens. Yeah, for sure. But we're focused mostly on the building right now because I think that's probably one of the most essential parts of creating community.
Well, last thing actually that I would like to say in that, you know, being a homeschooling mama, and River and I are both really focused on the youth, particularly setting up a homeschooling program that would be the life skills and the rites of passage for young men, women too, but both of us have lost our sons in the last year. So we would really like to put a call out to any of the other families out there that are looking for options and alternatives. And I think I know a lot of people have, you know, shifted to that, but I think this is a really unique opportunity for us to serve that particular population and do something that's going to contribute to changing the future world.
Yeah, totally. When you're talking to a 14-year-old and they see what they can do and they can build a hemp house, their eyes are just like exploding with possibility.
Hemp
to see
and
that
build your
now,
own house?
Yeah, to see that now when the kids are just don't even know what to do, stare at a screen all the time. It's really inspiring, and I think it's bigger than us and a house for us. This is really looking into the future of what's possible and how to empower the youth with the tools to be able to create that future.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Give them a round of applause.
Give it up for Amani and River.
Wow. Amazing. Thank you so much.
All right.
All right, take it away, D.
That was, let's get John. John's got something to say. Where's John at? There we go.
I said, take it away, D.
Oh, okay. All right. All right, guys. Again, I want to thank everybody who's at home watching. We appreciate everybody who's been tuning in the last 5 days. As we said a couple times, all of the talks will be released beginning next week. All of the individual talks. Right now, all of the replays are available forever, for free. No charges for you guys to get access to this important information. Who enjoyed that hemp presentation from Amani and River? Wasn't that amazing? I really feel like we're getting some just amazing downloads of information this week, right? I mean, a lot of it maybe is a little overwhelming for everybody. That's why we're going to put it out afterwards. You can have time to watch in the comfort of your home. Ale and Lucas already brought something amazing. We got the hemp talk now, and we're going to bring it into our next in-person speaker, a good friend of mine that I've got to know over the last few years, who's been involved in the anarchist freedom truth movement for a number of years and often working behind the scenes, but has a number of just important insights that I hope you will listen to and absorb today. Please welcome Kenny Palorentano to the stage.
Thank you. Hello, beautiful humans. I would like to talk to you today about a thing called the Rainbow Gathering. But actually, show of hands, how many of you have even heard of the Rainbow Gathering? Okay, that's decent. How many of you have been to one? Yeah, okay, not very many. So the talk title is Rainbow, 50 Years of Truly Free Gatherings. So the first Rainbow Gathering happened in 1972, and it was a collection of Vietnam and Korean War vets, or anti-war protesters. There's a bunch of environmentalists, a bunch of just hippie folk who all wanted to get away from the 4th of July. They didn't want to be around the alcohol and the America and the fireworks and all of that. So they went off into the woods, and they had I think the first one was close to a month long city in the woods that they formed, with the 4th of July being the peak, with a giant prayer for world peace. So now we're 50 years from that. The 50th anniversary is coming up this summer. And in that time, it's grown so much, it's almost hard to even describe. Most years, there's between 30 and 150 different rainbow gatherings around the planet. That's just to like kind of frame what this is. So Rainbow, I like to say, is just an anarchist city in the woods. The rules of Rainbow, or the agreements that go along with Rainbow, well, really, rule number 1 is ignore all rumors of cancellation or organization. The rest of them don't really have numbers, but it's basically you can do whatever you want as long as you're not hurting anyone. Give what you can, take what you need, and everyone here's your family, so act like it. So you walk into a rainbow gathering, and there's the front gate, which is just a banner that says, "Welcome home." There's no tickets because there's no money involved whatsoever. There's no organizing team, there's no marketing, there's no stages, there's no one who's being paid to be there. It's just a gathering in the woods. Once you walk through that gate, you're in Rainbow. Everything shifts. You can feel it. Every single person I've talked to that's gone to a rainbow gathering can feel it just on stepping through that invisible line. You're not in Babylon anymore. Babylon's right there. And because it's the whole spectrum of the rainbow, the deeper you go into the woods, the farther you get from the vibration of Babylon. If you hang out right at the front at a couple camps that are real near the outside, you're going to see more alcohol, you're going to see more fighting, you're going to see more police coming in and hassling people. You go deep into the woods, a mile hike, maybe 7 miles depending on the gathering. It's completely, it's just a portal to the world that I think all of us want to create some version of, right? It's a portal to that. We create this space in the woods, and instead of talking about or planning or anything else, we just act as if we already live in a world where we are all free, loving, peaceful beings, and that's just the normal. I really can't even describe how powerful it is. To talk to people that are full-blown statists in the outside world, but then they come in here where there is no hierarchy, really. There's nobody telling anybody what they have to do. Nobody has any work that they have to do. There's no money. Again, there's no tickets. It doesn't cost anything to get in. If you get hungry at Rainbow, you just go find a kitchen and they'll feed you. Or you go to Main Circle where everyone circles up and has dinner together every night. Sometimes, I think the biggest one I was in was about 13,000 people circled up to eat dinner together after praying together. Okay, let's talk about that for a second. The biggest rainbow that I know of happened sometime in the early 90s, and there was 85,000 people there. Let that sink in for a second. The biggest one that I've been to was 2017. There was 18 to 19,000 people there. The one in Guatemala usually has 100 people. The one in Israel gets a couple thousand sometimes. It's all different depending on where you're at. And the big one is called the Nationals. Unfortunately, that term still gets used. It doesn't really have anything to do with the nation, but it's the original one that started in '72. It still happens July 1st through 7th every single year. And for that one, because it's the original and it's the big one, people come in from all around the world. And as I mentioned, it's not an organized event in a normal sense, right? There's no centralization. There's no one who's in charge. There's no one who's got a big budget and plans. There's people who come and create their space, whether it's a kitchen or a camp, or they just want to come and set up a little tea station on the side of the main trail. And it's such a broad section of society from, basically every year there's Krishna camp and Jesus camp and Home Shalom. And there's always camps that are just based on music. There's one called Green Path that's just all about teaching people, plant medicine, edible plants, things like that. I'm a part of Instant Soup. We're a 24-hour vegan kitchen. We set up and we just prepare vegan food in the woods for about 3 weeks straight, like literally nonstop. And I think this will be our 24th or 25th year of that kitchen coming to Rainbow. You know, I'm a chef and I cook for all sorts of different things. None of it comes anywhere near as fun, as fulfilling, or as easy as Rainbow. Because all I have to do is say, like, I need someone to chop vegetables. And all of a sudden I have more volunteers than I know what to do with. And I have to spend 20 minutes like finding jobs for all of them. It's so amazing how when no one has any expectations and no one has anything that they have to do and no one's paying or being paid and we're all just on this same level, everyone just steps in to solve whatever the problem is. There's a concept that came from Mahatma Gandhi, the Shanti Sena, you've probably heard. It means the peace army. He wrote a whole long essay about the idea that we have, instead of law enforcement, we have community peace armies where everyone is trained in de-escalation, nonviolent conflict, and just generally how to ground themselves, center themselves, and diffuse a situation. And that's been integrated into Rainbow for 50 years now. At Rainbow, if there's some sort of conflict, anyone there just starts shouting, Shanti Sena. And then people who want to come help, they think they have the tools to come help, move towards that call. And other people who don't move away from that call while spreading the call so that word spreads throughout the gathering. And by the time that you find out if you're any distance away, it's already been resolved. And it keeps the police from coming in for anything. They hang out outside and they mostly hassle people for like broken tail lights and stuff because, you know, it's the government. They got to run their extortion racket somehow. But in the gathering, when they come in, there's a shout that goes out, same kind of thing. There's 6 up and there's 7 up. The 6 up is the guys with the guns, law enforcement, because they have a 6-pointed star. 7 up is the Forest Service guys. They don't carry guns, they're just checking on the woods. And so whenever uniformed people are coming in, that shout goes out ahead of them too, so that everybody knows, oh, there's cops coming this way, put away your drugs or do whatever. If you've got a warrant, maybe go hide somewhere, because the family just takes care of itself in this beautiful way. The reason the Forest Service is there in force, they have like a $3+ million budget most years to come in and hassle the Rainbow Gathering, because every single year, again, a lot of this stuff is speaking specifically to the US, the big one. The little ones don't deal with a lot of these problems. Every year, it's in a different national forest, and there's never a permit because it's a bunch of sovereign individuals. Who could possibly sign as a representative of sovereign individuals? That's not a thing. So they're always trying to like arrest people and give them deals. You know, if you just sign this permit for the Rainbow, we'll let you off and stuff. It's pretty hilarious actually to look at nowadays because it's eased back so much. About 10 years ago, there was a time that they came in to the gathering supposedly looking for someone who had a warrant, and they shot up pepper balls all over the place, and there was video of it, and a bunch of people got fired, and they've left us alone a lot more since then. So things that we take for granted at our homes, generally, places like this, things like running water, bathrooms, you know, these things don't exist in the woods, obviously. This isn't the sort of event with porta potties. There's no stages, there's no generators. We do trenches, right? You dig trenches a foot wide, at least 2 to 3 feet deep at the very minimum, long trenches, and people just squat. And that's how you poop in the woods. And it's way more natural for your body than sitting down on a seat. And everyone I know that comes the first time and is really having trouble with it always come out going like, this is the best pooping I've ever had in my life. Because it's how we did it for hundreds of thousands of years. You know, for water, like it boggles my mind, some of this stuff. Every year, the gathering location is picked by a bunch of people who are scouting and then bringing it to council. And one of the main features is water. Do we have drinking water? In most gatherings, what we do is we find a spring that's uphill somewhere, and people go up and they tap it, and they run miles sometimes of water line down to kitchens that have 4 or 5 stage filtration systems so that everyone has clean water. it's like, man. Oh. So a lot of people, especially in the anarchist libertarian communities, one of their big challenges or questions, what they get triggered by when I'm talking about rainbow is, well, this sounds like a bunch of hippie communist stuff. You don't have to spend money on it. You don't have to pay for food. And it is. It's perfectly socialist and perfectly not capitalist, I'd say perfectly agorist. It's actual liberty. You can do what you want, but like private property is respected. There's a rule at Rainbow, no ground scores during Rainbow. If you find something a week later in the woods, you can keep it. But if Rainbow is happening and you find something on the ground or whatever, you hang it from a tree or you take it to the info camp or whatever. There's people that set up what's called trade circle, and there's people that do bartering and stuff like that. You won't see fiat currency in there, but you'll see all sorts of free markets happening. It's that perfect balance of everyone only has to do whatever they want to, and because humans are awesome, that means everybody gets everything taken care of. And you can still come in, and if you've got a bunch of stuff that you make, you can, hustle it off to people or whatever. It's been 7 years now, almost 7 years since I quit my job, gave up basically all my belongings, moved out of the place I was living, put on a backpack and had $200 in my pocket to go to my first rainbow gathering. I didn't really know much about it besides having read a couple little blogs and one friend telling me I really needed to go. And I was like, yeah, I don't like festivals and stuff. He's like, it's not a festival, you need to go. I was there for like 4.5, 5 weeks that time in the woods without coming out once, cooking food for a lot of that, helping build, helping clean up afterwards, and then left in a van full of hippies heading for somebody's house where we all stayed for weeks. And the energy just keeps rolling. Most of these people would never think to call themselves anarchists or libertarians or any of that, but they also sure as hell don't pay taxes. Most of them don't have anything that's on paper. And the way that it is traveling and living with people like this is just mind-blowing, where it's like someone has some cash and they're gonna just spend it on groceries for everybody. And then when they run out of money, somebody else will be like, oh cool, I just got some cash, I'll go buy groceries for everybody. And there's never any sense of like, well, in my experience, everyone's experience is gonna be a little different, obviously, but there's really a very gentle and real lack of expectation, and just knowing that the universe will take care of it for us, and that usually happens through us taking care of each other. I know there's a rainbow gathering coming up here in Mexico I don't actually know the full details. Ale was telling me about it, but like I said, it happens everywhere. Costa Rica has one every year. Guatemala has one every year. If you're somewhere on planet Earth, there's probably a rainbow that happens near you every year. It might be a day's drive, it might be a couple-minute drive, but it's going to be there. And what's been really interesting over the last 2 years is watching the way that Rainbow was affected by the pandemic, right? So on the internet, if you go on Facebook or you go to many of the websites that talk about Rainbow, they'll tell you that in 2020, the Rainbow Gathering was canceled. But we know the first rule of Rainbow is to ignore all rumors of cancellation. I was there were hundreds of us, it was amazing. But we aren't the ones that had control of the Facebook groups. That's actually when I left Facebook, because I got blocked from all the Rainbow groups, and that's pretty much the only thing I used it for. So there's a lot of that going on. But then come into 2021, and some people went to the location of the 2020 gathering because they're like, oh, it had been canceled or postponed, we're gonna have it there. And then the one that we were at in New Mexico still had maybe 5,000 people this time. It was like 7 times bigger than in 2020. And there's a few different records for Rainbow there, like firsts that had ever happened. It was really amazing. And now this year is gonna be in Colorado for the 50th anniversary, near Strawberry Lake, near Steamboat Springs, which is where the first one was, because we also don't go back to the same locations. So this will be our first time circling back to where the very first Rainbow was, or at least very close in that region. I don't know if it'll be the same spot. So how that's decided, because we also don't know what the exact spot is, right? At Rainbow, starting on the 4th, we have main council, where everybody circles up that wants to come circle up, and we pass the feather, and you're not allowed to speak unless you have the feather. And it goes around, and people talk about all sorts of different stuff, but the real goal is to make a consensus on where the next gathering is going to be, just in terms of the region, so that the scouts can go out and start scouting that region. Takes 7 or 8 days sometimes to get a couple hundred people to come to a consensus. If you didn't know, anarchy is mostly sitting in circles talking. Like, that's what the anarchist world of the future looks like. We're mostly going to be just finding consensus on stuff. At least those of us that want to live in community. In 2020, this really small gathering with no one who really buys into the bullshit, obviously. There's no way you were coming out to a gathering a couple months after the biggest pandemic ever rolled out. It took us, like, I want to say 9 hours to come to consensus. And then last year, we had this beautiful thing that happened which is a perfect example of how everything plays out in Rainbow. We never know we don't even talk about where the gathering is going to be in 2 years or 3 years. Like, that's not a thing. That's way out there. How could we know? We don't even know where we'll be next time. But for years now, there's been a rumor of Colorado for 2022 back in the original location. So 2020, pretend cancel all this FUD on the internet. 2021, we end up with multiple different gatherings happening because of more FUD on the internet, basically. But because this rumor had already been going for a couple years, every one of those gatherings, their councils all consensed on Colorado. I'm expecting between 30 and 50,000 people at this gathering, honestly. Center of the country, back at the original spot, 50th anniversary. The family's just been split up for a few years. It's going to be unbelievable. Even if there's only 1,000 people, it'll be unbelievably good. Like, I've been going to conferences, festivals, convergences, confluences, retreats, workshops, all this time, and there's nothing that lights me up, and it feels so easy and so natural and so organic and so loving as Rainbow, really. And it's always interesting to give a talk about it, and not like I'm just up here like wondering what people's questions are, like wondering what direction to go with it. I'm just gonna sit with that for a second. Yeah, I guess I really just want to reiterate the difference between theorizing or visualizing even, or any of the other. It's just like the difference between talking about going and living on land and doing it, or the difference between talking about how we would interact with lots of people we don't agree with on a bunch of things and actually going and doing it. And for me, seeing what Rainbow has been able to do for so long, so well, without the benefit of a stationary place to build a village, without the benefit of even the same people necessarily showing up all the time, without the benefit of all the things that you get by actually starting a landed community. If we take those lessons of how to resolve conflict, how to come to consensus, how to just walk away, to like just the beauty of when somebody doesn't like the energy somewhere, they tend to just get up and walk away. There's no arguments needed necessarily. It's just spontaneous order. The average gathering has between 20 and 150 different camps that are each their own little communities with their own agreements, their own energy, their own people that are part of that. But everybody comes together for dinner, and nobody tries to invade the camp next to them or anything. Nobody, it's like, it just really, really reinforced, even for those of us that know, like philosophically, we know mentally that humans can do this, to actually see it happening, especially with people who haven't practiced, they haven't dove into the philosophy, they're just doing it because that's what Rainbow is. I think it's not an exaggeration to say that it's the most important thing that happens on planet Earth right now in terms of gatherings. And check my little bullet points real fast and make sure I didn't miss anything really important. Awesome.
Does anyone have any questions?
Yeah, we can do that.
About the Rainbow Gathering? Just come up to the stage, please. Awesome. Yep. Question for Kenny?
Do you know if there's ever been any cases of like a sexual assault or violation or something more serious like that, and how the community would handle a situation like that where maybe the police would normally be involved?
Yeah, there's been, over the years, there's been a number, especially at the smaller gatherings. Florida especially has kind of a rough history with some of their gatherings. The general, the response is going to be the same initially for any sort of like emergency situation of Shantisina people coming to try to resolve it, in the moment if there's something happening. If it's more of someone coming and sharing something that already happened to them, I've seen counsel comes up around that too. And so then it becomes, a lot of it's the elders, a lot of it's the people with a lot of training in counseling and in mediation, but just anyone who wants to come and be part of that council, mostly to sit and listen while the two parties involved are in that circle as well. And again, it just goes around, and the councils are much more than just sitting and talking. There's a lot of intention setting and some singing together and stuff that comes to get us all in harmony, our hearts into the same resonance. And yeah, just kind of the community talks, and there's been people that were kind of thrown out of the Rainbow Gathering and then told like, you're not welcome here until this changes, until you apologize and make amends. There's been ones where actual like struggle comes up from that sort of thing and people get physical. There's been times where the police do come in because they are right outside listening to everything that's going on, trying to find excuses to come in. I also know of a few situations specifically where it happened, council happened, and the two parties were able to come to, at least, I don't know what it actually felt like, obviously, but they were able to come to some level of resolving the situation and being able to look at each other and not feel threatened or anything, or at least not say that they do.
Another question in Texas.
Okay.
Yeah, we got a question here in Texas or a comment. Do you want to come up, Erica? Thanks, Kenny. It's good to see you, buddy. I love you, Kenny.
Yeah, see you, brother.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that this is really a true example of decentralized anarchy. It is so well organized. And there is a way that one can contribute. So, for example, there's doctors and nurses that set up a camp for any kind of human need. Can you hear me? Is this right? Anyway.
No.
Rainbow is fantastic. You really have to experience it once in your life. Very organized. So it's not a hippy dippy dirty camp. I mean, it is a party. So when you go to a party, do you pay? No. We contribute. We do potlucks, right? So like the medicos, you can make a cash contribution so they can buy supplies. So it is a decentralized organization that works. So love Rainbow.
Thanks, Eric. Does anybody else have any questions in Texas? Y'all got some in Mexico?
We got one more here in Mexico. Come on up. Still go.
I'm going to put a little plug of something else at the end. Come on. We got Burnt MD with a question in the house.
So my question is, since this is about a half an hour talk, and I know that on each of the topics that you have been discussing, you can really go into depth on, how do we stay in contact with you to find out more about everything that you're talking about?
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for that. Yeah, this talk often goes an hour and a half or 2 hours. One, I wrote a whole zine on the Rainbow Gathering that I have in PDF that I can give to these guys and they can make available in the links of the video or something like that. Or if you want to reach out to me, Kenny's Kitchen on Telegram, Kenny's Kitchen on Odyssey. And I think, I don't have a date for it yet, but I think in the next week or so, I'm just gonna do a full live stream Q&A on Rainbow on my Odyssey channel. And then people can just ask whatever they want there and we can go a lot deeper that way.
I just want, for anyone who wants to go to one of these in-person events like the one in Colorado, would you just again tell everyone the dates and where they are and where, so that we can see if it fits into our schedule?
Yeah. So the only one that I know the full information of off the top of my head is the big one coming up July 1st through 7th is the official dates. I'll be there like June 15th or 18th probably to help with building and stuff. And welcomehome.org is the biggest website. But if you're looking for like a certain region of the world or anything, you can put, Guatemala Rainbow Gathering, Israel Rainbow Gathering, Romania Rainbow Gathering. Like you'll find results. A lot of it's Facebook groups. There's a couple forums too, but it's all pretty spontaneous a lot of times. It's all very decentralized. So it's like once you get tapped in with a certain community, you'll know about all of theirs as they happen. But a lot of the gatherings that happen actually don't even hit the internet. There's been dozens over the last years that I've heard about after they happened because I just heard from somebody that was like coming out.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Kenny. Before we wrap up, was there anything else you wanted to plug or mention?
Yeah. So like I said, Kenny's Kitchen, all one word. That's me, Telegram, Odyssey, anywhere else that I end up appearing. I'm on float.app as well. And you may have noticed my shirt here, non-GMO verified. My friend Melina, I don't have a link for her stuff, but she should get it out there for you guys for sure. But I'm working with a project that just launched recently called the Anti-Vax Token. It's a cryptocurrency project that launched. It's really small. I think we're 10 days in since the launch. And one of the big goals is to be putting lots of money into the hands of people who were, injured by vaccines, people who lost their jobs for not getting the jab, all sorts of communities like Robert F. Kennedy's thing or like the White Rose, or it's all about giving back to community as well as just, it's a meme coin largely, but it's a meme that's kind of harnessing the angst of the current era. And so I guess my ask would be if any of you here know or you are personally someone who lost your job for not getting the jab or who have or were vaccine injured, then let me know, DM me or come find me. And I'm kind of leading the charge right now on finding these people and vetting them so that they can make donations to you just because. And I don't know, it's a crypto project. I'm not going to give any financial advice or anything crazy like that up here, obviously. I will say it's like a $200,000 market cap, fair launch, great team, longtime activists, and the Telegram group is amazing conversation.
The important part is it's for a beautiful cause. Give it up for Kenny.
Thank you.
Wow, what an amazing lineup. We are really wrapping it up with a bang on day 5. I just want to make a quick announcement about Take Back Our Tech and want to mention we still have those awesome t-shirts you saw me wear the other day. So please come on by. We have them in all sizes and types. We've also got a few more above phones. Before we get into the next segment, we're going to pass it over to John in Texas.
Okay. Thanks a lot. Give it up for Kenny, ladies and gentlemen. Kenny. Okay, I just want to share real quick. I don't like to give attention to nonsense, also known as BS. You guys know what that stands for. But I just want to shout out my good friend Derek Bros. Man, I've been just kissing on Derek this whole time, now that I think of it. Anyway, there's always haters and attackers and negative energy that springs up when people are breaking through barriers of success and transcending and growing, right? It's inevitable. It's just something that happens. And there are some folks that have been attacking us, and they even tried to reach out to each and every one of our speakers to try to get them not to speak at the event. Can you believe it? We're just here like doing God's work and stuff, and all these people are trying to bring us down. Well, there's some folks that they do good research oftentimes, and the challenge is there seems to be this assumption in a serious contingent of the liberty, truth, freedom community. And that assumption is that the powers that wish they were are omnipotent, which means they're all powerful. And unfortunately, there's a lot of people that believe in the inevitability of this great reset agenda. They've read the articles, they've done the research, they saw that the World Economic Forum said you'll own nothing, have no privacy, and be happy. And just because of that, they're like, oh, damn, that's unfortunate. Guess I better prepare myself for a life of servitude. And I just see this springing up over and over and over. Like when we did the Exit and Build Land Summit, people said, well, I'd love to buy land and get out of the city, but they said we can't own any land. They're just going to take our land. And it's like, really? Are you really think so? And they're also like, well, how are we going to invest in cryptocurrencies? They're just going to ban it and shut it down. We covered that a couple days ago. That's the idea. We're free people. We do things. This has given us a tool so we can disobey more easily, which is great. But I just want to point out to folks that we have all the power, and that the enemies of freedom, they must use manipulation, coercion, deception. They act from a place of darkness. And we come from a place of light and beauty and wonder and truth. And it's our ethos, our philosophy, and our goals that are in 100% alignment with the natural order of how things exist in this world. And that's peace, freedom, balance, love, and light. So I just want to remind everybody that feel a little downtrodden or disheartened or feel overwhelmed by it all. It's not inevitable that we're all going to be enslaved and own no property and have every single moment of our day tracked, traced, and surveilled. It's not inevitable at all. And when we recognize that all we have to do, they have to do all this deception, trickery, play all these games, all we have to do is just show up in our light and love and just resonate that frequency and hang out with each other and grow food and build hemp homes. And I'm going to build a hemp mansion. That's what I'm thinking. I just want to throw that out there, folks. Not everything you read on the internet is true. And there's some of these folks that are stretching more than a freaking yoga instructor with what they're trying to figure out. Anyway, I just want to throw that out there. Much love for DB and KP, Kenny Powers. All right, so let me introduce our next presenter, who I am in absolute awe of. And she is an incredible human being, and she does amazing work in this world. And when we both started dating 4 years ago, we were in a pretty rough spot. And there was a lot of poverty, a lot of credit card debt, some drinking, even some smoking cigarettes. And when we got together, we both really played a big role in lifting one another up. And I think that's a testament to the power of human connection when two people are in a place of growth, how they can really just multiply that power and that energy. And she's played a major role in my success. And I'd like to think I've played a major role in her success. And she's going to talk to us today about some of the work that we're doing, about empowering people to move out of the city, to buy land, build community in the country. And she's going to share how you guys can take a part in some of the stuff that we're doing. So let's give it up for Rebecca Powers, ladies and gentlemen. Woo, woo, woo. Love you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for your time. It is an absolute delight standing in front of you today. No matter where you are in the world, it's really special what we've experienced at the Greater Reset 3. And I truly feel honored to be able to stand here and share with you about our new company, Exit and Build Property Solutions, but also how we can co-create resilient communities and some helpful tips and tricks so that we can all live this lifestyle if we please. We don't feel that there are barriers in the way prohibiting us from embracing every aspect, a completely holistic approach to taking control of our life the way that we want to live in harmony with nature, in harmony with one another, and to create a more abundant and prosperous future. So if you would like to pull up the slideshow, John mentioned alcohol and cigarettes. When I was 17, I was diagnosed with ADHD, attention deficit hyperactive disorder. So it's actually not a disorder, it's a gift. And I've never really spoken publicly about the challenges that I experienced when I started to take ADHD medication, Adderall. But I wanted to bring that up because I made this slideshow so that I can keep on track. So bear with me, but I hope that you also, really like the visuals, and I hope that this helps you to feel inspired. If you're not already living in an intentional community or in an eco-village, it's okay, and there are steps that can be taken in order to pursue this path if that's something that you're interested in. But ultimately, if we aim to create a free, prosperous future, there's no better way to achieve it than in our own lives. There are so many things that are beyond our own control when it comes to external factors and international relations. And, what we do have control over is how we choose to show up every day. And I think also for a lot of people, and like for me, when I was taking Adderall, and I'm a recovering alcoholic. I started smoking cigarettes when I was 14. A lot of the reasons that I used and abused substances was because I was lonely. Sorry. I was lonely, and I think for a lot of people, it's so scary what's happening right now. It's been 2 years almost into this pandemic, and people feel isolated. They feel so disconnected from one another. And I truly believe that intentional communities and building these alternative institutions and the counter economy is a way for people to not only connect with one another and have really amazing, deep connections and relationships with one another that help empower each other. Like John was saying, we crossed paths, and that changed my life. It changed his life. We were both strong alone, but we are so powerful together. Thank you. So without further ado, I guess we can go to the second slide there. And it's just some photos of me and, Rebecca pre-John. So I've always been interested in intentional community and eco-villages. For a long time, I was working in public policy, and I really thought in order to create a better world, we needed to change the laws and, vote for people. And then I started to realize the inefficiencies of the systems that we've been essentially brainwashed to accept. And I started to wonder, what could we do to build a more regenerative future, cooperatively, voluntarily. So there's some photos of, I think they're pulling it up, but just, doing cob workshops. And I was able to interview, at South by Southwest, kind of walk through one of those 3D printed homes and visit, greenhouse, just places that people are able to really embrace permaculture and show that this is already happening. So for a lot of my last 10 years, it was this path of learning, really. And finally, as of last year, it's been more of a path of doing. So in June of last year, John and I bought a 10-acre homestead. And thank you. So there's a lot of work that goes into intentional community, and, in many ways we're retrograding and we're going back to the past and, homesteading. And this is how people lived forever before really the Industrial Revolution. And now the American culture, I know there's international folks watching too, but at least in America, they really emphasize more and more and more the individual. You have to buy things to be happy. You know, the average home size is like 2,700 square feet. It's crazy. Like, I mean, more power to people if that's what they want in their life. But I feel sad that we were, at least I feel, kind of deceived by the way culture has pushed us to connect with items and material items rather than connect with the land and, you know, growing our own food and having connection with people, you know, and really having that soul connection to the planet. So yeah, these are just some photos of me on my adventures all around. And this is just to show, like, you know, if this is your first time even hearing about intentional communities or eco-villages, there are so many resources. Like, I just started to do some research and visit places. So IC.org, which is the Foundation for Intentional Community, they have an incredible directory with information about different communities that already exist. And there's so many in so many different places. So I would recommend kind of starting there. And you may feel inspired and like your thought process is validated, that you're not alone in this process, because people are already living this way. And there's a lot that we can learn from the communities that do already exist. So on the next slide, this is showing John and I. So I'm so glad that we connected with one another. It's very unexpected. I certainly wasn't looking for love. He wasn't either. We just kind of accidentally clash or came. It was like a, you know, like an explosion of, oh, what, whoa, like our goals are the same. And gosh, like, I just feel so blessed that that we did connect. And I do believe it was divine. We both have very large goals, and when we're able to connect with one another, like, you know, I'm happy to be the woman behind the man. You know, I'm also a feminist in many ways too, but I recognize that, you know, John is a leader, and I have this incredible opportunity to support him and stand beside him and help him to really, you know, bring positive change to the world. And we do that together. So yeah, a little about us. As I said, we just acquired a property. In that time, it's been almost 6 months. We have added solar panels, 3 Tesla Powerwalls. We also bought a Tesla, so we're excited about that. We built out a garden, and I'm actually going to be now focusing full-time on our new company that we just started in September, and that's called Exit and Build Property Solutions. If you want to just keep it up, that would help me actually stay on track. Need a little outline here. So yeah, the new company, you know, our first endeavor was a event. So we put on Exit and Build Land Summit in November of last year. It was very successful. It was somewhere around 25,000 people registered virtually. And to me, that proves that there are people who are really interested in living this lifestyle. I love this meme. So me trying to convince my friends we should buy a very large plot of land and start a community. But like, how many people talk about this, right? Like, everybody wants to do this, but there's like all these pieces to the puzzle that have to be connected in order to really bring this to fruition. So John and I realized that there was an opportunity here. Like, we felt out of necessity we should start this new company, one, to help people, but also because this is something that we feel will also help our species and the planet, so that people can have a more intentional lifestyle, and ultimately so that they can be more self-sufficient. This is our logo. So we do have a website, exitandbuildpropertysolutions.com. But yeah, I mean, essentially, you know, we want to build resilient homesteads, intentional communities. And as John mentions, his vision of this, you know, confederation of eco-villages and intentional communities that are decentralized but still connected in the same network. So ultimately, the more and more people who are living this lifestyle, the larger our movement can grow, and the less of a reliance on the centralized institutions that have led us to this mess. So it's a really decentralized approach and a voluntary approach to kind of starve the beast and starve the parasite. So we're really building this beautiful new earth in a very just groovy way. You know, there's a lot that happened in the 60s that at that time they had the right ideas, right? But they didn't have the technology. And we're there at this unique intersection of time where we have the tools that we need in order to really make this happen. So I would like to invite everyone to close your eyes. If you want to manifest a reality, a vision, you know, think about, as you close your eyes, what it is that what do you want? What do you see? What are you craving? What are you hungry for? And ultimately, this exercise is attempting to identify what it is we want to manifest as a social movement. Because I mean, I spoke about loneliness and how there's so many people who feel lonely. And, you know, I, at one point in my life was very lonely. We aren't alone anymore. We have one another. It's so inspiring. So think about, thank you. So think, you know, when you're manifesting this and you're envisioning, like, what year is it? Who's with you? Because we're not going to do this alone. We need one another. So think about asking yourselves those questions so that you can really identify what it is you want to build and what we can intentionally co-create as a movement for your own Freedom Cell pod, your meta cadre, or all those crazy words John uses, but how it's all connected. And, you know, if you really can hone in on what it is and who it is that you want to work with, you'll be able to achieve those goals in a more timely manner. So on the next slide, I also, like Kenny was saying, you know, act as if. Let's act as if this future already exists, right? So it's also important, though, to think about what aspects of the current situation we're experiencing we don't like, because we can take that and make sure we don't give it any more attention and that we don't create that in the future. So where do we want to go now? And I have this visual here of a beautiful, regenerative future where all of the building structures are geodesic domes, and like the speakers earlier were speaking about hemp houses and having living, breathing buildings. You know, think of all the toxic materials that are used in traditional site-built home construction, the paint, the formaldehyde in carpets. It's just like, how can we really create something that's healthy and beautiful at the same time, and also, like with permaculture, inputs, outputs, that's going to have a positive impact for the next 7 generations to come, as Derek would say. Oh, and I should shout out also, we didn't mean to steal Derek's exit and build idea. We're honored or we're inspired by that idea. So that's why we named the company Exit and Build Property Solutions, because we wanted to help kind of like bring it to life and inspire people. And even though it was only a few months ago, I've already seen a lot of, you know, people typing on Telegram and stuff, oh, I'm doing Exit and Build New Mexico, or I'm doing Exit and Build. It's like becoming this movement, which is really, it's kind of cool. So thank you, Derek. And just a FYI, I initially wanted to name the company Green Frontiers, but it turns out that name was already taken. So, but it was like right at the same time that John was kind of, you know, reinvigorating this exit and build concept as inspired by Derek. So yeah, I mean, I think it's really fitting though. And it's great that it's all open source and we can kind of bounce off of ideas together, because it definitely takes a village. So this is really the bulk of what I'd like to discuss. And I will be inviting some special guests onto the stage in just a little bit. So you're really going to want to think of who your partners are. The land is the first partner, as my amazing mentor, Erica, would say. But, you know, it doesn't matter if you have land if you don't have the right people. So think about, like, who do you want to live there? And if you don't know who, think about, like John was saying earlier at our workshop, he was like, well, we know we want a gardener. We'd like to have a nanny who can also help with homeschooling. We'd like to have, you know, if you think about characteristics or personality traits of what you do want, then you can manifest the right partners coming into your life. So really getting clear on like who you want to work with, who do you want to have in your inner cadre, and what that looks like. The land and property acquisition is also a very important thing to consider. As Erica would say, like, the land chose me. That's what she says. You know, the land you will want to be called to, like, does it have an abundant water source? Is it going to be conducive to regenerative agriculture if you're planning to be, you know, growing food or planting fruit trees? So that's definitely something that you need in order to, you know, have an intentional community. But if you're not in a place financially to purchase land, you know, you could also just go on the IC.org directory and join a community that already exists. They already have the land and they're looking for members. So the cool thing is that you do have options. And also the dwelling and house construction. Like, I have the last almost 3 years of my life, actually, for my living, I've been selling tiny homes. And even before that, I was very passionate about tiny homes. But I didn't immediately start living in a tiny home. I actually bought an RV, this must have been 8 years ago, because I really wanted to do that minimalist lifestyle, but there was like no financing at the time, And really the most rapid way to achieve this goal was to just buy an RV, you know, paint everything all cute on the inside, add a backsplash, new flooring, and I turned it into a glamper. But, you know, when you're thinking about what type of structure, if you have time on your side, then maybe you can do a site-built home, or maybe you can do one of those hemp houses, or maybe you can buy a tiny home that's already been built by a factory. But we'll kind of run through some of the different options. You know, there's straw bale, or do you want to do an earth ship? Like, it also depends on the land, because, you know, the environment is going to determine also like what building materials you should work with. And then if you want your community to be attractive and to have good partners and for the longevity of the project to be successful, you will definitely want to think about the amenities and what is really like the unique thing about your community. For instance, when I traveled to Arco Santi, which is in Arizona, they make these beautiful wind chimes, and it's a income producing aspect of the they call it an unintentional community, but you know, it's arcology, architecture mixed with ecology, and it's this really cool place to visit. But they're also sustaining it through like the wind chimes being sold. So there's a unique way to produce revenue and have people who are living there be able to earn a living. But also, you know, you want it to be fun, and like maybe if it's Texas, we want a pool or a saltwater hot tub or a fitness center or a yoga, you know, a space where we can do yoga. So, okay, let's dive a little bit deeper into what you'd want to look for in partners. So you will have to ask yourself, who do you want to build with? Who should your partners be? And I kind of rolled through some of those questions, but definitely, like, it doesn't matter if you have land if you don't have people to like do things with. So that is, you know, one thing to definitely consider, I would say first even. And also, like, when you have your partners, what's the financial arrangement? How are you going to set this up legally? So, you know, do you have the same mission in mind? Do you have a vision statement so that everyone is on the same page? Because the last thing you would want is for everyone to invest financially into this and then come to find out you have totally different ideas for what this should look like. How are you going to resolve conflict when it arises? Because it's not a matter of if it will arise, it's just a matter of when. Conflict is inevitable. It's just a part of being a human. It is what it is. Are you going to take nonviolent communication courses? Are you going to sit down and have like a Socratic roundtable discussion about the conflict? And are you going to use consensus as your decision-making method, or sociocracy? So that's definitely something to discuss with your partners. There are also dietary preferences. If you're vegan and you're adamantly opposed to slaughtering a chicken on the property, then you probably shouldn't have a partner who's a paleo diet person who intends to have, you know, livestock. So those are really important conversations to have before you start the community together or join an existing. And also with the demographic, like, I believe wholeheartedly that mixed demographic is very charming. That way you have the elders who offer their wisdom. You also have the younger kiddos who can learn from the elders. And there's this blended, aspect of the community that really provides more depth. And there's energy from the young ones for the elders. And it's just like this cool exchange. So, also though, if you are, let's say, a retired community, you really wouldn't have a need for a homeschooling facility or, a facility for the children to have a playscape or something, but maybe you would want to have a nurse who lives on property who can help just in case there's health concerns. So definitely want to consider whoever's moving it, onto the community, whoever you're partnering with, like what are their needs? So that way you can meet each other at that level. And then, financial pool and resources, like maybe if they're younger, they don't have a lot of money, but they might have a lot of energy. So they could steward the farm and help maintain the grounds or somehow give their labor in order to provide value. Whereas maybe if someone just sold their $500,000 site-built home in the city, they're getting off the grid, they're gonna go join this community, start this community, maybe they have the money that's needed to get it off the ground. And so they would give the energy, because that's all that money really is energy exchange, right? And that way. And then the younger people could also be owner finance kind of a thing, paying them back. So yeah, definitely would want to consider with your partners, how can everyone bring value to the table? Because at the end of the day, it's all about contributing to make the community successful. Okay. So where should you buy your property? Obviously we love Central Texas. Central Texas is great. We have the Edwards Aquifer. So it's a wonderful place to be. Lots of creative people here and really good vibes in Central Texas. So join Lone Star Libertopia, and that's all we need to talk about on location. Just kidding. But when you're acquiring the property, you definitely want to think about where do you want to be? Do you need to be within an hour of Austin? Are you going to be commuting? Are you screw Austin, I want to be as far away as possible? So if you're going to be acquiring a property, you'll want to make sure with your partners that you're considering the same location so that you can, when you talk to your real estate agent, figure out, here's our zone that we're looking in, everything within these parameters. And you'd want to consider the bioregion and what's the environment like, and is this conducive to what we're going to be growing? So I basically just said all of this, but yeah, and also price per acre. Generally, the farther out you go from the city, the more affordable the land will be. Soil type, can you do your food forest, etc. Okay, so what to build? Housing. So as I said, I've been an avid tiny home, should I say, specialist. Yes, I really think that tiny homes are cool. It's a great way to save money. But, if you have kids, for instance, maybe it's a challenge. John and I were having for a whole year kind of some hardship where we lived with the two kiddos. Aliana's 10 years old, Bill's almost 9. So that was hard for them to not have their own bedroom. So, based on what your needs are, you might want to consider different types of housing. Next slide. So you could do a site-built home. For us, the site-built home was already built. It was easier for us to get a loan on a property that already had a house on it. So that's why we kind of went that direction. But also if you're doing that and there's already a house on the property, make sure you check the deed restrictions, because sometimes there's an HOA, or it's going to say you can only have one house on this property, or if you build another structure, it has to be 1,200 square feet, or you're not allowed to do another septic tank on this property. So just something to take into consideration. So tiny homes are an easy way to get your foot in the door. They can be transported to the property. As I said, I started with an RV, and that was a very easy, literally within a week, everything was good. So it's very fast and easy to move around. So if you're trying to go from, different property to property to do a little cross-country road trip kind of a thing. Maybe you'd want an RV, or if you want the flexibility and the freedom of wanting to relocate, possibly. Maybe you're not investing in the land, you're just joining a community. Then you have that mobility aspect. Modular, manufactured, prefab. There's 3D printed homes. We already went over the cob houses and earthen homes and the hempcrete and all of this. And then something John and I are pursuing is figuring out if we can do co-housing, like a big barn dominium. Those are very popular in Texas. And then like each person has their own wing, who would kind of rent or they own that portion. But I am so happy to introduce my new friends. So last night, who was at Indra's Warehouse? Woo! That was so much fun. So, we were having a great time. For anyone who wasn't there, we did live stream everything so you can catch it and kind of see all the amazing performances. Natalie Rise was just truly incredible. Like, I feel so grateful for that experience. It was very profound. But I also had an opportunity to network, and I found out, and they actually have a table here and they're exhibiting. So across the street, we have Zoe Market. It's like a little market where people can buy sandwiches or whatever they need. But we also have some exhibitors set up. So I wanted to invite to the stage 2 or 3 minute pitch, Grant and also Gustavo, to discuss their company because I think it's really cool.
Thank you, Becca. We are Abundance Building Concepts. We are inventors that have invented the first of its kind ever seen in the world, Just Add Water house. Literally, you can build this in one day. Pull up the slides, please. So we started this back in Texas a year ago. I met Gustavo there. We did some aircrete. And we realized, for me personally, I felt a little bit overwhelmed. I needed to learn some recipes. I needed to buy certain machinery. I had to build forms. And it was doable, but it would take a whole bunch of time off of work and a whole bunch of thought and effort. So what could be more efficient? How can we make this faster? And Gustavo is a super genius engineer. When we got together, we figured it out. We made this fast. Next slide, please. So here is a community in Calaveras, California we've been contracted to build. The secret of the Just Add Water house is the expandable home frame. We take a steel frame. You see the one in the top? This is shaped like an umbrella. At 4 points, it touches the ground. You open it up like an umbrella attached to the ground. It comes pre-assembled with a cement impregnated fabric. Imagine like a shag carpet that's just inundated with cement. All you have to do is attach to the ground, spray water, that cement will cure, and your house is ready to go. We chose the best shapes in nature with geometry. This one right here, it's called the Catalan Vault. I'm going to pass off to Gustavo to explain the Catalan Vault.
Thank you, Grant, and thank you, Rebecca, for having us here. Yes, the Catalan Vault is a naturally super strength structure, which support a lot of weight, and it's also organic, and as you can see, it's beautiful. So our idea is to build a kind of a house. We could be modular, could be tiny, but it also could be big, and that's what we have right here. And something that is very important I want to mention, we can go to the next slide, please, John. This is our basic model with 600 square feet and have a distribution of 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, 1 living room, and 1 kitchen. And I think it's bigger than a tiny house because you can have your kids, what Rebecca was mentioning, but also give you the opportunity to have not just this single model, but you can have a house like we had in the previous slide. So
yeah. So our vision is to make these shippable. Because it's collapsible, we can collapse it down, fit 2 or 3 in a shipping container, ship it to your location. All you have to do is expand it and build out what you design. In the umbrella shape, actually the floor plan is collapsed inside. So online, you'll be able to set up your floor plan how you would prefer. And when it's shipped to you, it's already framed. Everything is framed. You click on the panels, you spray water, it's ready to go. So that's our main design. We have many more concepts that we're working on. Feel free to check us out at abundancebuildingconcepts.com. This is our first public event, and we chose that on purpose because we believe in what you guys are doing. We believe that you're beautiful, your dream is beautiful, you're essential, and your dream is essential to the future. So come join us and help us build a future we can all believe in. Thank you.
Okay, there's one last topic, and that is what amenities are you going to have on the property? So if you do have a chance to visit other intentional communities, you may see that there are community spaces, which is the most important, so that you can host potlucks. There might be a school. There might be, as I was saying earlier, a pool or a hot tub. This way you don't have to have a pool at every house. Like, you need one ladder for the village. Not every house needs a pool. Not every house needs a ladder. You can kind of share those resources. So what amenities to build is totally contingent upon what you want, what your community wants. So some ideas though that I had in mind, there are a few different options that I think are really in alignment with this crowd. So for instance, a popular request is like to have a healing center. So there's options for yoga or having ayahuasca ceremonies. That'd be cool, right? But a space where it's like mixed use. You have commercial enterprises, co-working, an opportunity for people to earn a living on the community, not have to commute into town, but also, it's where they live. So John and I are thinking maybe these communities that we want to buy at least 100 acres this year, by the way. That's our goal. And, not for us per se to live there, but so that we can create the first exit and build community here in Central Texas. So it would have 20 acres, probably in a land trust, or maybe it's like a 501c7 membership kind of a thing, or a country club, something so that we can make sure the people who live there are the ones who can come and enjoy the amenities. But essentially, this is where all of the fun happens. This is where people know if they're in this zone, that's like where people are hanging out to interact with one another. And then where your private lot is, that's where your house is. That's where it's more private and you don't have, to worry. A lot of the time with intentional communities, it's like, oh, why would I want to live that close to other people? They're going to intrude on my privacy, which is kind of funny because a lot of traditional neighborhoods are like, the houses are like 8 to 10 feet apart. So I don't really understand that objection, but this is so that there's a centralized space where everyone is invited to come hang out, and that's kind of where all the fun happens. But yeah, these are just some ideas. If you have kiddos, like what better way to have your community set up than a central place where there's the trampoline, the playscape, the schoolhouse, and it's like going to ensure that everyone in the community has a chance to communicate with one another, and that everyone's in a good space, and that they're, ultimately, to me, a lot of this is so that they're not lonely and they don't feel isolated, and they can have those meaningful connections and relationships with the other community members. So, all right, thank you, everyone. I have 5 minutes left, so I'm just going to wrap up real quick with kind of, what do we do next, sort of a thing. So, but really, like, what is holding you back? Like, what is preventing you from waking up tomorrow and taking steps to make this happen in your life and in your family members' lives? Because last year in Texas, the electric grid was out for an entire week. These centralized systems are failing. They're crumbling. Right now in Canada, all of the truckers, their entire supply chain, like this is going, we have so many reasons to wake up tomorrow and take steps toward this more regenerative future. Obviously for the environment, right? We want to live in harmony with nature, but also because there's a better way. We just need to build it. We, all of us, if we can take those actionable items and really live the philosophy that we talk about, there's no reason why we can't have these resilient communities all over the world and have this voluntary society that we all dream of. So if you're seeking or wanting to create a intentional community, an agrihood, which is a neighborhood around agriculture, on the next slide, I have some contact information, so feel free to reach out to me. As I said, John and I just started a new company. One of our most exciting announcements is the Exit and Build Land Summit 2. So we're going to be meeting on May 13th through the 15th. And y'all, we rented out the Bastrop Convention Center. We can get like almost 1,000 people. This is going to be huge. So for folks who want to be an exhibitor or an attendee, make sure you're on our email list with livefree.academy. That way we can send you updates. We're going to launch the ticket sales soon. And last time when we did, they sold out within 2 weeks. And we had people who were really sad that they weren't able to come in person. Because as I said, almost 25,000 people registered remotely to tune in. So this is like the demand to live this lifestyle exceeds the supply, and it's up to us to build this future. And I know that we can do it. And if you are feeling a little like, oh shoot, what do I do next? I offer consultation services. I'd be happy to talk with you and kind of outline what it is you're seeking to achieve with your intentional community. Or if you already have land, like, creating a strategic plan and getting things off the ground so that you can make this happen. I do have experience in this field. It's something that I'm deeply passionate about, and I would be honored to help you. And then last but not least, John has the website pulled up for our boot camp. So we also, do you want to talk about it too, John? We went super in depth for 2 days, and we were sharing with folks basically an outline so that they can make actionable steps, like understand how to do a strategic plan, do that visualization, all those techniques to build this lifestyle. We went into strategic locations to do your community. We had an interactive workbook that you can do your handwriting, kind of write out what it is you're wanting to build. And it was honestly really successful. Like, I can't believe we packed that much information in 2 days. So if you like what you heard today, if you're hungry for more and you feel but it's time to maybe pursue those next steps, I would strongly encourage you to sign up for our 2-day boot camp so that you can really have all of that information at your fingertips and be able to implement that in your day-to-day life. And until then, we will see you at the Exit and Build Land Summit, May 13th through 15th. Thank you all so much for listening to my ramblings. I really appreciate all of you, and God bless.
Love you. Love you. Good job. Give it up for Rebecca Powers. Woo! All right. Soon to be Rebecca Bush. All right. Rebecca Power Bush. She doesn't like that one. Okay. Yeah, the boot camp that we did was really super groovy. It's 2 days. We have a nice recording of it. You also get access to the exclusive recordings from the Exit and Build Land Summit Part 1. You can go to buylandbuildcommunity.com, buylandbuildcommunity.com. It was super empowering. Rave reviews on all that. Okay, before we kick it back to Mexico, I just want to remind you guys we have a super special offer going. Plant medicine has been a big part of my life. We heard some folks talk about hemp earlier. Well, there's this super groovy new loophole. It's called Delta 8 THC. It's a cannabinoid similar to Delta 9 THC in the cannabis plant, right? It still gets you high, but it's really subtle, and it's a great way to thumb your nose at the man because it's extracted from the hemp plant, which is legal in the United States. And you can have it in banned areas and super groovy, very subtle. Really love it. I have a 5-pack here. And we're actually giving away a free 5-pack as a means of helping to get the word out and helping folks to give this a try to avoid stress, pain, and take the edge off. So let's play this short little video, then we're going to take it back to Mexico. Do you want free weed? Well, of course you do. John Bush here to tell you how to get it. My health supplement company, Brave Botanicals, is giving away a free 5-pack of delicious Delta 8 THC gummies. What's Delta 8 THC, you might ask? It's just like regular THC, except it's derived from the hemp plant. And the high you get from Delta 8 is much more mellow and calm without the anxiety or paranoia many people experience with regular THC. The best part is, thanks to a clever loophole, Delta 8 THC is completely legal at the federal level and is legal in most states, including many where cannabis is still banned. If you want to relax, get better sleep, and even relieve chronic pain, go to freed8gummies.com to get a free 5-pack of tasty Delta 8 gummies shipped to you today. That's free D, the number 8, gummies.com.
That looks like some really good free weed, but looks like it's laced with something too. That how psychedelic that ad was. All right, welcome back. I'm going to be mentioning our fundraiser for freedomcells.org. I started working with John and Derek back in 2019 when Freedom Cells was around 3,000 to 5,000 members, and we really didn't expect it to get so big so quick over 2020. And with that has come some growing pains, and we realized that there are so many things that we can improve on the site. The email notifications for the groups, the group calendar, and getting the maps working perfectly. So again, I want to put the fundraiser on the screen. We're at $8,000 right now. We're about a third of our way to the goal, but every single penny counts, whether you're donating $1, $5, or $100, $500. Please contribute. Every little cent helps. It helps to create different programs, not just with the site, but supplemental software that we can run along with Freedom Cells. So we're working on this, and a lot of exciting stuff is in store. Next, I want to talk, before we get into activation hubs in a few minutes, I want to bring on La Tigra, one of our sponsors for the Greater Reset, and they're going to share some last details about their amazing land project in Costa Rica.
Thank you very much, Ramiro. Hello, beautiful people. I just want to quickly reach out, drop our website again. It's Tigra Farm, TIGRAFARM.org. We are also opening up our Freedom Cell network in community. If you yourselves or friends of yours or anybody tuning in that is in Costa Rica is looking to grow with community, we are looking to get more land. If you are not looking to connect directly with us and we don't jive together, we want to help our Freedom Cell network secure land as well. So we're opening up a Telegram connection. It is La Tigra Food Forest Community. After this event, we are going to be taking more time to be developing our Freedom Cell network as well. So please look into that. Please connect with us, and looking forward to talking more with you guys.
It is so easy to find an intentional community. It seems like only if you came in person to the Greater Reset in Mexico or Texas. We truly are making it happen in every corner of the world. And speaking of another corner in the world, we're about to go live to somewhere near Philadelphia in the United States to hear from our next activation hub. Let's bring them on the screen. Woo! Give it up for Daylight Rising, coming in from Pennsylvania. Wow, look at the turnout. This is one of the biggest activation hubs that we know of, and they've truly been kicking ass. Is Jenny in the crowd? Hi, Jenny.
Hello. Hey, Ramiro. How are you?
I'm doing so well. You seem like you got a packed house there. Oh man, there's a trio. Yes, that's a Bam J squad right there.
Yeah.
Daylight Rising.
Yeah, we've got a market going here. So we have people, all these vendor tables set up. We've got Cosmic Spoon over there. We have some jewelry. We've got Copper Clad selling. We've got all kinds of t-shirts and crystals. And we've got some freedom movement set up here. Don't tread on Philly. So yeah, we're kind of representing all corners around here.
Beautiful. Wow, look how much is going on. And we've spent, on the activation tour, Derek and I spent a weekend with these awesome folks, and we know how organized and serious they are about their activism. And it's just beautiful to see the continuous workshops they're doing week after week. They do not stop. I'd love to hear from y'all in a second about the things that have been going on recently and what your roadmap is. But I think we're gonna play a video really quick first.
Yeah.
Try. Do you guys want to tell us more about the event today, and then we'll play the video when it's ready?
Yeah, sure. Right now, we're set up at some place called Cosmic Art Studios. This is an amazing venue. It's 2 floors. They have art stations, music downstairs, a tea bar, a kitchen, and then we're in the upstairs viewing room, which is just a beautiful ballroom that you can see. And so we just wanted to do like an agora, just to kind of represent our own parallel society. So, like I said, we've got vendor stuff set up everywhere. We've got a friend Lex in the back who's DJing. So we've just been hanging out all afternoon. Kids are running around playing. Anybody else got anything they want to put here? We got Manish over here. He's our tech guy. He's running everything.
Hi, everyone. Yes, Ramiro, thank you for having us. It's a pleasure to be here. And, you know, you guys started this last January, and a year later, where we really are activated. It's like I didn't know what life was like before this group. And I can't imagine it any other way. So it's because of you guys that we're making it. We're here, that we're making it happen.
It's one of the most inspiring stories I've actually heard from Freedom Cells, and I got to hear it from their group there in person. And yeah, it really made me understand the importance of it. So if you want to learn about how they all met together, they explain it all in this video. Check it out.
When the lockdown started, I wanted to be able to take care of my family and my community. So I decided to join Freedom Cells. I went to the website and checked the member map to find like-minded people in my area. I didn't want to feel alone anymore, so I made a profile and started sharing my ideas online. I talked about guerrilla gardening, creating a trade website, and shared my plans to distribute my own media. Someone responded to my post and shared their website, Pathway to Freedom. I was impressed with the writing, content, and passion displayed. It covered a wealth of important topics that we currently face. He asked to merge ideas. I really wanted to work together, but I was busy with community gardens and a front yard produce stand. Years ago, I planted a free garden, but with the direction things were going, I wanted to show my neighbors we can support each other through trade and barter. He contacted me again after summer, and we agreed it was time to get to work. We created truth-based cards and stickers and a website to download, print, and distribute the designs for free. All the media is linked to resource and solutions-based websites. They offer education and alternatives to the problems that we expose. We met weekly to put out cards and stickers in stores, gas stations, streets, and parking lots. Neither of us expected to create such a great friendship in the process.
I watched videos about Freedom Cells for years. Last year, I finally joined and connected with others online. After talking back and forth for months, we agreed it was time to get together. We arranged a central place to meet and watch the Greater Reset, and planned to invite more friends to come along. It wasn't very far for most of us to travel. Finally, meeting felt like a happy reunion. Everyone piled in the living room and hung out all afternoon. We were inspired by speakers sharing solutions, but we probably talked more than we watched anything. It was energizing to spend time in person after only having virtual communication. It only made sense to form a real Freedom Cell. We all loved to dig in the dirt, so we declared ourselves the Wild Worms. The logo was a group creation, hand-painted and converted to graphics. Next step was business cards passed out to others that might feel alone. From there, we joined in each other's projects, starting with learning food independence. Some attempts were more successful than others. Next up was cob building classes. The first project was constructing an earthen oven. It was a challenging week, but a grounding experience. And what better way to unwind than a group trip to pet goats on the farm.
Word about a rally was quickly spreading, the first big event since new mandates began. We were excited to all attend together. Other groups nearby had the same idea in mind. Everyone was tired of forced isolation, ready to gather with friends again. We had no idea how important this day would become. Preoccupied with how cold it was outside, A few new relationships were created, but we were totally unaware how much more our paths were about to intertwine. So much has evolved since we met online and started getting together. Many have escaped the city and received a crash course in country living. We've learned to work in the fields, harvest, cook, and preserve. We were grateful to meet a farmer at a local market who we call Uncle Pete. He sells organic produce from his farm, Eat Mo Greens. He welcomed us to share his experience, and we never left empty-handed. In exchange, we upgraded his website and marketing, integrating and expanding our homegrown connections.
We left the computer screen and found each other in reality and continue adding on to our growing community. Stronger together, we call ourselves Daylight Rising. Everyone has something to share or teach, from art and astrology to ham radio networks and Cali's self-defense class. Creation is stronger than destruction, so we educate ourselves on natural health and make our own products instead of needing big pharma. We adorn ourselves in color and light and dance away the darkness all night, share meals together, and use the arts to heal ourselves and inspire others. We strengthen, love, and support each other in body, mind, and heart. Our newest focus is the Daylight Collective, a network of people and businesses cross-promoting and sharing resources. We choose to rise above fear and division to create the world we believe in.
So tell me that I can be whatever my fate stated, and I won't sing for anyone else when everyone else is waiting. Make me your cereal king.
A charming video. Yeah, I love getting the sense of that, being in their shoes. My God, what an amazing story. Give it up for Daylight Rising. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Is there any other things that you want to say to the Greater Reset audience before we move on?
I just want to say, rise up and create. Man, the power of creation is stronger than destruction. So.
Thanks so much. All right, we are going to introduce our next speaker.
Hey, wasn't that an amazing story right there? One more time for Daylight Rising back out there. Ready? All right, well, things are rolling along pretty good today. Not too many technical issues, and we appreciate everybody who's dealt with them when we've had them. So we have a few more speakers lined up for today, and I really want to just once again call in to you guys to give your full attention and energy to these remaining speakers. We know that sometimes 5 hours is a long time, and some of you at home maybe are tired of sitting and listening. That's why we put it all out for free so you can listen to it later. But this next speaker I'm really excited about personally. I shared some of my story earlier that Miriam and we came to Mexico in March 2020 when this whole COVID-19 84 began. We knew that things were going to be going in this direction, so we wanted to come to Mexico to visit her family, to look for land, and we ended up living here in Morelia, and which is why we're doing this event here. And we've been having freedom cells in Morelia and looking for other activists. And it wasn't until just this past summer, for those who might not be aware, there was the beginnings, I think, of a growing truth movement here in Mexico with multiple groups, but Mexicanos por la Verdad and Unidos por la Verdad, which is Andreas is directly involved here in Morelia, and he's going to share with us his story about how the activism has grown and the ways, the approach he has taken. So I really, really want to invite you guys. Look, we're here, many of us as guests. This next speaker is somebody from here in Morelia doing activism. So please give Andreas Bravo your full attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's a great pleasure to be here with all you this afternoon. Thanks to Derek and Miriam, who contacted me and invited me to participate. I will be speaking in both languages, in Spanish and English. So if you want, you can put off your headphones if you are listening to the translations. Let me introduce myself. My name is Andres Bravo, and I am 27 years old. I am originally from Morelia, and I am an elementary teacher in a remote rural community here in Michoacán. The school is multi-grade. That means I attend all grades, and I am the only teacher because there are a very few students. The community recently received electricity service, and with it, a revolution has come for the families who live there. I travel for more than 3 hours from Morelia to teach there. I am proud to say that I has been one of the few teachers, I dare to say that perhaps the only one in Michoacán, who has not allowed the presential classes to stop. As it should, thank you. As it should always be. And the best part is that my students have not been conditioned to wear a mask or social distancing to receive education. Thank you. Muchas gracias. Es un placer enorme estar esta tarde aquí con todos ustedes. Muchas gracias a Miriam, a Derrick, que me contactaron y han sido excelentes personas conmigo desde que nos hemos conocido. Me presento para los que hablan español. Mi nombre es Andrés Bravo, tengo 27 años, soy originario de aquí de Morelia y soy maestro de educación primaria en una comunidad rural remota de aquí de Michoacán. La escuela es multigrado. Esto quiere decir que atiendo todos los grados y soy el único maestro, pues son muy pocos alumnos debido a que desde hace algún tiempo la migración ha sido muy fuerte en la comunidad. Hace poco recibe el servicio de luz eléctrica y ha llegado con ello toda una revolución. Viajo por más de 3 horas desde Morelia para dar clases ahí y me enorgullece decirles que he sido uno de los pocos maestros, me atrevo a decir que quizás el único de Michoacán que no ha permitido que paren las clases presenciales y como siempre debió ser. Y lo que es más, mis alumnos jamás han sido condicionados con usar una mascarilla, un distanciamiento para recibir educación. Next slide, please. I come on behalf of Unidos por la Verdad México, as Derrick said, one of the movements against the pandemic and the New World Order in this country. We have been reporting since August 2020 through talks, printed and digital information, demonstrations in different parts of Mexico City, and other actions about the false pandemic and the dark objectives pursued by this and other agendas of the world elite, such as transhumanism and the Agenda 2030. Vengo en representación de Unidos por la Verdad México, uno de los movimientos contra la pandemia y el nuevo orden mundial en este país. Hemos venido informando desde agosto de 2020 mediante pláticas, información impresa y digital, manifestaciones en diferentes puntos de la Ciudad de México y otras acciones sobre la falsa pandemia y los oscuros objetivos que persiguen esta y otras agendas de la élite mundial como el transhumanismo y la Agenda 2030. I want to thank each one of those who have been part of the organization and of course all the people who have been supported this noble movement in many ways. The movement has had in its ranks doctors, communicators, artists, therapists, and more who have contributed their skills and talents in favor of human freedom and the search for truth. Quiero agradecer a cada uno de los que han formado parte de la organización y por supuesto a toda la gente que ha apoyado este noble movimiento de muchas maneras. El movimiento ha tenido en sus filas a doctores, artistas, terapeutas, comunicólogos y muchos más, quienes han aportado sus habilidades y talentos en pro de la libertad humana y la búsqueda de la libertad. Next slide, please. In Unidos por la Verdad México, I have been denouncing the damage and repercussions that the pandemic implies in education, especially in young children, and today I'm going to talk about it. Perhaps most of you are very familiar with the subject, but it never hurts to remember it. At the end, I will share some ideas and proposals that I have in mind to deal with this situation. En Unidos por la Verdad México, he venido denunciando los daños y repercusiones que implica esta pandemia en la educación, sobre todo en niños pequeños, y hoy les voy a hablar de eso. Quizá la mayoría de ustedes ya están muy familiarizados con este tema, pero nunca está de más recordarlo. Al final te compartiré algunas ideas y propuestas que tengo en mente para hacer frente a esta situación. Next slide, please. Thank you. We're going to analyze three fundamental aspects in which this pandemic affects children and young people in the school stage. Number one, health with the sanitary protocols in schools. Number two, the new coexistence among the school community. And number three, the awakening of conscious of our children and young people. Then I'm going to present some ideas and solutions that I have in mind. Vamos a analizar tres aspectos fundamentales en los que esta pandemia repercute en niños y jóvenes en etapa escolar. El número uno es la salud con los nuevos protocolos sanitarios en las escuelas. La nueva convivencia entre la comunidad escolar es el número dos. Y por último, el despertar de conciencias entre los niños y jóvenes. Posteriormente voy a estar presentándoles algunas ideas y soluciones que tengo en mente. Next, please. Okay, let's start with the health of our children and young people at school from now. Among other measures for face-to-face classes, the following is required: constant hand washing, use of antibacterial gel, and mandatory use of a mask. La salud de nuestros niños y jóvenes en la escuela a partir de ahora. Entre otras medidas, para las clases de manera presencial, at least here in Mexico, al menos aquí en México, se requiere lavado de manos constante, uso de gel antibacterial y uso obligatorio de mascarilla. The daily school day in elementary in Mexico is 4 hours and a half, including our recess. A week adds up to 20 hours, and in the complete school year, there are 200 days. That is, a year, children are in school 800 hours in school. 800 hours in school. Can you imagine the torture it will be for a child to spend 800 hours with a mask on? Do you have an idea of all that this implies for health? I really don't know how it's that there are no teachers, doctors, and parents who are raising their voices in the mass media about this madness. I don't even talk about middle school and even in high school, which are more hours. La jornada diaria escolar en primaria en México es de 4 horas y media, incluyendo el recreo. A la semana suman 20 horas y en el ciclo escolar completo son 200 días. Es decir, que al año los niños están en la escuela un aproximado de 800 horas. 800 horas con una mascarilla. Es una locura. ¿Te puedes tú imaginar la tortura que será para un niño pasar 800 horas con una mascarilla puesta al año? ¿Te das una idea de todo lo que eso implica para la salud? Verdaderamente no sé cómo no existen muchos maestros o doctores o especialistas que estén alzando la voz. Ya no hablemos de secundaria y preparatoria, que son más horas aún. There is no compelling reason to wear a mask, and let me explain in practical terms why. They don't protect against any virus, and this is scientifically proven. Since the size of a virus is 0.1 nanometer, while the pores of a mask size is 1 micrometer. It's as the virus were a baseball, and the pore of the mask was a baseball field. Still not can be. There goes another one. Its ultraviolet light measures. Has come out to recognize. Among the damages it causes are acne, dermatitis, irritation, high concentrations of carbon dioxide in the body, generates fungi and bacteria, infection of the lungs, migraines, neurodegenerative diseases, and hypoxia. También están científicamente comprobados los daños del uso de la mascarilla, y esto la misma Organización Mundial de la Salud ha tenido que salir a reconocerlo. Entre los daños que ocasiona la mascarilla están acné, dermatitis, irritación, altas concentraciones de dióxido de carbono en el cuerpo, genera hongos y bacterias, infección en los pulmones, migrañas, enfermedades neurodegenerativas e hipoxia. Now let's see a little more about hypoxia, which is the lack of oxygen, and it's the most obvious symptom that we feel within a few seconds of wearing a mask. Tell me if you don't feel immediately a lack of oxygen. The brain has a high oxygen demand and reacts very sensitively to oxygen deficiency. Neurobiologists at the Ludwig-Maximilians Universität in Munich, Germany, have directly linked oxygen consumption to the activity of certain nerve cells. Children need much more oxygen than adults. Y veamos un poco más acerca de la hipoxia, que es la falta de oxígeno y es el síntoma más evidente que sentimos a los pocos segundos de estar usando una mascarilla. Dime si no sientes de inmediato que te falta el aire cuando estás usando una mascarilla. El cerebro tiene una alta demanda de oxígeno y reacciona muy sensiblemente a la deficiencia de este. Los neurobiólogos de la Ludwig-Maximilians Universität de Múnich, Alemania, han relacionado directamente el consumo de oxígeno con la actividad de ciertas células nerviosas. Los niños necesitan muchísimo más oxígeno que los adultos, quizá entre el doble y el triple más. Next slide, please. What are the symptoms of oxygen deprivation or hypoxia? Number 1, headache, fatigue and tiredness, dyspnea or shortness of breath, cardiac arrhythmias, high and low blood pressure, dizziness, nausea and vomiting, cyanosis, which is when the skin turns in a bluish color, confusion, memory loss, and cognitive problems, disorientation and uncoordinated movement, and seizures. ¿Cuáles son los síntomas de la falta de oxígeno, es decir, de la hipoxia? Dolor de cabeza, fatiga o cansancio, disnea o falta de aire, arritmias cardíacas, presión arterial alta y baja, mareo, náusea y vómitos, cianosis, que es cuando la piel se torna de un tono azulado, confusión, baja de memoria, problemas cognitivos, desorientación y movimiento no coordinado, además de convulsiones. Forcing a child to wear a mask is abuse and torture. Children have already died in the world due to these human actions. In Europe, for example, children have died from doing physical activity with a mask. Forzar a un niño a usar una mascarilla es abuso y tortura. Ya han muerto niños en el mundo por estas acciones inhumanas. En Europa, por ejemplo, han muerto niños por realizar actividad física con mascarilla. The president of the Mexican Association for Dermatology warned since last year that the excessive use of antibacterial gel causes inflammatory diseases such as an irritant type, contact dermatitis, and atopic dermatitis. The above, and I quote verbatim, because the gel alters the skin natural skin barrier, its pH, and there is a risk of bacterial superinfection. That is, it's counterproductive. Several specialists have also mentioned that children's skin is thinner and more delicate, and that gels are not designed for the skin children because they are abrasive and highly toxic, and the excessive hand washing peels and dries out the skin. La presidenta de la Asociación Mexicana para la Dermatología advirtió desde el año pasado que el uso excesivo de gel antibacterial provoca enfermedades inflamatorias como dermatitis por contacto de tipo irritativo y dermatitis atópica. Lo anterior, y cito textualmente, debido a que el gel altera la barrera cutánea natural de la piel, su pH, y se corre el riesgo de sobreinfección bacteriana. Es decir, resulta contraproducente. Varios especialistas también han mencionado que la piel de los niños es mucho más delicada que la de los adultos y que los geles no están diseñados para su piel, pues son abrasivos y altamente tóxicos, y que el lavado de manos excesivos descama y reseca la piel. In terms of common sense, if these measures really worked, this will be over long ago. How do you explain that there are people strictly following lockdowns, social distancing, and other measures such as mask wearing, ending up in false positive tests? From the point of view of German new medicine, wearing masks, using antibacterial gel, or compulsive hand washing have no real relevance to health, just as living in a fear-free environment, reaching positive and joyful experiences does. These measures have not only shown that they don't work to end the false pandemic, but they have a negative impact on health. En términos de sentido común, si realmente funcionaran estas medidas, esta situación habría acabado hace muchísimo tiempo. ¿O cómo te explicas que haya personas siguiendo estrictamente los encierros, el distanciamiento y demás medidas como la mascarilla y terminen dando positivo en un falso test? Desde el punto de vista de la nueva medicina germánica, usar barbijo, gel o lavado de manos no tienen verdadera relevancia para la salud, como sí lo tienen el vivir en un ambiente libre de miedo y rico en experiencias positivas y alegres. Estas medidas no solo han demostrado que no funcionan para acabar con la supuesta pandemia, sino que tienen un impacto negativo en la salud. Okay, let's go to the next topic, new and normal. The second issue I want to address is about the new normal. And by this, I mean the measures that are being implemented, such as social distancing, limited attendance in small groups, and the prohibition of any mass festive ceremony or event, such as in Mexico, Spring Day, Children's Day, Mother's Day, Revolution's Day, Day of the Dead, Christmas festivals, and graduations. If there is a single case in the school, it closes completely. La segunda cuestión que quiero tocar es sobre la nueva convivencia o la nueva anormalidad. Y con esto me refiero a las medidas sobre como el distanciamiento social, la asistencia limitada en pequeños grupos y la prohibición de toda ceremonia o evento festivo multitudinario. Como en el caso de México, honores a la bandera, Día de la Primavera, Día del Niño, Día de la Madre, 20 de noviembre, Día de Muertos, festivales navideños y graduaciones. Si hay un solo contagio en la escuela, se cierra completamente. Next slide, please. This new normal completely contradicts learning theories about how children learn and appropriate knowledge. According to Piaget, one of the authors that all education professionals should know, children are explorers who seek to make sense of the world around them. And for this, they need active learning. During the first 3 stages that he proposes, that is from 0 to 11 years old, the child learns through his senses, the manipulation of objects, imitation play, and social coexistence. Vygotsky, another of the great psychologists on whom education is based today throughout the world, said that the boy and the girl are appropriating the cultural manifestations of their environment. He said that people are social beings. Tell me, what is social about these measures? Any. They are antisocial. They are creating future sociopaths. Esta nueva normalidad contradice completamente las teorías de aprendizaje sobre la manera en que los niños aprenden y se apropian del conocimiento. De acuerdo con Piaget, uno de los autores que todo profesional de la educación estamos obligados a conocer, los niños son exploradores que buscan dar sentido al mundo que los rodea y para ello necesitan un aprendizaje activo. Durante las 3 primeras etapas que él plantea, o sea, de los 0 a los 11 años, el niño aprende mediante sus sentidos, la manipulación de objetos, el juego de imitación y la convivencia social. Vygotsky, otro de los grandes psicólogos en los que se sustenta hoy la educación en todo el mundo, decía que el niño y la niña se van apropiando de las manifestaciones culturales de su entorno. Él decía que las personas son seres sociales y bueno, dime tú qué tienen de sociales estas medidas. Ninguna, son totalmente antisociales y van a estar creando en un futuro sociópatas. Children need to see their faces, see their teacher's face, touch, pamper, hug, explore. They need closeness. Now, how it is possible that we are going to take away that cultural identity that forms us as Mexicans and citizens of the world by prohibiting traditional celebrations? Do you remember the joy, the learning that you got when you went to school and you knew that you had to sing a song for your mother in her festival, collaborate with your classmates to make an altar for the dead here in Mexico, act in a pastorela or break the piñata with others? Seriously, this is the great future, what you want for our young people? Los niños necesitan verse sus rostros, ver el rostro de su maestro, tocarse, necesitan mimos, abrazos, explorar, necesitan la cercanía. ¿Cómo es posible que les vayamos a quitar esa identidad cultural que nos forma como mexicanos y como ciudadanos del mundo al prohibir todas estas celebraciones tradicionales? ¿Recuerda tú la alegría, el aprendizaje que tenías cuando ibas a la escuela y sabías que tenías que cantarle una canción a tu mamá o colaborar con tus compañeros para hacer un altar de muertos o actuar en una pastorela o romper la piñata con los demás? ¿En serio este futuro gris queremos para nuestros jóvenes? Next slide, please. Okay. Children's creativity and critical thinking will suffer real consequences, which brings me to the last topic, which is the awakening of consciousness of our children and young people. In recent years within the educational community, there has been a lot of talk about training critical and autonomous individuals. But do you really think we are doing it, or it is just lip service? Here in Mexico, the textbooks, the plan, and the study programs are only a guide, and we can adapt them to our needs. That is, it's not something to follow strictly. And for this reason, it's important to take advantage of this issue to help children to question everything they read and they hear, no matter if it's the official version or the alternative version. La creatividad y el pensamiento crítico de los niños también van a sufrir verdaderas consecuencias, lo que me lleva a la última cuestión, que es el despertar de conciencias de los niños y jóvenes. En los últimos años, entre la comunidad educativa, se viene hablando mucho de que tenemos que formar ciudadanos críticos, pero yo te pregunto a ti si realmente esto será algo que se sigue realmente o solamente será de dientes para afuera. Aquí en México, los libros de texto, el plan y los programas de estudio son solo una guía y podemos adecuarlos a nuestras necesidades. O sea, no es algo que tengamos que seguir a rajatabla. Y por eso es importante aprovechar esta cuestión para ayudar a que los niños cuestionen todo lo que leen y escuchan, no importa si es de la versión oficial o de la versión alternativa. I want to invite all the teachers of the world not only to question yourself and these prison measures, but to sow that seed of doubt in your students, that impetus to ask and to see beyond, that they question what we teach them, and of course, that they question these measures that threaten their freedom. Don't train little soldiers who only follow orders and are not able to think for themselves. Train real human beings. Train the human beings that tomorrow Thank you. Train the human beings that tomorrow will inherit this world that we're living in. Yo te quiero invitar a ti, maestro, maestra, a que no solo te cuestiones tú y cuestiones estas medidas carcelarias, sino que siembres esa semilla de la duda en tus alumnos, ese ímpetu por preguntar y por ver más allá, que cuestionen lo que les enseñemos y por supuesto que cuestionen estas medidas carcelarias que están atentando contra su libertad. No formemos soldaditos que solo siguen órdenes y no son capaces de pensar por sí mismos. Forma seres humanos de verdad. Forma a los seres humanos que el día de mañana van a heredar este mundo que hoy les estamos dejando. Next slide, please. We're going to experience the process of this dehumanization if we don't act now. Their social human component is being taken away from them. They have been treated as they were in correctional facilities for minors. Teachers must be located in this situation that is upon us. Teachers shouldn't and can't legally force any student to take any health action. It doesn't apply to us. We can and should not force a child to wear a face mask or use antibacterial gel. Otherwise, we will be committing crimes against the integrity of the child, such as torture. We cannot use excuses like, these are official measures, I'm just following orders. It's simple like this. Any mandate is above the law or human children's rights. Parents must be aware of and objectively informed about the actions that are going to be implemented with their children at school. Students, the main actor in education, also have the right to be informed, and their physical and moral integrity must be respected. Se va a vivir un proceso de deshumanización si no actuamos ya. Les está siendo arrebatado su componente social, humano. Ya ni siquiera en las correccionales para menores se les está tratando tan carcelariamente como hoy en día se está tratando a los niños en las escuelas. Los docentes debemos estar bien ubicados ante esta situación que se nos viene encima. Los docentes no podemos ni debemos obligar legalmente a ningún alumno a alguna acción sanitaria. A nosotros no nos corresponde. Nosotros no podemos ni debemos obligar a un niño a portar un cubrebocas ni usar gel antibacterial. De lo contrario, estaríamos incurriendo en delitos contra la integridad y daño como la tortura. No podemos excusarnos con es que son órdenes o es que son las medidas oficiales. Simplemente ningún mandato está por encima de la ley ni los derechos humanos de los niños. Los padres de familia deben estar conscientes e informados objetivamente sobre las acciones que se van a implementar con sus hijos en la educación también tienen el derecho de estar informados y se debe respetar su integridad física y moral. Derek, can you put the slide, please? My proposals and solution ideas. Now, I want to propose some ideas that I have been thinking about and that can be the beginning of the solution of this craziness and the beginning of a true free education. Ahora quiero proponerles algunas ideas que he estado pensando y que pueden ser el inicio de la solución de todo esto y el comienzo de una verdadera educación libre. The first one is continue within the official system, but without prison measures. Many parents have approached me since the beginning of this pandemic to tell me that their children's school required them to wear a mask, sometimes even a double mask. And they are having problems with teachers and principals for being dissenting parents. And their question is always, Andres, what can I do about it? Normally, I tell them that they are supported by the Constitution and human rights, and they have to be firm and sure that to say no to human measures. It doesn't matter if they have to face school authority, because these measures are unconstitutional. La primera propuesta que les quiero compartir es seguir dentro del sistema oficial, pero sin las medidas carcelarias. Muchos padres se me han acercado desde que comenzó esta pandemia para decirme que en las escuelas de sus hijos les requieren una mascarilla, a veces incluso doble, y que están teniendo problemas con los maestros y directivos por ser padres disidentes. Y su pregunta siempre es, Andrés, ¿qué puedo hacer al respecto? Normalmente les respondo que se respalden en la Constitución, en los derechos humanos, y que sean firmes y seguros de decir no a las medidas inhumanas. No importa si se tienen que enfrentar a una autoridad escolar, pues estas medidas son anticonstitucionales. But if this is not successful, I have an alternative for you, which is still within the official government system, but which helps keep elementary education children away from inhuman measures, is the following. Any father or mother who is interested in keeping their children in school and obtaining their report card and finally their certificate of elementary education from the Secretary of Education of Mexico can contact me. I can enroll your children in my school, and I will take care for registering their grades and promoting them until the finished elementary school. All of this remotely. You will only need some documents of the student. It has to be very clear that each parent will be responsible for covering the teaching of the subjects on their own. Si esto no les resulta exitoso, el defenderse en base a la Constitución, les tengo una alternativa que sigue estando dentro del sistema oficial gubernamental, pero que ayuda a mantener alejados a los niños de educación primaria de las medidas inhumanas, y es lo siguiente. Aquellos padres o madres que estén interesados en mantener a sus hijos en la escuela y obtener su boleta de calificaciones y finalmente su certificado de educación primaria por parte de la Secretaría de Educación en México, puede acercarse conmigo. Yo puedo inscribir a sus hijos en mi escuela y me encargaré de registrar sus calificaciones y de promoverlos de grado hasta que finalicen la escuela primaria. Todo esto a distancia. Solamente necesitaría algunos documentos de identidad del alumno. Tiene que quedar muy claro que cada padre se encargaría de cubrir por su cuenta la enseñanza de las asignaturas. I know that this option is still within the conventional system, but it can be a solution to avoid prison measures. Sé que esta opción está aún dentro del sistema convencional, pero puede ser una solución para evadir las medidas carcelarias. Next idea or solution is education in Eco Village. Now that we are here in this wonderful event, and you people are planning to start communities to move to Eco Village, you need to pay special attention in this topic. It's extremely important to design the best way to educate your children, the children of the future. Educación en las ecoaldeas. Aprovechando que estamos en este evento tan maravilloso, y que la mayoría de ustedes están planeando comenzar a organizarse en comunidades en ecoaldeas, necesitan poner especial atención en este tema. Es extremadamente importante diseñar la mejor manera de educar a sus hijos, los niños del futuro. Next idea is to form coexistence groups for children of conscientious parents. Another frequent concern of awake parents is that they don't want their children to develop in a context with people scared by the false virus, with masks and other measures. Therefore, I strongly recommend you to find or form circles or spaces where children can live and play without a mask, without social distancing, but most important, without fear. La otra idea es formar grupos de convivencia para hijos de padres conscientes. Otra preocupación frecuente de los padres es que no quieren que sus hijos se desarrollen en un contexto con personas asustadas por el falso virus, con mascarillas y demás medidas. Por ello, les ruego encarecidamente que busquen círculos o espacios donde puedan convivir y jugar sin mascarilla, sin distanciamiento social, pero sobre todo sin miedo. Next idea is to create a space for sharing books and physical material. Thank you. Thank you. To create a space for sharing books and physical material. I invite you to think about the children in your communities, to create a space where you have a collection of children's books or educational materials that the children can share with joy and fearless. Knowledge is power, and the best way children acquire it's by having fun together. Una biblioteca compartida de libros o material físico. Los invito a pensar en los niños de sus comunidades. Crear un espacio donde tengan una colección de libros infantiles o materiales didácticos que los niños puedan compartir con gozo y sin miedo. El conocimiento es poder y la mejor manera de adquirirlo es divirtiéndose juntos. Next idea is to create a channel or platform dedicated to children. I invite those who have a skill or master a special subject to create content aimed to children and young people. Give them an alternative to learn while doing what they enjoy. Think about topics like economy for children, permaculture for children, meditation for children, free technology for kids, and of course, universal subjects such as math, science, geography, English, and history. Otra idea es crear un canal o una plataforma dedicada a los niños. Y con esto quiero invitar a quienes posean una habilidad o dominen algún tema especial a crear contenido dirigido hacia los niños o a la gente joven y de esta manera darles una opción de aprendizaje alternativa. He pensado, por ejemplo, en temas como contraeconomía para niños, permacultura para niños, meditación para niños, tecnología libre para niños y, por supuesto, asignaturas universales como matemáticas, ciencias, geografía, inglés e historia. Cualquier tema en el que tú seas bueno, te invito a crear y compartir contenido enfocado en los niños y jóvenes, como videos, tutoriales o materiales visuales o auditivos. En fin, lo dejo a tu creatividad. Next is meditation for children. In Unidos por la Verdad México, one of our main concerns is the present and future of the children. We are pretty sure that the disconnection which we have been subjected to since decades ago was the beginning and base of dehumanization we have been fallen as human beings. So one of our proposals focused on education is to teach them to meditate since they are very young. We need to teach them that the journey within is the most important and beautiful of their lives, to stop them from looking for answers outside and to help them remember who they are, their purposes, and that they are very clear that all the answers are within. Meditación para niños. En Unidos por la Verdad México, una de nuestras principales preocupaciones es el presente y futuro de los niños. Tenemos muy claro que la desconexión a la cual nos han sometido desde hace décadas es el principio y la base de la deshumanización en la que hemos caído como seres humanos. Por lo que una de nuestras propuestas en lo referente a la educación de niños y jóvenes es que desde muy pequeños les enseñemos a meditar, les enseñemos que el viaje al interior es el más importante y hermoso de su vida, que dejen de buscar las respuestas afuera y que puedan recordar de dónde vienen sus propósitos de vida y que tengan muy claro que todas las respuestas están en su interior. Next slide, please. Here are the networks where you can follow Unidos por la Verdad México. Aquí les dejo las redes donde podrán seguir a Unidos por la Verdad México. Fellow teachers, parents, dear boys and girls of the world, you make the choice. Education in pandemic times is in our hands. Let's act with awareness and information, and may freedom always triumph. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Un momento. Un momento, Andres. We have a, give it up for Andres. We have a surprise for Andres real quick. This is one of Andreas's friends, and she has a surprise.
Hello, everybody. My name is Irene Pellicer, and I come from Unidos por la Verdad, Mexico. And I want to do something very special tonight for this young boy, young man that I'm so proud to be working with, shoulder to shoulder in this organization against the pandemic, fighting for the human rights, and he inspires me. He came to Mexico City one time. He listened to the call that I sent to the people. I live in Mexico City, where is the organization founded, and never listened. And I was so sad. And one morning, I saw this beautiful smile smiling at me, and he said, I came from Morelia because I hear your call, and I'm here. And since those times, 1 year now, he comes every month to Mexico City without excuses to fight for you, for me, for our children, for the human race. So I'm so proud and thankful for being with you, Andres. Thank you. These flowers are for you, from the movement, from the people, and the book. Thank you for the opportunity, and please don't put any more excuses. Let's go fight together for freedom. Thank you.
Hey. Wow. Guys, it's really happening. Mexico, the US, Europe, and even Australia. All over the world, we're coming together, guys. We got people at home staying up late right now. In fact, go ahead and put that message on the screen, Ramiro. We just got a message on the Telegram chat from Australia. Let's see if I can read it. I'll get down here. It says, I've been watching the whole 5-day event from Melbourne, Australia. You guys are extremely inspiring. Everything I've seen has been incredible. Wish I could have been there networking the physical, but I'm eternally grateful for all of you who put in the effort for the online stream. Thank you so much for making this accessible. We have a global international family tuned in right now, paying attention to this, guys. Just remember that. We are not alone. The Freedom Cell Network is growing. The Freedom Movement is growing. The Truth Movement is going. And please support Unidos and Andres and everybody out here who's doing it. And if you're listening, especially if you're listening from Mexico somewhere and you're not active yet, we want to work with you. We want to build with you guys. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the Freedom Cell Network. Freedom Cells are local peer-to-peer groups of 8 organizing themselves in a decentralized manner with the goal of empowering group members through education, peaceful resistance, and the creation of alternative institutions. Think of it as your activist support network. These local cells of 8 members work together to accomplish goals. Potential goals include skill sharing, growing food, ensuring every group member has storable food, encrypted communication, an emergency plan, as well as learning self-defense methods. Cell members also make themselves available to render mutual aid to their group in whatever form that may come. As individuals form their first group of 8, or their inner cadre, they begin to organize themselves into a web of decentralized cells. These separate cells form a network of groups of 8 which also have the goal of empowering group members through peaceful resistance and creating alternative institutions. Through building and supporting alternative systems such as local food networks, health services, mutual defense groups, peer-to-peer economies, and communication networks, Freedom Cells will be better able to disconnect themselves from the state institutions they deem unworthy of their support. Once groups become large enough in numbers, it becomes possible for participants to opt out en masse and focus on the creation of new systems. As these individual cells connect and link up with each other around the world, they are forming a parallel network to the mainstream society. This is what we call the Freedom Cell Network. If you want to find like-minded people in your area who are focused on solutions, join the rapidly growing community at freedomcells.org.
Bienvenido a la red de células de libertad. ¿Qué son las células de libertad? Las células de libertad son grupos locales de 8 personas que se organizan de forma descentralizada con el objetivo de empoderar a los miembros del grupo a través de la educación, la resistencia pacífica y la creación de instituciones alternativas. Imagina que es como tu red de apoyo de activistas. Estas células locales de 8 miembros trabajan juntas para alcanzar objetivos. Los objetivos potenciales incluyen el intercambio de habilidades, el cultivo de alimentos, asegurarse de que cada miembro del grupo tenga alimentos almacenables, la comunicación cifrada, un plan de emergencia, así como el aprendizaje de métodos de defensa personal. Al mismo tiempo, los miembros de la célula están disponibles para prestar ayuda mutua a su grupo, sea cual sea su forma. Cuando los individuos forman su primer grupo de 8, o su círculo interno, comienzan a organizarse en una red de células descentralizadas. Estas células separadas también forman una red de grupos de 8 más grandes, que igualmente tiene el objetivo de empoderar a los miembros del grupo a través de la resistencia pacífica y la creación de instituciones alternativas. Mediante la construcción y el apoyo a sistemas alternativos, como redes locales de alimentos, servicios de salud, grupos de defensa mutua y economías y redes de comunicación entre iguales, las células de libertad podrán desconectarse y desvincularse de las instituciones estatales que no consideren dignas de su apoyo. Una vez que los grupos sean lo suficientemente numerosos, será posible que los participantes se retiren en masa y se centren en la creación de nuevos sistemas. A medida que estas células individuales se conectan y enlazan entre sí en todo el mundo, están formando una red paralela a la sociedad mayoritaria. Esto es lo que llamamos la red de células de libertad. Si quieres encontrar a personas con ideas afines en tu zona y que se centren en las soluciones, únete a la creciente comunidad en www.freedomcells.org.
All right. Wow. That's so incredible. Give it up for Mexico. Viva México. La mensaje de libertad y verdad es muy fuerte en México y la gente tiene mucha pasión y no le gustan el gobierno, ¿sí? I love Mexico, man. And unfortunately, I think there's a deliberate effort to turn folks that don't live in Mexico away from visiting Mexico. Like, oh, it's so scary. When in reality, it's actually a really charming and magical place. And as long as you don't deliberately get yourself into trouble, it's actually a relatively safe place too. And my favorite thing about Mexico, I've spent quite a bit of time down there, is the people. The people are beautiful. They're charming. There's so much hospitality. And one thing that is alive and thriving in Mexico, unlike in many other places in this world, is the importance of family. Familia es muy fuerte también in Mexico. And that's just something I appreciate, that connection with family and community. So if you guys are looking for a place to lay some roots, I know Derek, it looks like they have a really strong community that Derek's building and an existing community of folks that have been in Mexico for a really long time. So I need to get down there and visit you guys in Morelia soon. Okay, cool. Wow. Our next presenter, we are super excited to have. I believe he's presented he's a 3-time Greater Reset presenter, I believe. Definitely at the last one. I think the first one too. He is somebody that resonates with the Greater Reset message immensely because he is very much focused on solutions. And this is a guy that acts with a whole lot of movement and momentum. He put together the Thrive documentary and then Thrive 2. Both of them reached so many people and were absolutely groundbreaking in the information that they shared. Very hard-hitting, very potent, cutting clear straight to the radical roots of the issues that we find ourselves facing, but more importantly, offering real-world practical solutions. That whole movie and the documentaries turned it into an entire movement, and we're super excited for him to be a part of our community as well. And we love working with the next speaker. Let's give it up for Foster Gamble, ladies and gentlemen. Woo, woo. There he is. Hey, how are you?
Great to see you, John. I'm doing really wonderful. Thank you.
All right. Okay, we're super excited and looking forward to hearing what you have to say. Take it away, Foster.
Okay, and John, congratulations on getting together with Rebecca. Oh my gosh, she's clearly proof of free energy. You two together will be unstoppable. And I also just want to say that I was so inspired by a lot of the presentations that have been going on for these last few days, and especially by this last one, Andres Bravo. So bravo, senor, bravo. I was sitting there listening to that, realizing, okay, you're 50 years younger than me, and you already know what you know. You're already doing what you're doing in terms of whole system solutions. And you're doing it in 2 languages at least simultaneously. And I want to tell you, you and people like you and so many people in this conference give me the grounded hope for the future. So thank you. It is an honor to be a part of the Greater Reset. It keeps me hopeful. This is the antidote to the Great Reset. This is my 3rd appearance. It's really been a privilege. I got to talk the first time about the principles and processes for effective solutions groups. The next one was on the network for networks that we are in beta testing on our Solutions Hub and is emerging big time all over the world right now. And then this time, what I want to talk about, especially because of the theme of today, the community, building community, is whole systems solutioning builds purpose-guided communities. You know, I've been a conflict resolution specialist for decades, and I've consulted with various communities when they were struggling with some of the challenges that come up for all communities. And almost always I found that the main things they were lacking was a sense of clear purpose, a sense of clear principles, and then the practices by which to resolve the inevitable conflicts when they come up. So I really was glad to hear Rebecca talk about how important it is to get people from different sectors with different skills to come together to make your community, because it's the whole systems approach that really works. So I think we all recognize that people are moving now by the millions worldwide from what the heck is going on to, okay, I get it. Now, what can I do about it? And that ultimately not only requires a clear sense of purpose, but it also requires community. So I think we're all needing to discover a lot about what community really is. You know, around the world, truth media is now eclipsing the old propaganda machines dramatically in terms of its numbers and its impact. There are alternative schools, alternative currencies, alternative energy systems are emerging. The corruption of the state is being exposed like never in history, and alternative communities are growing everywhere. And they're growing around growing, growing food. They're growing around agorism, around activism, around sovereignty. And these are the ones that are especially going to work because they're aligning with the natural movement of energy in the unified field. So the key thing as this previous global domination agenda gets exposed, which it is, and the house of cards comes down, which it is, the key thing is finally to have whole system alternatives in every sector on the table. And what you guys are all doing is exactly what's needed. You know, the networks, like what's been represented at this Greater Reset 1, 2, and 3, this is what is putting the alternatives on the table so we don't just default in this mass hypnosis into the next authoritarian regime, which is what's always happened for at least the last 400 years, if not the last 4,000 years. So, you know, this is near the end of the day, on the 5th day. For those of you who've been in the marathon here, it's a long time. I'm not going to dump a lot of data on you, and not a lot of pictures, not a lot of complex thinking. What I want to do is just tell you a few stories that have really impacted me, and that I think if the principles behind the stories can land effectively in fertile soil in you, can change the world. And the stories all go to tell the story of how whole systems solutioning builds purpose-guided communities. So this is fundamentally what I want to pass on. Number one, organize around the non-aggression principle. It's the only serious candidate for a universal morality. And it's the only thing that I've found in my travels around the world that everybody agrees to, at least for themselves. So that's number one, organize around the non-aggression principle. You all are doing that already. Number two, in all activism, expose the big lie and then spread the seed truth. And whether you're working with an intense attack towards you, or whether you've already solved a problem and are moving into creating the systems of the future, this is the key in my experience. Expose the big lie and then build on and spread, embody the seed truth. Okay, so let me start with the first story. The first story happened to me back in the late 70s, before probably most of you were born. I've lived off the grid in an alternative community, growing our own food and so forth, for about 25 years. Initially for all of the 70s, and then starting again in 2006 up till now. So I have a lot of experience in this, and yes, it's the way to go. Not only will it provide you the support that you need, but you will learn and master the principles that you need, because in order to make it work on the land, you need to understand how nature does it. So back in the 70s, I was running a little ranch in La Honda, California, beautiful place on the hillsides, just above the redwoods, looking out over the ocean, when all of a sudden I was called to a town hall meeting by our local congressperson. And all the ranchers showed up at this meeting. And I actually liked this Congress guy a lot. His name was Pete McCloskey. And he seemed to have a lot of integrity to me. So he got up and gave this speech in very cheery politician tones, saying there's this tremendous opportunity which is that the government is going to create this wonderful new natural recreation park, the Golden Gate National Recreation Area, which was already huge above San Francisco, was going to be coming south. And they, in fact, were going to take over the entire peninsula, you know, west of Silicon Valley, from Half Moon Bay, just south of San Francisco, all the way down to Santa Cruz. And, you know, wonderful, we're going to make a park and people are going to be able to enjoy the outdoors. And the other part of the good news was that they were going to give people a fair market value for their property. What gradually began to creep out was there's no choice about this. The government is taking your land. Well, this is a bunch of ranchers, you know, people of the soil, many of them fourth and fifth generations running their ranches and farms. Well, you know, we went into a discussion period and basically the resistance started to arise. At the next meeting, the ranchers basically showed up with their shotguns, sat there with them over their laps and said, over our dead bodies, are you taking our land without our permission? Even if you have some fancy, you know, wonderful sounding reason for it, you know, we own this land, you don't get to take it from us. So by that time, my instincts were firing. I felt like, okay, something smells really bad here. There's something that we're not being told. So the big lie was that, the big lie was you need to give up your land for the good of the group. So I knew I had to find what's really going on. Now, fortunately, I had been part of a movement a few years prior to that was successfully halted offshore drilling right near the area where our ranches are. So I thought, okay, well, maybe since they didn't get the oil that was in the ocean there's probably oil under the land because it's the same land, just doesn't have salt water on top of it. So maybe that's what they're going after. So I enrolled a friend and we went down the next day to Menlo Park, where the Geological Survey, the National Geological Survey, has its offices. And we started looking through the microfilm, which is how they store their records, at least back then, looking for oil and gas exploration maps. And early on the second day of our research, we hit gold. And we found a map, which was the oil and gas exploration. And it was literally, this was one of their mistakes, it was literally an exact overlay for this park that they were promising us. So we thought, okay, you know, we've got them. This is what they're really up to. So I created, back in those days, it was a transparency, a foil, you know, with overhead projectors. So at the next town hall meeting with the congressperson, I told everybody, watch his face really carefully when I put this slide up, because I've had trust in this guy, so I'm not sure that he knew what he was part of. So sure enough, I put that slide up and his jaw literally dropped. And I looked at him and he stood up and he said, Foster, I promise you I didn't know. He said, I will go back to Washington and I will do everything in my power to stop this hidden agenda. Now, this was a multi-billion-dollar project. That was the last we heard of their attempt to seize our land. So literally, it was finding one seed truth, finding their agenda, and then finding the evidence for it that stopped a multi-billion-dollar project with no violence and took very little time. Okay, so that story showed me, you know, if you've got the truth on your side, you can really highly leverage your activism. So then 2007, now I've moved down to Santa Cruz, and all of a sudden we start hearing planes droning overhead each night. And we start seeing things on the news and headlines in the newspaper saying, you know, for your protection and for the protection of California and United States agriculture, the United States Department of Agriculture is spraying some harmless chemicals that will disrupt the the mating of what's called the light brown apple moth, a tiny little moth that they were telling us was going to just destroy California agriculture and then spread out across the country and destroy the agricultural economy. Well, that smelled a little suspicious too, and nobody was asked or even notified before people started getting sick. Birds started dying, literally dropping out of the sky. Fish were coming up, flopping on dead and dying on the beaches. Insects by the hordes were dying, and still they were droning over spraying this stuff. And when pushed, they said, "Yeah, it'd be a good idea to stay inside and maybe put some tape on your windows and so forth. But we guarantee you that it's harmless." Well, I'd been around long enough by that time to not trust that. So I thought, okay, what's going on? So I went to some hearings. All the hearings were behind closed doors. They wouldn't let any of us in. A bunch of the activists were kind of running around. We were all in frustration. And Kimberly said to me, she said, "Why don't we gather some of the top activists from the Monterey, Santa Cruz area at our home and teach them the Thrive Sector Solutions model, which we had developed, but it hadn't come out yet. We were making Thrive 1, but nobody knew about this yet. We thought, okay, this could be a major distraction, but this is life-threatening stuff. We've got to do it." So we invited 30 local activists to our home. We presented the Sector Solutions model. People thought, oh, this could work. This is a good idea, because what it does is allow people to choose the sector they want to work in, so that people don't have to burn out by trying to do everything. So people get to do what they are passionate about and what they're good at. So people got enthused. We had a big town hall meeting in Santa Cruz the next night, and had some informed speakers come in talking about the potential dangers of these chemicals. And then we had 13 sign-up tables. So on the way out, people could sign up if they wanted to volunteer to work in the areas of environment or science or health or economics. I headed up the Follow the Money committee, and then or media or relations or law, each of the 13 sectors that we have in our whole systems model. And so we started then that week having meetings where once a week, the people would meet by sector. And then out of that group, we would self-select someone who wanted to represent the communications amongst the sector. On Sunday nights, there would be a whole systems central meeting where each of the sectors would be represented. There'd be a report on what all the sectors were doing, a mutual brainstorm. Then that information was taken back to each sector. So this was intentionally designed, 13 sectors, to match the vector equilibrium, the shape, the fundamental geometry of the universe that we describe in Thrive 1 and Thrive 2. And then the communication system was basically a torus of energy where everyone was included. There was no vertical hierarchy, and the communications would just keep moving. Okay, so we started doing that, and it was unbelievably successful. I'm not going to take a lot of time to describe the details of that, but it only took us about 2 weeks in the Follow the Money committee to follow it back. We followed the path of money uphill right to a George Bush Jr. personal earmark, appropriating $1 billion from Homeland Security to spray what was roughly 11 million people in Northern California with hidden chemicals for up to 10 years, 9 months a year. And they wouldn't tell us what was in it. So that was obviously very suspicious and only confirmed my kind of intuitive hackles going up saying, okay, this is part of a larger depopulation agenda, make us sick, get control, get people used to doing this. This was like chemtrails on a local level. And sure enough, that's exactly what it turned out to be. So the science committee started researching this, and sure enough, they'd had a problem like the one they were warning us about in New Zealand just a couple of years before. So we, raised some money, put a couple of scientists on the plane, sent them to New Zealand. They went over there and found out, yes, in fact, there had been a problem, but the problem wasn't this little moth. The problem was glyphosate spraying and monoculture crops. And the combination of those had completely destroyed the ecology of their growing systems, such that the moth then got out of hand and things started going haywire. So as soon as they got called on this and got rid of the glyphosate, went to polyculture, the ecology restored itself in a matter of 6 months to a year, and there was no problem. But of course, they weren't telling us that. All they were telling us was there had been this big problem that they didn't want to come to the U.S. Okay, so once we got this news, then the media people kicked in and started making videos, and they writing articles. I did a lot of press, on TV and radio, and then we started having some challenges with conflict. How do we make decisions? How do we resolve those conflicts when they come up? So we had relations specialists within the group. And a lot of them were trained in NVC. I personally had developed my own training over years and was teaching some of the people how to do this, how to both make decisions in a holistic way and how to resolve the conflict when it came up. And then once we were operating smoothly, then the lawyers kicked in because they knew that we had the evidence that we needed, because they hadn't even filed an environmental impact report on all of this. So the long and short of this was that we ended up stopping this program in its track, $1 billion program from the president, Homeland Security, and the USDA and the California Department of Food and Agriculture. We stopped it cold in 6 months because we filed 2 lawsuits, and the lawsuits were clearly going our direction. At which point, Governor Schwarzenegger, who had been a real problem trying to conceal the chemicals, which in fact, once we got them released, had 6 out of 10 of the chemicals were very dangerous. There were carcinogens, mutagens, endocrine disruptors. I mean, all the nasty stuff that I was afraid they were doing, they were actually doing. So we caught them, and the lawsuits stopped the entire thing. And so our trophy was that we had filed FOIA requests, the Freedom of Information Act, for people not in the U.S., where the government has to reveal, government documents. So we got a hold of some internal emails between the USDA and the CDFA, and they said that we anticipated some resistance from Santa Cruz. We just had no idea they would be so well organized. So let that sink in, folks. It didn't take a tremendous amount of work. It took clear organization around the principles of harmonious interaction and scientific principles, ethical principles, to get to the truth. And then once that started to spread, and then the activists, we ended up taking over the Golden Gate Bridge for a day. We didn't stop traffic, but running both sides all the way from San Francisco to Marin was like mothers, the moms of Marin with their kids in strollers saying, no way you're going to spray my kids. And once the moms kick in, you've won it. So the reason I'm telling that story is that that's the whole system's approach that I believe can solve any of these problems. And the path to victory that we saw on that is, once you realize the problem, do the research, find the lie, find the truth, get the media going. Once you've got the truth, lead up to the lawsuits, do the activism, and you will win. And we did. So I want to be clear that this is not just about a moth. This was about our freedom of choice and our own informed consent, our health. So does that sound kind of familiar to what's going on today? So I'll get to that in a minute. We'll go to COVID because that's my third story for you. But one of the key lessons out of this moth spray fiasco was that organizing around the purpose, we ended up with an informal, local, and virtual community that had come together around the principles. And so I said to the group at the end, once we had won, we had our celebration party, and said, you know, they're not going to back off. They backed off from this, but they're going to keep coming. But so the gem, the jewel in the lotus of this particular action is the email list. It's one another, because we've organized around something really profound that's going to be important into the future. So sure enough, they tried to come back and do it again. We stopped them. They tried to come back a year later with, oh, now the gypsy moth is destroying things, so that we need to go, you know, spray your homes from the streets. And, you know, we just mobilized very quickly and stopped them cold. They gave up. And that same pattern is what I want to recommend globally. That's what we're promoting in our Solutions Hub. And that foundation became the fertile soil for when COVID came. Now we already had the emails and the phone numbers and everything. And very quickly, we had two large and active freedom communities in Santa Cruz that were now taking on all the big lies around COVID. So let's look at COVID for a minute. So what I see from my perspective is humanity is coming together around fighting COVID because it is a soul test for all of us. It sorts our core loyalties. Is our core loyalty to a political party? Is it to a nation state? Is it to the government? Is it to, on the flip side, is it to truth? Is it freedom? Is it owning yourself and respecting property rights and informed consent? This is what hundreds of thousands of freedom groups all over the world are coming together around. It's so much more profound than politics and government and religion and gender and creed and race and all that kind of stuff. That pales. That's interesting, and people need to be respected for diversity and so forth. But the world is now coming together because we are under global attack. We're coming together around the core principles, and humanity has never really done that. There have been glimpses, and that's why we've been moving, as Martin Luther King said, the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice. We've been moving toward justice, but you can't have ultimate justice even in a democracy because it's mob rule. With taxation is theft. So you actually need to move to a stateless society completely based on the non-aggression principle. Only voluntary interactions, if it's going to work in the long run. That's my opinion from about 30 years of research on this. So let's look at COVID. Okay, so what's the big lie on COVID? Well, to put it succinctly, the big lie is that we're being attacked worldwide by some bug so lethal that we have to close small businesses, stay away from each other, and get potentially lethal injections forever. It's astounding how many people have bought that lie when you say it that simply, but it's true because people have been distracted, they've been sick, they've been afraid. Okay, so what's the seed truth? I want to suggest that the seed truth is something like healthy living and our natural immune system are our best protection. And there is a small cabal of would-be controllers who are determined to covertly depopulate most of us and control the rest as slaves to their authoritarian agenda. Okay, so ultimately, all of these solutions, even if we stop the mask mandates, even if we stop the vaccine passports, which we will and we have to, ultimately, these are all short-term solutions, and that's why the problems keep coming back. The key to the GGNRA, the park situation, was you can't take people's property without their permission. The moth spray thing, the problem was you can't put stuff in people's bodies without their permission. And with COVID, you can't mandate closing businesses, social distancing, or injections without informed consent. So the key is that getting rid of government in the long run and basing society on the non-aggression principle is what gets rid of all of this. In the future, when anybody tries to pull any of this stuff, first of all, they won't have the government to do it. They won't have government funded and subsidized corporations. They won't have fake regulations to do it. Everybody will be accountable to the non-aggression principle personally, and things will be it'll be very difficult to perpetrate these kinds of ridiculous fiascos on a truly free society. Which brings me to the notion that, I love that the Freedom Cell Network and the Greater Reset is so focused on building the alternatives, building, exiting and building, creating these whole system solutions. It's in the long run, it's the most important thing. And at the same time, we are in this very dangerous situation where we're under attack. So a certain number of us need to be dealing with that attack. I happen to be a lifelong martial artist. I used to train and teach the martial art of Aikido for 15 years. And that helped me to orient to how to be aware of the attacks and how to deal with them, ideally and non-violently. But the key is the organizational principles that I'm talking about today don't go away when we've solved these big attacks, because the principles are simply aligning with the energy movement of the torus, aligning with the equilibrious structure of the geometry of the unified field. It's aligning with respecting everyone's individual sovereignty. And these are the principles by which you grow food, by which you create honest currency, by which you create truth media, and on in every single sector. So the principles of the Freedom Cells will serve a thriving society into the future. The principles of the Thrive movies and the Solutions Hub are the principles by which we can create an actual thriving humanity on this exquisite and fragile planet. So I just want to wrap it up with that. I know it's been a long day, and any way that we can shorten this, and I know James Corbett's coming next. I'm a big fan of James's work, have been for a long time. I want to roll out the red carpet for him, but I just want to remind you that in the beginning I said my point in this, the title of this has been Whole Systems Solutioning builds purpose-guided communities. Without being purpose-guided, I don't think your community will succeed. Without having whole systems in your solutions, I don't think humanity will succeed. So what we're doing is laying out the natural, just uncovering the natural framework for a thriving humanity. Organize around the non-aggression principle, expose the big lie, and spread the seed truth. So let me wrap up with that, and also just invite you all, anybody who's not familiar already, come to thriveon.com. That's our central website where we've got our films, all our media, tons of articles and so forth. We also have our Freedom Portal there, which is my weekly show where I do 7 levels deep downloads on all the key topics. And then we have Network Dialogues, which is just big group discussions of the subscribers. And then we have Worldview Pioneer sessions, where I do deep conversations with the people that I consider to be at the cutting edge of the most important conversations on the planet. And I'm thrilled to say that Derek Brose has already been on with us, and John Bush will be coming on in February 26th. A number of the presenters, Bobby Kennedy was on just yesterday, a number of the other presenters who've been a part of this thing. So let me wrap up, say what a complete honor it is to be a part of the Freedom Cell Network, a part of the Greater Reset, and a part of humanity, loving truth and freedom, because that's what it will take. Truth will prevail and we will win this. So thank you all for listening and for everything you're doing.
All right. Give it up for Foster Gamble. Wow. I love that guy. He's such a class act, too. Appreciate all you're doing and everything that you're doing. And we resonate so well together because these three guys on the stage, Ramiro and everyone in our communities, we're all focused on solutions. And it's really contagious these days. So thank you for all you're doing.
Yeah. You're welcome. Thanks for having me on.
Bye, Foster. All right. Okay, cool. Let me thank a couple sponsors, right? This has been a 5-day event. There's all sorts of stuff that goes on behind the scenes. Before I thank the sponsors, give it up for all the volunteers that have made these local in-person events possible. I want to thank all the attendees for watching. We still have one big speaker coming up. Derek's going to introduce him. But before we do that, let's shout out Essential Oil Wizardry. Essential Oiled Wizardry. This is a Freedom Cell person, and they're part of the community. And when we put out the call that we were looking for sponsors, they responded. And of course, it's the sponsorships and the money that we contribute and everyone coming together that helps to pay for all the cool stuff. Derek Bros and the Conscious Resistance Network paid for the translations out of pocket. So I want to thank him for doing that. So essentialoilswizardry.com, essentialoilwizardry.com, no S, essentialoilwizardry.com. Check them out. I know some of you guys got the doTERRA going on, maybe the Young Living. Let's keep it in the family and send some love that way. And then also, you guys saw the amazing artwork, psychedelic, metaphysical nature. That's simonhayduk.com, simonhayduk.com. That's HAIDUK, simonhayduk.com. Check out his art, another part of the Freedom Cell community. We put out the call. We're looking for sponsors to help support this 5-day activation. And we had several people reach out, several people contribute as well. And I want to give one final thanks to whybitcoincash.com, whybitcoincash.com. Thanks to Roger Bear for his contribution and support. Okay, before we kick it over to Mexico, we got a nice little ad for you guys. Yet another one of the sponsors of this program, fresh off the press. I also want to thank Philip. A lot of people don't see Philip behind the scenes, but he's the guy that's put together all these little intros and the time and the lower thirds and all these sweet ads. And I think he plays a huge role in making this event look as professional and sophisticated as it is. We might just fool you guys like we're real professionals doing this, right? All right, so let's go ahead and fire up that Exit and Build ad. Thank you so much. John Bush here with Live Free Academy, and I've got some good news and some bad news for you. The bad news is the technocrats behind the Great Reset are plowing forward with their agenda, whether you like it or not. But here's the good news. It doesn't really matter. You can free yourself from vaccine mandates, lockdowns, social credit systems, and even the collapse of fiat currencies. How, you might ask? By systematically designing your life around liberty. Get this, I've done exactly that. And in spite of there being more tyranny and technocracy now than ever before, to tell you the truth, I've never been more free. In my upcoming Exit and Build Life Design webinar, I'll reveal all the secret strategies I've used to abandon Western medicine altogether, enjoy harmonious and healthy relationships, earn a living doing what I love, build real wealth, move out of the big city onto a 10-acre homestead in the country, and surround myself with like-minded liberty lovers that have my back no matter how crazy the world gets. If you want to learn exactly how I accomplished all that and more, register today for my free Exit and Build Life Design webinar at exitandbuildwebinar.com. That's exitandbuildwebinar.com.
And we're back. Guys, you still awake? Last speaker of the 5 days. Make some noise if you're still alive out there. Woo! It's been a beautiful time with you guys. We're thankful to everybody in Texas, everybody here in Mexico, everybody who's watching at home all around the world. A couple of moments ago, we read a comment from a gentleman in Australia trying to show you guys that this is truly an international movement. If you know James Corbett, anybody familiar with James Corbett? Anybody in this room? If not, you need to get familiar with James. James is coming to us from Japan. So we got people from all around the world. And this is such a beautiful thing to see happen. I really just want to encourage you guys to remember this event, we call it an activation. The idea is to not just be awake, we're the awakened, but to be the activated, to be the ones who actually get things done, who are action-oriented and are motivated. Today has been all about building free and conscious communities, and we've talked about building with hemp, we've talked about natural building. Andreas educated us about educating the kids and taking care of the kids. James is going to be bringing us a special presentation. If you know James's work, you know how detailed and meticulous his research is, how quality good work he does. So one of the things that I asked James to present to us tonight, to share with us tonight, is how we, as free and conscious communities, can become better researchers. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but there's a lot of disinformation out there. And I don't even mean just from the government. I mean, a lot of you share bad information, false things that are easily debunked, that I can debunk in 5 minutes or less. And it's something we need to work on, right? And also, I know that James and myself and others often get questions about how do you do your research? How can I fact check something? How can I tell if something's true? So James is here to give you guys that download. Please welcome James Corbett. Make some noise for James.
There we go. Come on, come on. I feel like Hulk here. All right. Hey, guys.
All right, James, it's all yours, brother.
Thanks for that, Derek. Yeah. Wow. I only hope I can live up to that. Well, let me do my best. All right. For people who don't know, I'm James Corbett of CorbettReport.com. I live here in Japan, where it is already tomorrow morning, and I can tell you that the sun does rise tomorrow. So thank you for having me here. And I told this story when Derek was on Solutions Watch recently, but I'll tell it again here. When Derek asked me to be part of this Greater Reset activation, and he said, give us something you can teach people that they can take home about how to do something, how to build community, how to take back their tech, something tangible. And I thought to myself, what can I really, honestly, no BS, no selling the sizzle instead of the steak, no hype, really teach people about? And hey, I'm a researcher. I'm a researcher and a podcaster. So I could teach people how to put together a podcast or a vodcast these days. Or I could teach people how to research online. So if people are interested in how to put together a podcast, perhaps I can do a future Solutions Watch on that. But for today, we're going to look at how to do online research. It is a common question that I've received many times over the years. How do you do your research? That's kind of an unanswerable question because it always depends on what you're researching. And so it can take a million different forms and it looks a million different ways. So I am going to attempt to live research some things for you right here on air, so to speak. We'll see how that goes. This will either be an action-packed, informative, life-affirming, awesome podcast that you will want to watch and rewatch many times, or it will be eye-wateringly boring. Most likely some admixture of the two. Research is not always exciting, but it is certainly valuable, and it is a skill that, at the very least, even if you're not a researcher who is putting this together for some sort of presentation or something, at the very least, just to sort out information from disinformation and seeing how you can draw the line between the two is, as we all know, increasingly important because it does exist. Misinformation, disinformation, etc. So how do you go about putting the pieces together? Well, I'm going to attempt to answer some questions. I've received many, many questions. Can you verify this? What about this? Can you find this? So let's do it live on air. Why not? Let's give it a try. First of all, this is, of course, specifically about online research because we are gathered here today electronically. But of course, online research is not the only type of research. It's not even necessarily the best type of research. The book, which way is the camera facing? The bookshelf behind me here is not just for show. Those books really are an important part of the research that I conduct. And if you've been following, for example, my new Al-Qaeda documentary about the history of Al-Qaeda, there are dozens and dozens and dozens of books that are linked up in the references and notes that are there in the transcript for that documentary. And that's not a mistake. That's not by accident. That's not by coincidence. That's because books are an incredibly important and increasingly important part of the research that I do. I find it less and less valuable, really, to listen to people blathering on podcasts, even like the ones that I put out, and more valuable to turn to actual books that have incredible amounts of information. So do not discount that. Although, then again, these physical books that I have behind me are only a fraction of my overall library, which does include electronic books in many different formats. And I have talked about that before as a research resource that people might not know about. And so actually, why don't we start there? I would like to share my screen, but I don't think you can see it. There we go. All right. Beautiful. Somebody's awake at the controls there. So we have here, of course, corbettreport.com. But I talked in a Solutions Watch not too long ago about, I believe I called it research resources you should know about. So let's just search research resources. There we go. And no script. Of course. I hope everybody is using some form of privacy protection on their browser when they browse, so that you have to turn it on so that you can actually see the various scripts that are embedded in various sites. That's just good privacy practice all around. But anyway, so you get in here. Okay, so research resources you should know about. And if you go and watch this actual episode, you'll see about RSS. You'll see about how to access the Library of Alexandria, where I talked about archive.org, the television archive, understanding 9/11. These are some great resources in here, and I'll let you watch this video to get more information about it. But one of the things I talk about specifically is how to access the Library of Alexandria. What on earth is that? It's archive.org, where in this edition of Solutions Watch, I talked about a question that I received about, there's this book by Boris Johnson's father that I can't find. It's extremely expensive. It's hard to find. I found it in about 10 seconds of searching just by going to archive.org and typing the book's name in here. And I won't redo that demonstration. You can watch it here, but archive.org can be an extremely useful tool for that. And of course, there are many other repositories and websites out there where you can download books disrespecting intellectual property laws. But anyway, they exist out there, and electronic books can be an important part of the research mix as well. But let's get into some actual questions. So the first question that I have loaded up today is from Shelley, who wrote, I am trying to locate a transcript or video of a Frontline PBS episode from February 1987. The name of the episode is The Nazi Connection. I have searched for it multiple times over the past several years. Today is the closest I've been able to get. I'm hoping you can help me out. I've been a fan of yours for years. You do great research. Okay, thank you, Shelley. All right, let's start. So, of course, we go search for this information at google.com. Just kidding. Of course, we do not start at google.com. These days, I tend to start my searches at DuckDuckGo. And hey, there are many searches out there, search engines out there, and I certainly don't advocate one over another. In fact, I generally say you should use different search engines and cross-verify results. And there are things that can help you do that can search multiple search engines at once, etc. But for the purposes of today, let's start at DuckDuckGo. That might be a future topic for Solutions Watch, actually, search engines and how to use them and what ones to use. But for today, we'll just start here. And we've got some information here. PBS, Frontline, good. All right, we have the actual name of the episode, right? The Nazi Connection. Put it in quotation marks. That's a Boolean operator. Woo, look at me busting out the terminology there. Boolean operators are things that you can add to your searches in order to limit the results. In this case, when you use quotation marks like this in a search, it's going to look for that exact phrase and only show you results that contain that exact phrase, the Nazi Connection. I'm trusting Shelley has the name of this episode correct. Let's find out if we can, at the very least, start to, well, here it is, apparently on YouTube. Let's see if it's actually there in its entirety. Oh, video unavailable. Well, there you go. The video is no longer available due to a copyright claim. Okay, all right. Well, boy, do I have some potential workarounds for that. So let's go to the address bar, copy that address, open up a new tab. Let's go back to archive.org and let's just paste that in there. If I can get a paste, there we go. And the Wayback Machine is going to do its thing. Now, here's something I didn't know until recently. The Wayback Machine is not just for archiving text. It has, in the past, occasionally successfully snapshotted videos that actually can play, YouTube videos. It doesn't always work. In fact, I might say it doesn't usually work, but sometimes the video will actually be preserved here. So let's see if they've got it. Unfortunately, this is the unexciting part of research. It's waiting for connections and waiting for slow servers and things along those lines. It's not my internet, folks. It's the Wayback Machine. Takes a while, but hey, if it works, it can be valuable. While we're waiting for that, actually, why don't we just go back and see what else we've got here? Okay, so we've got a Before It's News post about this. We've got the IMDb Internet Movie Database, which will just contain information about this episode. But at any rate, yes, definitely Frontline TV episode 1987, The Nazi Connection. So all of Shelley's information seems to check out there. We have some very strange looking abesu.org, which I'm not going to touch with a 10-foot pole without going through 17 proxies, because I have no idea what that site is or what type of information it might contain. Oh, sorry, the Wayback Machine does not have this video archived. All right, so unfortunately, that's not going to come in handy here. So that the easiest one is gone. All right, there are definitely some sketchy-looking Russian sites that seem to have this in various ways. As I say, I'm not going to touch a sketchy-looking website like that without going through proxies and or other tricks to try to preserve my privacy and protect my computer. I suggest you do the same. But all right. Anyway, we have some leads. Before It's News, I've certainly come across this website before. Let's see if they have the actual link to the video here. It certainly doesn't seem so. Oh, yes. Video unavailable. It's always a link to the YouTube, of course. All right. So at any rate, we've got some leads, and there are definitely some sketchy looking websites that claim to have this, and I'll leave you to research that more at your own leisure if you want. But anyway, those are some ways that I would start going about finding this information. So there's a few leads there. Let's move on to the next question. We have Nossi, who wrote, "Please help me find the primary source for this document. Fact checkers didn't even provide a link to it, and Google is acting up. I am going to use this to save my job, much appreciated." Okay, and I have no idea what this is, but they sent me a Twitter link. And once again, remember to activate your scripts if you trust a website. I don't really trust Twitter, but anyway. Adverse drug reactions. Okay, World Health Organization. Vidya Access was launched by the World Health Organization in 2015 to provide public access to information in VigiBase, the WHO global database of reported potential side effects of medicinal products. Vaccine or drug name, total ADR, adverse drug reactions, years operative. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so I think what this is attempting to show us is the number of adverse reactions being reported for these various medicines, quote unquote, and COVID-19 absolutely dwarfs by an order of magnitude any of the others, and it's only been for 1 year. So we've got this link here, which of course is not an actual link. This is just a photo. And this is why, by the way, Ryan Christian points this out on The Last American Vagabond all the time, and let me echo it. Do not just post a screenshot, a meme, or a screenshot of an article and say, hey guys, here it is. It proves everything. If you have the link to the information, post the link to the information. Because this, hey, it looks great, but hey, I could do this up in Photoshop in 2 minutes and I could completely make it up. Oh yeah, well, COVID-19 vaccine has 18 trillion reported adverse reactions. Take that, vaxxers. It could be complete misinformation because there's no direct access. At the very least, this one has something called Vidya Access. Vidya Access was launched by the WHO. This is the first time I've ever heard of the term Vidya Access. So let's search that before we start going around. Oh yeah, I should probably. Why don't I allow DuckDuckGo as well? All right. Vidya Access, WHO database on the Bible Science Forum. All right. Uppsala Monitoring Center. WHO database from Daily Expose, COVID Call to Humanity. Here's the fact check. Here's where we're going. You know the fact checkers are going to come out on this one. Video on World Health Organization's Vidya Access tool lacks context. The claim, the World Health Organization's Vidya Access tool shows death reactions from COVID-19 vaccines. Amid the rollout of COVID-19 vaccines, an October 6th Facebook video depicts a screen recording of someone scrolling through the Vidya Access tool. The database purportedly shows thousands of reported reactions to COVID-19, including cardiac disorders, blood loss, pregnancy issues, and deaths. Deaths and causation, the user captioned the video, which accumulated more than 11,000. Watermark on the bottom left reveals the user who obtained the clips from the Instagram page of kinesiologist James Wang, who shared the clip on October 2nd. Over 2 million C-19 injuries reported to WHO. But the post misinterprets the data in Vidya Access. The submitted reports are not verified and cannot be used to conclude that an adverse effect was caused by a vaccine. Okay. So this, again, I haven't done the deep dive. I haven't read about Vidya Access and how it works, but it sounds like the VAERS database, where they're going to say, oh, these are just self-reported things. There's no screening. These aren't confirmed. These aren't doctors reporting it. It's self-reporting. So we can't trust what these random users say. How dare they, right? Okay, well, anyway, so this is the way they're going to try to fact check it away. It is not possible to draw conclusions about the safety of medical. Right? So why do you have Vidya Access? It provides us no information, and it's not worth looking into the incredible explosion of reported injuries. Just disregarded in this case. Okay, well, they at the very least, they have this, a useful tool for health agencies. And this link seems to be going to, as you can see at the bottom of the window, FDA.gov. Drugs Surveillance Questions and Answers, FDA's Adverse Events Reporting System, FAERS, which has to be separate from WHO's Vidya Access. I don't know. Let's check. All right. So here we are. The FDA Adverse Event Reporting System is a database that contains adverse events, medication error reports, product quality, blah, 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 FAERS, FAERS. Let's just see if they have anything about Vidya Access in particular here. We'll do a command F, Vidya Access, and search. No, phrase not found. So apparently this link, at least from what I'm seeing and what I understand at this point, has nothing whatsoever to do with the WHO Vidya Access tool. So I don't know, again, why USA Today is linking to that specifically. But anyway, there you go. Okay, maybe that FAERS relies on Vidya Access data. I'm not sure. Anyway, that's an entire sidebar here to this discussion about WHO. But let's see if we can find the actual WHO link. Here is a WHO link. Open access to WHO Global Pharmacovigilance data. Promoting global drug safety through Vidya Access. All right, so we're getting close, right? How does pharmacovigilance work? What is VidyaBase? VidyaBase is the name of the WHO Global Database of Individual Case Study Reports, largest and most comprehensive database in the world, developed by UMC on behalf of WHO and its member states, blah, blah, blah. What is Vidya Access? Vidya Access is a user-friendly web application that will allow the public to access VidyaBase, and will be launched on 17th of April, 2015. Okay. Don't give us a link. What would be the point of that? All right, let's search the WHO site for Vidya Access. Type it in there and attempt to enter, but I can't because, of course, I'm not allowing the scripts here. So this is all part of the fun of actually being safe with your data. And now I've lost. Let's see. There's none of there that I actually want to. Well, let's just go to the home and see if we can access something. Nope, dead end. Let's go back. Vidya Access. Let's search specifically through the WHO site who.int. And I don't know if you have to put that at the beginning or the end. I always put it at the beginning, so let's put it at the beginning. Site who.int, Vidya Access. This is going to search specifically the WHO's website, that domain and everything underneath that domain for the word Vidya Access. So presumably, if it is on the WHO site, it'll be here. Okay, so now we have only WHO pages. We have that press release that we just looked at. Of course, that's why it's in purple. WHO launches open access. WHO program for international drug monitoring. It's very interesting to me that just immediately, no results for Vidya Access. You know. So the WHO website does not have any results for, I don't know what's going on here. This is very strange, but okay, let's take a look. WHO launches. Oh, we have revamped our website. The link you've selected is not. It's very much looking to me just at first glance here like they have removed Vidya access from their website. Regulation and pre-qualification, WHO program, Vidya base. Oh, Vidya access. Oh, here we go. Now we've got a link, and this is apparently going to a different website, vidyaaccess.org, which for some reason wasn't coming up on the initial search. HTTP secure site not available. Oh, good. So they don't even have HTTPS enabled on their website, which immediately tells you that this is probably, it was launched in 2015, back before HTTPS became the norm. So have they not updated in years? What is going on here? All right, let's hold our collective nose and continue to the non-HTTPS secured website. If people don't know about HTTPS, you should look into that and what it is and why it's important. But anyway, all right, so here we are on a very unresponsive and uninteresting looking page. Let's allow some scripts and see what comes up. A special note regarding COVID-19 vaccine data. Of course, they got to put this right up front and center. To see Vidya-based data on COVID-19 vaccines, search for COVID-19 vaccine. Please note that Vidya Access, as a result of terminology used to structure the information, will group the data for vaccines by disease. For example, measles vaccine, mumps vaccine. This means that even searches for exact trade names, such as Comirnaty or Covishield, will result in total number of cases reported for all COVID-19 vaccines. It is not possible in Vidya Access to separate the numbers for specific vaccines. Well, how useful. Sarcasm. Okay. All right. So yeah, I've read and understood this very thoroughly. Trust me. So what did they say to search? COVID-19 vaccine? Is that what it was saying for me to search? Yep. Okay. Adverse drug reactions. Oh, wow. Okay. Whoa. All right. So these are the reactions that they're listing here. And is this the number of reactions that are being reported? That seems incredible. All right. Okay. And apparently you can highlight specific reaction, vascular disorders, product issues. That sounds very... product temperature excursion issue, syringe issue, device connection issue, blah, blah, blah. Eye disorders, gastrointestinal disorders. All right. So a lot of things are apparently being reported here. And just as this is my first time using this database, it doesn't look like I can't seem to get any more specific information about those reactions and what is being reported or how it's being reported. But anyway, this does seem to list the adverse drug reactions that are being reported here, and we can get a geographical distribution. Interesting. Okay, so Europe is 49%, the Americas 37%, Africa 3%, Asia 7%, Oceania 4%. I'm assuming that's just because of the numbers that are being involved here and the fact that Europe and the Americas are the most vaccinated at this point, but I'm not sure that makes sense. Asia. Again, does this include all of the Chinese versions of the COVID-19 vaccines, the Russian ones, or is this, I mean, it has to be the WHO recommended ones, right? Well, anyway, age group distribution, patient sex distribution, and ADR reports per year. Well, one would expect there would, well, there you go. There are COVID-19 vaccine adverse drug reaction reports from 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 100 from 2019. Some sort of preliminary trial, 2013. Yeah, so right away, what is that about? That seems interesting. Perhaps we could get more information about that. Anyway, there's an FAQ here, so we could read about the frequently asked questions, but it's not going to tell us probably anything of importance about these. And let's see if there's anywhere we can actually, well, okay, now suddenly we're at the Uppsala Monitoring Center, where presumably we could get more information. I'm just trying to see if there's anything on the Vidya Access site that would allow for contact, asking them questions directly. Why not? No. Nope, it's just a database. You just search it. So maybe we could ask UMC and get in touch. So we could ask them, hey, UMC. Of course, I have to allow some scripts, but hey, UMC, why are you listing 2015 adverse drug reactions for the COVID-19 vaccines? That would be my first question. Anyway, the original question was looking for the primary source of that tweet. And this seems to be at least a source. Again, those numbers that were on that tweet, I don't know, like at what time was that compiled? Because obviously, if that tweet was from several months ago, that would be several months old. Again, if you don't provide a link to data, it might as well, it's not worth the paper it's not printed on. So anyway, this is where I would start a search like this. But we have other questions, so let's move on to the next question. Monz, M-O-N-Z, asks, I caught interview number 018, 2008, January 13th, with Daniel Taylor, where Mr. Taylor mentions a document I've seen referenced in other places, and I've done an exhaustive search. However, I cannot find the original document entitled Bypass by an alternate carrier of acquired unresponsiveness to HCG upon repeated immunizations with tetanus conjugate vaccine, confirming method of inducing sterility requires multiple vaccinations. Mr. Taylor presented it as something of a smoking gun on the sterilization angle of the greater eugenics agenda. The title of the document might say it all, but I very much want to read it for myself. I'm hoping you have come across it at some point and might be willing to share as the Library of Alexandria fire continues to rage. I'm glad people are referencing that. All right, thanks for all you do. All right, so excellent. Oh, we have some very specific information to start with, which always helps. The more specific you can make the question, the more likely you are to get a specific answer. So let's go back to CorbettReport.com. Off the top of my head, I do remember Daniel Taylor, oldthinkernews.com, which I don't know. Hey, I don't know if that's still around. Let's do a search. First, let's search it through the search engine just to see if the site is still around. Well, there's the YouTube channel. I remember that he had. Yeah, Daniel Taylor, Old Thinker News. Although Old Thinker News itself doesn't seem to be up. Anyway, interesting. But Daniel Taylor was a previous guest. So there are a number of different ways. If for people who are always asking me, how do I find this thing on your website? Really, people, we need to start understanding basic ways of how to use and search information on websites, because you are being deliberately dumbed down to just accept whatever information is coming through your feed at any given time. I have the Twitter app, I have the YouTube app, or I just have a smart TV where I can just use the search button on YouTube to search for a thing, and it's not on there, so I guess it doesn't exist. We have to start taking control of this technology so that we can actually use it. And one thing to do would be to familiarize yourself with how to search through a website. So we have some information here. For example, we have the name Daniel Taylor, which you could use. You could search that, and presumably interview 18, first thing that pops up. If you search 018, you're going to get all of the 018s, November 2018, for example, summer 2018, Bilderberg 2018, it's 2018, New World next year 2018. But eventually, when you scroll down, oh, it's not on this page because we got Corbett Report Radio, etc. There we go, interview 18, Daniel Taylor. The other way to do it, you can pull it up through interviews, and then you can scroll all the way back. Wow. To interview 18, and you can pull it up that way directly. So anyway, several ways to find it. Daniel Taylor joins us to talk about the history and future of eugenics and to tell us about his website, oldthinkernews.com. All right, so this was 2008, so we're talking 14 years ago. So again, this is an old interview. So I'm glad people are actually going through and listening to some of the old interviews. Please apologize for the audio and my general presentation demeanor, etc. I'd like to think I've improved things a bit over the last 15 years. But anyway, some of the early podcasts are difficult for me to listen to because of the poor audio quality, etc. But the question specifically is about this document that apparently Daniel Taylor mentioned in this interview as a smoking gun on the sterilization angle of the greater eugenics agenda. So Thankfully, the exact title, or what I am presuming to be an exact title, was in this email. So I'm going to copy and paste that. Now, when I put this in, you'll see in the search bar here, this, again, is the Boolean operators. It's got the quotation mark at the beginning and end. So if this is the exact title, it should show up here. Interesting. All right. Well, the one result. We have literally one result. You know, just out of curiosity, just for curiosity's sake, let's try a different one. A search engine I used to use, don't use anymore because it tends to just be Google results, which are not useful to me. But anyway, let's give it a try. Well, let's copy and paste that in and see what we get from start page. Oh, and let's allow a script, I guess. Okay, resend, yada yada. And let's see if they come out. Oh, they don't get anything on start page. All right, we could try the search engine game and try a few different search engines. But let's just go, again, avian flu sheepkillers.com. I have, oh, yeah, it's not even going to be. I have no idea what this site is. So let's just copy that link and let's go to our good friends at archive.today. I hope you know about this site. Instead of giving a sketchy link your direct traffic, how about, well, let's just get archive.today to do its magic and archive it for us so we don't have to access their servers directly. And we'll end up, when this process is done, again, research is not always exciting, but when this is done loading, we will get that site, which will presumably have a link to this. The other thing that we can be doing in the meantime, let's go back to a search window and let's take that incredibly lengthy article title. The thing about these Boolean operators, these quotation marks, is that the more that you have in between, the less likely you are to have a exact match, because everything, even including the apostrophes here, the single quotes, will be included in this. And if anything is different, it will not show up. So how about just that? That seems like enough. Bypass by an alternate carrier of acquired unresponsiveness to HCG seems like enough to go on in order to get an exact match if one exists. So let's see. Okay, so now we have a lot more matches because, again, if anything in that title is different, the whole thing will be different. So this one is apparently called humoral hyper-responsiveness to a conjugate, blah, 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 but I see that exact title here. Again, a vaccine that prevents pregnancy in women. I see the exact title that was being searched for there. So there's some examples here, and I don't see the exact title in any of these results, but I see them inside the results. So let's just click on one of them. And this is NIH.gov. This is the NCBI. I can't remember what that stands for, but this is a very common thing. If you're searching through medical journals, you will probably find a link like this. And so here's this humoral hyper-responsiveness to a conjugate contraceptive. Again, this is not that article that was being referenced in particular, but again, we can Command F and search, because obviously that bypass by an alternate, there we go. Okay, bypass by an alternate carrier of acquired unresponsiveness to HCG upon repeated human. That sounds like the one. So we could go to PubMed or Google Scholar. Well, let's avoid Google like the plague if we can. And bypass by an alternate carrier of acquired unresponsiveness to HCG upon repeated immunization. So this is not the article itself. This is just the abstract because, of course, science has to go behind the paywall. Now, there is the site that you can use to look up a lot of scientific articles that are behind paywalls like this. And the site is going to escape my attention as I'm here doing this live presentation. Anyway, I'll put it in the show notes for people who are interested in that. But there is something open sci, I can't remember. Anyway, there is a site that you can use to search for the free versions of these paywalled articles. But anyway, this is it. Obviously, this is the article, and there's the information about the authors and International Immunology 1992, blah, blah, blah. So, of course, if you happen to have access to a university library, you should presumably be able to get that directly going through their sign-in, whatever, through their library systems, and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, this is the article, presumably, right? So there we go. Problem solved. Okay, let's move on to one from Zoe. Zoe has this question in. I'm sorry if you have covered this and I missed it, but what do you know about this quote apparently from Henry Kissinger? Once the herd, I won't do my Kissinger. Never mind. Once the herd accepts mandatory forcible vaccination, it's game over. They will accept anything, forcible blood or organ donation for the greater good. We can genetically modify children and sterilize them for the greater good. Control sheep minds and you control the herd. Vaccine makers stand to make billions, and many of you in this room today are investors. It's a big win-win. We thin out the herd, and the herd pays us for providing extermination services. Now what's for lunch, huh? I'm sorry. I have not looked into this. I guarantee you this is not a real quote, but let's find out, shall we? I'm suspicious of it. Yeah. Good radar there, Zoe. I think I'm suspicious too. I'm suspicious of it. It seems too on the nose. Yes. Generally, quotes like this that are so unbelievable. I can't believe he came right out and said exactly what we think the conspirators are saying. Generally are not going to be sourceable. But anyway, Zoe goes on to say, if anything is admitted, it is usually framed differently with words that make it sound fine if you are not listening properly. Also, he is supposed to have said it at the WHO Council for Eugenics. There is nothing openly called that, but what do I know? Well, okay, Zoe. No shame in asking the question. Why not ask the question? If you come across a quotation like that, if that quote was real, and really existed and really, oh my God, I can't believe Henry Kissinger said that. I would be, obviously blasting it from the rooftop. So let's find out, shall we? All right. Again, I have the quotation here from the email. So let me take a representative sample. Again, not the whole thing, but enough of it that we can get the gist of it. And once again, we'll use our favorite Boolean operator, the quotation marks, in order to get that exact phrase. Once the herd accepts mandatory forcible vaccination, it's game over. All right, let's see what happens. All right. Oh, and of course, the very first articles are going to be all the fact checkers. This, I think, is exactly what we were referencing earlier. Misinformation, disinformation. People will put out, look, here's a picture of Henry Kissinger, and here's this quotation. Now go spread this around to everybody, because he definitely said this at the WHO Council for Eugenics, which definitely exists, guys. Just don't look into it for yourself. Just spread this as much as possible. And then the fact checkers come around and say, there is no WHO Council for Eugenics, and Kissinger never said this. So you guys, your dumb grandma just sent you this dumb meme. She was wrong. Anyway, well, let's see what the fact checkers have to say about it. Let's go over to PolitiFact. Facebook posts stated on June 20th, 2019. Another tactic that, again, Ryan Christian often talks about in the Daily Wrap-Up, which I agree with. The fact checkers will always find the most obscure fringe version of a post or a claim in order to debunk it, to make it sound like this person with 13 followers on Twitter is the only person saying this crazy thing, and it's totally false. And then buried 18 paragraphs deep will be, well, actually, this is right in some, but it's in the wrong context, so we're calling it wrong. Anyway, that's a common tactic, so please be aware of that when searching through. But anyway, I do suggest that you do take a look at the fact checks and the official sources, because honestly, they can be valuable. There can be valuable information in fact checks about these types of things, debunking genuine disinformation that gets put out there so that people will forward it. And B, at the very least, you have to know what the official take is going to be on this thing in order so that you can better debunk the debunkers, as it were. But anyway, here we see, it's a pants on fire rating. All right, let's see. Says Henry Kissinger said that once the herd accepts mandatory for I think we just saw that. Former Secretary of State, National Security Advisor, genocidal maniac Henry Kissinger, who influenced and controlled U.S. foreign policy from 69 to 76 under the auspices of the Rockefellers. Now a post recently shared on Facebook shares an alarming excerpt of the speech, and there's the excerpt that we just read. Okay. Flagged as Facebook's efforts to combat false news. Let's cut to the chase. There is no evidence that Kissinger ever said or wrote this. We found other versions of the quote to also include the time and place. The World Health Organization Council on Eugenics, February 25th, 2009. Wow. Not often that you'll find a specific date for a quotation. That really does help to verify one way or the other. Anyway, when we contacted Christian Lindmeier, A spokesperson for the WHO, he told us that not only are there no records in WHO archives of the speech, but a World Health Organization Council on Eugenics does not exist. We have no record of any such speech. We also search Kissinger's website, which lists many. Okay, Kissinger did give a speech to the 45th. See, he is actually giving a speech. Oh, February 25th, 2009. He gave a speech on February 6th, 2009. So anyway, the discussion did not cover vaccinations. All right, so blah, blah, blah. Doesn't exist. All right, this is the type of thing. I tend to believe there probably is a World Health Organization, or there probably is not a World Health Organization Council on Eugenics by that name in that way, because the WHO, this is the perfect red meat for the fact checkers to come along. You're so dumb, you didn't even check if that exists. So, oh, by the way, yes. All right, this is that sheep killers site that we were archiving earlier, so that you don't have to give them your traffic. Anyway, presumably that article we were looking at earlier is listed in here, but we've already found it, so we don't need this anymore. So let's do a search for the World Health Organization Council on Eugenics and just see what comes up. Of course, Snopes. Yes, of course. Oh, brand new tube. So there is a video talking about this and why. Okay, false claim, Reuters, eugenics and depopulation.blogspot.com. No, okay, this is interesting because this is saying, if I'm reading this correctly, yes, and if you look at the URL at the bottom, this post from eugenics and depopulation.blogspot.com was from 2009, September of 2009, presumably just a few months after this speech was presumably made, right? That's actually really interesting, isn't it? All right. Well, let's just see what they have to say, because that's interesting enough. So once again, I'll go the archive.today route with that. Blogspot, aren't they a Google subsidiary? I think something like that. Anyway, we'll just get that cooking in the background and move on. Access to Controlled Medications Program, World Health Organization. I have no idea why that's coming up, but I'm interested in that, so I'll bring it up. NoFakeNews.net. What did Kissinger really say? I don't even know NoFakeNews.net. That sounds like that could either be an official establishment fact checker site, or it could be an alt media site. I really don't know. International Federation of Eugenics Organizations. I'm not sure I'm familiar with the IFEO, so that's interesting. Transcript, Kissinger's remarks at 2009 something. Let's just bring that up and see what it is. 2009 Machins lecture. This is not that date that was being cited, January 15th, 2009, but let's just on a whim, let's just see if the word vaccine, does not show up anywhere here. So this is presumably not that quote. Okay. Just to satisfy, mandatory, no. Vaccination, no. No, so it's not that. Although, why did that come out for that search? Anyway, interesting. All right, well, February 2009, World Health Organization briefing note. February 2009, well, that is the date in question, isn't it? Access to Controlled Medications Program, blah, blah, blah. All right, let's just see if they have the word mandatory in here. Phrase not found. Vaccine. I'm sure that, no, not even the word vaccine. Sterilization. Sterile. No, not the word sterile. Let's look for the word eugenics. The word eugenics is not in here. So why is this document coming up in that search? Isn't that interesting? Again, just some interesting things. So I would have to do some more actual reading through here to see if there was anything that was actually of relevance to this, but at least at first glance, not. Let's find out about the International Federation of Eugenics Organizations, an international organization of groups. Oh, by the way, yes, this is Wikipedia. And yes, if there is a post like this that just explains what something is, I will use Wikipedia as a starting point for that. Wikipedia is not a source. You do not cite Wikipedia. I read it on Wikipedia. It's true. This is just the preliminary whatever. Oh, this is what they want us to know about this thing called IFEO. And if there is any action to be found, it will be down at the bottom. As researchers would know, down in the references and in the footnotes. Although, yeah, they're all going to be... These are all going to be links to books. Bashford and Austin, 2010, page 156. I don't have that book. I don't have easy access to a library here in Japan that will likely have access to that book. So what am I going to do if I need that book? Nothing, apparently, because I can't get that link. Let me allow the evil script and see if I can... No, I can't. Okay, well, anyway, here it is. Here is the book, Bashford and Austin, the Oxford Handbook of the History of Eugenics. Well, that sounds like an interesting book, doesn't it? So let's head on over to that archive.org to see if they have a copy of it here. The Oxford Handbook of the History of Eugenics, and we'll look it up. And there it is. So there's two versions. Both are borrowable. And so we could presumably look up page 156 after we log in and borrow the book. Okay, so anyway, that's interesting. So there's some information about the IFEO, and there's nothing about the World Health Organization in here, right? Or the WHO. So the Council of Eugenics, the Council on Eugenics, no. So again, this is just about eugenics. I mean, this is interesting, and actually I do want to know more about this, so I'll come back to this later for my own research, but presumably not important for this. Now, this is the interesting thing. Eugenics and Depopulation Blogspot, September 2009. Let's see if there's anything about Kissinger in here. Kissinger. Okay, talking about NSSM, National Security Council document 20506. See, I know about NSM 200 or whatever that was called, the National Security Memorandum that's often cited about starving people in order to get sterilization in the books. The directive came from the WHO and was tied to Kissinger's report, Kissinger population. The directive. So they're obviously referring to a specific directive here from the WHO. Anyway, let's find out what the other Kissinger reference. Okay, so that's all they're talking about with Kissinger. There's no quote from a speech about mandatory vaccination, but there's clearly stuff in here that is relevant, is there not? We, the undersigned, do not recognize the authority of the WHO to mandate general forced vaccinations. So here it is. Here's something about forced vaccinations under the auspices of the WHO. Here's a link. Right. During a pandemic, it may be necessary to overrule existing legislation or individual human rights. Examples are the enforcement of quarantine, use of privately owned buildings for hospitals, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Interesting. And here's a link to, apparently, is this a real WHO document? It sure is. Let's see if they have that exact text and they're not just making up. During a pandemic. Oops, I think I skipped over one there, didn't I? During a pandemic, it may be necessary to overrule existing legislation or individual human rights. Examples are the enforcement of quarantine, use of privately owned buildings, off licensing, compulsory vaccination. All right, so here is exactly what this type of fake news maneuver is about. Putting out some quote from Kissinger that there's no basis for believing that quotation exists. If there is, I'll keep digging. I'll see if I can find anything. I tend to believe that is not a real quotation. But there really is this document from the WHO, which seems to be from 2005, Epidemic Alert and Response, which is talking about the need to 2005. It's talking about the need to override your pesky little rights and freedoms in the name of mandatory vaccinations, compulsory quarantine, etc., which shouldn't be surprising because, of course, all of this was codified in with the international health regulations passed, I believe, in 2006, that treaty, which codified the public health emergency of international concern, which allowed for all sorts of extraordinary emergency measures to be implemented in the name of, say, a globally spreading pandemic virus, etc. Anyway, you see how this works. One thing can lead you to another, and suddenly you can find some other thing that you had no idea even existed. But, this is what they're trying to cover up with some fake Kissinger quote that's going to get people looking in the weeds and over here for something that doesn't exist, about some organization that doesn't exist. Meanwhile, the WHO, in the public document, on their website, in their own words, is literally saying, in the event of emergency, we should be able to jab you with anything we like. Human freedoms be damned. But don't look at that. Look at this fake Kissinger quote, right? So anyway, I hope you understand the value of this type of information, and the ways that we can be distracted by false leads, etc. And hopefully, just in this little demonstration, I know it's just a taste, but I hope you get an idea of how you go about searching things and different ways that you can do it and different tools that you can use to do that. There's, again, the question, how do you research, has a billion answers because every single question has a different, I have different things that I can look at or do or leads to follow. But anyway, I hope it gives you some ideas for how I would go about starting the research into these various things. I don't think I came to a definitive conclusion on any of these questions. I would obviously do more research on any one of them before coming to a definitive answer to any of these questions. But I've started the process at any rate, and I hope you can see that. At any rate, that's it. That's how I do it. And I hope this has been useful for you. And if so, please do let me know if you'd like to see further iterations of this in the future, maybe regarding specifically that question of how to distill this type of information into a podcast and then how to actually record and execute a podcast, something along those lines. Those are the types of practical things I can teach. James Corbett, CorbettReport.com. Thank you for your time and your attention.
Yo, D, we can't hear you. Hey, James.
Yeah,
Great
there
talk.
we go. I can
really
hear you now.
appreciate
Hey, John.
Hey, how are you? Thanks again. How's Tokyo treating you?
Well, I'm not near Tokyo, but Japan in general is a little bit frigid, but otherwise okay.
Okay. Well, we appreciate your research, and I think you definitely set a good example. There's a lot of misinformation, and everyone points fake news at the mainstream media, but it often circulates, sometimes even more, within our circles. So we appreciate your objective research and how deep you take it.
Awesome. Well, thank you for having me on.
All right, you guys take care. Thanks, James. Derek, we can't hear you. You guys had so much hard-hitting truth down there. You destroyed the mic. No. All right. So, wow, what a great week of incredible information and incredibly inspiring people. What's inspired me the most, besides the speakers, which I love and appreciate, is the community and the folks that have been here in Central Texas that I've gotten to connect with and just seen all the connections being made. And then I'm not in Mexico, obviously, but watching what they got going down there. Wow, super excited about the Freedom Cell movement exploding in Mexico. And another thing that was really cool for me is seeing how this movement is truly global and inspirational. It's just, I'm completely blown away by that. Wow, Germany, Denmark, Australia, Syria. There were some folks watching in North Korea for a brief period, but they got pulled, and I'm just kidding. That's next year. We'll liberate the whole freaking country of North Korea. So I think they're figuring out the tech issues down there. So let me just,
Can you hear us now, John?
There, he's back. What up, D?
Can you hear us?
How you guys doing down there?
We're good. We're good.
We're better now, yeah.
I'm exhausted, but we're good.
I'm on caffeine all day.
I just want to end. I know we all got a few closing thoughts. I want to say thank you to everybody who's been here in person. We're not done yet, so I encourage you to stay. But we want to thank all of you who've been here for the last 5 days. Give yourself a round of applause. Thank you so much for being here. Everybody in Texas, too, as well. Everybody at home. Again, thank you to all of our volunteers who have helped make this happen. Thank you to all of our volunteers who help behind the scenes online. I want to thank all of our community members in Texas and here in Mexico who offered workshops. And there's more workshops happening for those of you who are going to be around Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday. There's ayahuasca tomorrow. There's still stuff happening. So if you're going to be in town, stay connected with the Greater Reset Morelia channel. And for those at home, keep following the Greater Reset Activation main channel, the Freedom Cell Network. And I do want to encourage you, if we can get it on screen, we'll see the Freedom Cell fundraiser is going till midnight tonight. So that means about 4 hours more left if you want to help us get to $10,000. We were originally aiming for $30,000. We're not going to make that. That's fine. But our community has raised over $8,000 just in the last 4 days. So we got 4 more hours left. If you want to give any to that, we appreciate that. And it's going to translating the website into multiple languages. It's going to fixing some of the kinks and continue to grow this movement.
I just wanted to ask y'all, if y'all felt this went well, who thinks we should do the Greater Reset 4 even bigger and better? Yeah. All right. We'll do it.
We'll get bigger for sure, and we're probably going to have a stadium in Texas. And actually, I'll just say this: earlier tonight, somebody came here, a local Mexican from Morelia, and said that they heard about the event, they want to help, and that they can get us the stadium at the local university for next year for free. So we need more people. We need to keep growing. We know all of you watching to come here, come to Texas, and we're going to keep growing.
That's right.
Awesome.
We're only just beginning. All right, let me. I want to just share something that I realized. Well, I've been realizing it all month, really, and for the past several months. We're winning, guys. Can y'all feel it? The cause of freedom, this new way of thinking, building new systems, alternatives, decentralization. We're really doing it. It's not just some pipe dream or something that we post about online. It's truly a reality. And the narrative about all this COVID stuff and all this deception is absolutely crumbling. I mean, you got Joe Rogan that's just throwing haymakers at all of their lies. We have all this stuff going on in Canada and all across the world. There's people rising up against it. And I just want to send a message. There's a lot of protests. There's people that are resisting, and many places have it a lot worse than we have here in Central Texas or they have in Mexico. But I think the important thing is we have to build these new systems so the freedom that we experience in our lives is sustainable for ourselves in the present moment, for our children and our children's children as they grow up, and for future 7 generations to come. And what we have to do is replace those systems that have allowed and created this tyrannical technocratic mess with decentralized ones, voluntary ones, ones that respect our privacy. And it's up to each and every one of us that are participating in this stream, in these in-person events, to take part and take that banner up. And we got a lot of work to do, but I think we're doing a pretty damn good job so far.
It's that's absolutely right, and there's no better of example of decentralization than the people here really being part of the workshops. That was so special. Y'all were the most special part of this event, and I love the people who take initiative and just participated, and it's just been an unforgettable experience. I can't wait to do it again soon with y'all.
Yeah, absolutely. We love all you. We love you at home. Again, we said this the other day. Let's, as we start to close up before we get to the music and we end the programming, again, I want to just take a moment of silence or just breathing, just reflecting that our brothers and sisters in parts of Australia, Canada, Austria, the Philippines, other parts of the world that maybe we're not even hearing about are dealing with being locked out of grocery stores, fired from their jobs, threatened with imprisonment, quarantine centers. And if that's something you're facing, we're with you. Even if you feel alone, just know that we are standing with you. And that wherever the rest of this year takes us, we are united, we are together, and we're not going to give up. We're going to continue to build into the future.
Woo! All right, should we finish with the mantra, D?
What was that?
Should we finish with the mantra?
Let's do it. You guys ready? Y'all know it by now. Let's let Ramiro take it from here.
All right.
All right. I am powerful.
I am powerful.
I am beautiful.
I am beautiful.
I am free.
I am free.
Good night, everybody.
Stick around for the music, y'all. Stick around for the music coming out of Mexico.
Spanish translations for the Greater Reset 3 integration are brought to you by the Conscious Resistance Network. Since 2012, the Conscious Resistance Network has been an independent media organization focused on empowering individuals through education, philosophy, health, and community organizing. We work to create a world where corporate and state power do not rule over the lives of free human beings. Our motto is leading by example and helping others in their pursuit of freedom. Visit theconsciousresistance.com to find our articles, documentaries, interviews, podcasts, books, and more. Remember, you are powerful, you are beautiful, and you are free.
I'm going all the way up. I'm going all the way up. I'm letting go in my heart of everything that holds me down. No, no. Look up to the sky, and I got this relief inside. Then there's no need to hide. I'm going all the way up. I'm going all the way up. I'm letting go in my heart of everything that holds me down. No, no.
John Bush here with Live Free Academy, and I've got some good news and some bad news for you. The bad news is the technocrats behind the Great Reset are plowing forward with their agenda, whether you like it or not. But here's the good news. It doesn't really matter. You can free yourself from vaccine mandates, lockdowns, social credit systems, and even the collapse of fiat currencies. How, you might ask? By systematically designing your life around liberty. Get this, I've done exactly that. And in spite of there being more tyranny and technocracy now than ever before, to tell you the truth, I've never been more free. In my upcoming Exit and Build Life Design webinar, I'll reveal all the secret strategies I've used to abandon Western medicine altogether, enjoy harmonious and healthy relationships, earn a living doing what I love, build real wealth, move out of the big city onto a 10-acre homestead in the country, and surround myself with like-minded liberty lovers that have my back no matter how crazy the world gets. If you want to learn exactly how I accomplished all that and more, register today for my free Exit and Build Life Design webinar at exitandbuildwebinar.com. That's exitandbuildwebinar.com.
We are summoning a retreat.
Vamos a convocar a este retiro para reconectar con la medicina de los 5 elementos.
This is a retreat to commune with the medicine of the 5 elements.
Y también podamos
to recharge also with nature, which is also very important. This is the spiritual agenda.
1, 2. Those monitors are way too loud. Check. Let's just turn off the monitors. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. It's the monitors. Check 1, 2. It's the monitor. Okay. Let's restart this. I'm probably going to come down here. I'm going to get down here. I'd say turn the monitors off. It's what's feeding back. Check. Check 1, 2. All right, we need that way up. Let's bring that beat way up. La música. Más. All right, let's restart it one more time, Ramiro. Check. All right, restart it. All right, let's really do this. I'll try not to feed back in your ears this time. You want to lower that? Check 1, 2. Hey guys, come way up here. I can't see any of you. Check 1, 2. I ain't up next, because I'm here right now. I'm never gonna stop, man. I'ma keep rising. I'm too strong to kill, yo. I'ma keep fighting. I live every day like it's gonna be my last. And I keep on rising because I'm better than my past. I'm never gonna stop, man. I'ma keep rising. I'm too strong to kill, yo. I'ma keep fighting. I live every day like it's gonna be my last. And I keep on rising because I'm better than my past. I'm better than my past, and I'm never going back to the place where it all went black. I lost myself for a minute. Now I see the truth in me, and it's hard to believe. It felt like time was just slipping away, like I'm stuck in a loop, same shit every day. There's better days ahead, I can feel it in my bones, but I need to find a way out and stop selling stones. Someone told me that we choose the life we live. Our souls knew the path before we're even kids. I wonder why my soul took the hard road. Of all the paths to choose, I chose the unknown, but I wouldn't take it back, man. I'm never going back. I'm loving my life, no secrets to unwrap. I broke free of my scars and prison bars. I'll say it again, man, I'm aiming for the stars. Man, I'ma keep rising. I'm too strong to kill, yo. I'ma keep fighting. I live every day like it's gonna be my last. And I keep on rising because I'm better than my past. I'm never gonna stop, man. I'ma keep rising. I'm too strong to kill, yo. I'ma keep fighting. I live every day like it's gonna be my last. And I keep on rising because I'm better than my past. What's left to do when you can manifest anything? There's nothing I can't overcome. It's my dream. I found the power deep in my own struggle. Was hiding from myself, living a double life. Got no time for death. I stared her down, ate the pills, slit the wrist, even tried to drown. There's nothing you can say to hold me back. Say it now, 33 is here and I'm on the attack. I ain't no great white, but I'm out for blood. The Quints in the air, the criminals up to no good. I'm coming for the ones who think they own the people. They work to mold the minds, tending to their sheeple. But we're the realization of the Creator's vision. It's time for us to change the world. Let it begin. This is our time to design with our hearts. We're creating the world of the future, and I'm doing my part. Stop, man, I'ma keep rising. I'm too strong to kill, yo. I'ma keep fighting. I live every day like it's gonna be my last. And I keep on rising because I'm better than my past. Stop, man, I'ma keep rising. I'm too strong to kill, yo, I'ma keep fighting. I live every day like it's gonna be my last. And I keep on rising because I'm better than my past. And I'm never gonna stop, because I'm too strong to kill like it's gonna be my last. Because I'm better than my past. 33, out. Yeah, let's do that next one. Let's go right into it. This next song features the words of John Trudell. John Trudell is a legendary radical native activist. Please hear his words and hear mine. This song's called Reflection.
We have to understand who we are and where we fit in the natural order of the world. The people who have created this system and they perpetuate this system, they are out of balance. They have made us out of balance.
I woke up this morning feeling I had something to say. I got doubts on my mind. It's time to let them fly away. It's time to unlearn poison and heal broken hearts. Go back to the end. It's time for a fresh start. This is the place we can atone for our sins.
This is the place where our hero's journey begins. A space between love and hate, where there's no escape from our fate. Rather than be irate, let's create, let's build the better world we know is possible. I've got no fear, cause we can overcome any obstacle. I stare all my demons in the face, I'll show you what's possible. I send love from my heart, I'm intuitive, not illogical. It's just that lately I've been searching for deeper meaning. I'm sick of drugs, booze, mindless sex, and criminal scheming. Feels like I should have more at this point in time. I'm talking knowledge, not money. I'm trying to feed my mind. We are power. Say it with me, we are power. I hope you hear these words from my mind, from my heart to your ears. We got one life. Let's do something with it. Open up all three of my eyes and fly to the heavens. During my meditation, I see my life in chapters of 7. I connect to my inner child to heal my wounds. I recall those I've lost to dope, gone too soon. My life flashes before me, a collage of joy and pain. I recall the highs, the lows. I swear I'm going insane. I'm trying to wrap my mind around this journey. Spent too much time worried about things that don't concern me. No more time wasted, not chasing my dreams. I wake up every day knowing this world ain't what it seems. We gotta make our own path. We gotta find our own meaning, cause we can't be sure. We might be dreaming. All I know is when I look in your eyes, I see myself. I'm just a reflection of your impression of my higher self. Could it be that our whole reason for being, our existence, is a lesson to teach us over and over until we get this? You are powerful, you are beautiful, and you are free. Shake off your chains. You were blind, but now you see. Grandfather, help us remember where we come from. Grandmother, walk with us until the battle is won. This is our chance, guys. We could do something beautiful. Please hear John Trudell's words.
We are a natural part of the earth. We are an extension of that natural energy which is spirit and which is power. That is natural power. And just as it takes millions and billions of elements to make a blizzard to happen, or to make the earthquake, to make the earth to move, then it's going to take millions and billions of us. We are power. We have that power.
Right. Thank you, guys. I've been keeping that one in my back pocket. Maybe you didn't know I do this too. You can find my music at soundcloud.com/33 is here. And if you want to read along, here are my lyrics right here. To the rest, those songs and the rest of the songs. If you want the lyrics, I wrote them so you might read them. All right, we're gonna roll into the next song. We got some more music coming up next, and I'm excited about those folks. I just played the first song called Rising, or 33 is here, it's on there. We just listened to Reflection. This next song is called Same Mother, and it's like it sounds. When we really stop and break it down, guys, no matter where we're from on this planet, we all come from the same place. We come from the Mother Earth. And so this song's about that. Let's go ahead and roll that, Ramiro. Check 1, 2. Come up closer if you guys can. I can't see you because of these lights. I'm assuming you're there. There you are. Yeah, let's get in here. There's more lyrics here if anybody wants to. Check 1, 2. This is called Same Mother. Check 1, 2. I'm the new hip-hop king waiting to be crowned. Another election passes and you're still voting on clowns. You think you made a difference, but you're a fake resistance. Keep voting for evil and you might get sick. How many times must we play this game? They're washing our brains. They're watching us kill ourselves. We're under siege. And I don't mean to offend, but if you hate free speech, you can get fucked. You can get fucked with the rest of the mob and all those who treat politicians like gods. You need to wake up, join the fight against evil. And I don't mean Trump or the average people. I'm talking about the hidden hand, the deep state, the ones you don't see who are robbing from your plate. The banksters, gangsters, murderers, and mobsters. You're being ruled by psychopathic monsters. The pedos in the Vatican, they're doing it again. The CIA, the NSA, and the Zionist clan. They got the plan to keep you trapped in fear. Can't you see, my friends, the Great Reset is here. And I'm not talking about some rich man's plan. I'm saying we can manifest the promised land. If we stop hating and killing each other, maybe we'll see that we have the same mother. Your life has purpose. All of ours do. I can't tell you what that purpose is, but I know that we are connected, and this is our time to shine. The sooner we put aside the differences, the sooner we get there. Now I should slow down before I scare you away. I don't want to lose you before you hear what I have to say. I ain't got no diamonds, I ain't got no drip. All I got's my body, soul, and tribe I roll with. Only thing I do is spit the truth and bend reality. It's a neat trick, manifest and you'll see. Anything you want, you can have health or wealth. It's time to wake up and love yourself. Love yourself, release the demons you befriended. They're gonna hold you down, man, it's an early ending. I promise you, we deserve better than we seem. It's up to us to overcome and create our dreams. I've been to the bottom, met my demons and fought them. Hiding from my trauma, man, drugs, I got them. Bury my pain and dope till I can't stand up. I might be puking, but keep pouring in my cup. But that wasted life is just a waste of life. We need to wake up and see we are made of light. I know in my heart, we're here for a purpose. I can feel the truth rising to the surface. Don't you see it? The future's in our hands. It's time to find out where everyone stands. If we stop hating and killing each other, maybe we'll see that we have the same mother. 33, out. Woo! So I want to tell you guys a little bit about that song and the next song, if it's cool with you guys. First off, I will explain the 33 briefly for anybody who walked out because they thought I was a Freemason. I'm 37 years old. I started rapping when I was 33. My birth father died of a drug overdose that year, and hip-hop and making music like this was a way for me to start healing. You know, I've always been into really heavy music, but I enjoyed hip-hop. But now I can see it as like a storytelling medium. And also, some of you might know that I was addicted to drugs when I was 20 years old and I went to prison. That's when I discovered meditation. And that pretty much set me on the path that I am on now. I don't think I would be doing my journalism or my activism without going to prison and having that experience. And so a lot of my songs are about taking myself back to that place where I used to be, where I'm not anymore, and just kind of connecting to that. Maybe for some people who are still struggling in those ways, and also to say there's still hope out there. So my songs, thank you. So my songs have some of that references to, like, in that song I say, you know, talking about the wasted life. Anybody ever heard that from friends that celebrate getting fucked up? Like, yeah, we go party every weekend. It just becomes a lifestyle. And I hung around a lot of punk kids, and it was like the wasted life, something to be proud of. And so I say that wasted life is just a waste of life. And it took me a while to realize that. You know, there's nothing wrong with partying, but a lot of times there's deeper roots than that. And I don't want to talk, you know, too much about all this stuff, but that's the root of my music. Is 33 for me is about transformation. So I hope you guys will go with me. This next song's a little more chill, but it goes deep into that journey. And I want to encourage you to follow along with the lyrics or just listen. Let's play it. This song is called Another Cage. And it's about recognizing that there's cages all around you. Because I went to prison and I was in a physical cage, and then I got out and I saw that people are in cages all around me and they don't even realize it. So we got mental cages, physical cages. Sometimes you don't even see the cages. At the end of the day, only you can set yourself free. Yo, I got a story that I need to tell. It's about rock bottom and living in hell. I'm losing my mind, but I'm finding myself. So many sleepless nights, man, I ain't living well. I'm trying to find my balance, I'm trying to find my center, but I keep on living the life of a sinner. I like pushing limits, so I'm searching for the edge. But if I keep doing dope, man, I'm gonna end up dead. I'm headed down the same path as my father. I'm not having fun, I don't know why I bother. The apple don't rot too far from the tree. Does that mean he's what I'm destined to be? I'm trying to be a better man and carve my own path. I tried drug dealing, but that ain't where it's at. Now I'm locked in a cage doing time behind bars. I got better things to do, man, I'm aiming for the stars. Yeah, it's just another day, just another cage. All right, say it with me, just another day, just another cage. Yeah, it's just another day, just another cage. All right, let's do it again. Now I'm free from the prison and my journey begins. As I start a new life, the old one ends. So this is what it feels like to be alive. This might be the first time that I'm whole inside. But now I see my people, they're living as slaves. They hide from the truth and they don't see the cage. And I walked out the prison walls because my battle's been won. But I didn't get out of cage just to go back to one. Sometimes a prison is a place in your mind. If you look deep enough, you just might find the doubts and the fears that are holding you back. Watch out for the darkness, I promise it's a trap. Maybe it's time we face the opposition. Let's take a look at society's division. It's time to recognize our place in our position, because there's plenty of blame from where I'm sitting. Yeah, it's just another day in just another cage. All right. Anybody ever felt like they're in a cage? Yeah, it's just another day and just another cage. All right, last one. This is for you guys. Check this one out. I know it's a cliche you've probably heard before, but we are the ones we've been waiting for. This is our moment to shine, to fly free. This is where we find out what we're destined to be. Can we open our eyes and free our minds? Are we ready to see and read between the lines? I give thanks every day, because I know it's our time, the moment we heal. Because I can see the signs, the symbols, the people we are searching for. This journey's about finding out what's in store. And I ain't got all the answers, but I know I'm free. This is the truth. This is what we're meant to be. The only thing holding us back is our shadow. Escape the dark, find the light, and you will grow. The truth is this, you were meant to survive. We ain't meant for cages, we are meant to thrive. Yeah, it's just another day. And just another cage. All right. I don't know about you guys, but I sure am sick of cages. Fuck that. Thank you guys. I got one more with you. You enjoying yourself so far? I appreciate the love. I do want to we haven't said this, but I actually have my music on USB drives. All the songs I'm playing tonight, they're over at our table if you want to come get one. $5, throw me a donation, take it, jam it, spread it. I appreciate it. So actually, if y'all want, I can do an acapella one real quick. That's on my mind. If there's any little kids, earmuffs time. Sometimes I got to talk a certain way because I got to connect to a feeling. You know what I mean? It's not because especially in this one. This is your trigger warning. I might say some words that you don't like, but listen to the context of what I'm saying. Okay? Let's see if I can do this. Okay. All right. You ready? Yo, I could rap about bitches and hoes and how I got the flows, but ain't nobody fucking with that. I'd rather hit them with the lyrical attack, because now we're on the conscious tip. Ain't nobody care about your drip. It's time to let the people have the flow. Speak your voices and let it flow from the top of the crown down to the ground, to the Mother Earth. She is the mother we need. Grandfather Sky, rain it down from on high. So many brothers and sisters can't breathe. We're suffocating under the weight of corrupt politics and our own self-hate. They tell us that death is around the corner, that we're destined to meet the corner, whether it's COVID-19 or Jeffrey Epstein. Hide your kids, hide your wife, and hide your husband, because they're coming for us, and subliminal messaging is meant for our brains. They don't want us to see that we're going insane. Is this a live action torture flick? The people are the star, and now we're getting sick? They're trying to fuck with our heads. It's because they want us all dead. Friends, brothers, and sisters, it's time to stop fighting and say, fuck the system. Friends, brothers, and sisters, it's time to stop fighting and say, fuck the systems. We can make a difference if we try. I know it. We just need to put our differences aside. All right. Thank you guys. All right. I got one more for you guys, and everything I'm playing is on that USB. Like I said, go jam it. This song is called Till Tomorrow Comes, and it's kind of taking me back to my party days, right? Anybody here used to like to party? I know you guys don't party anymore, but back in your old days, right? Yeah. Okay, so when I would party, I would often end up in a room full of people doing drugs or drinking or whatever, and I would have moments of reflection like, how the hell did I get here? You ever have that where you end up in a room full of people and you're like, what the heck am I doing here, right? That happened to me a lot. And there was a part of me that knew I wanted to be with you guys. And then I was supposed to be doing stuff like this, but I would push it away. You know, I'd be sitting there and they'd be passing around drugs and I'm like, man, I need to do something like with my life, my time. Oh, whatever. I'll worry about that tomorrow. You know, it was literally like that. Like, I'll figure that out tomorrow. And basically this song is about that, about recognizing that you have greater things on your horizon, but you'll worry about that tomorrow. So that's what this song's about. All right, let's do it. I see the camera's tracking right now. Don't worry about that. It'll disappear in just a moment, Myra. All right, let's do this. So, you know, I've been thinking about where I come from, and, you know, can we get it up a little bit? I really don't feel as crazy as I used to, but I know some of you might still be struggling, and this song goes out to you. Yo, I ain't gonna lie, I ain't even slept in a week. I've been too busy counting pills to be counting sheep. See, recently, things have been moving fast for me. I'm swimming deep, no regrets, this ain't last for me. I got no time for flakes, cause I'm head and shoulders above the rest of these clowns trying to destroy what I love. Truth is, most days, I can't even feel my heartbeat. I'm just going through the motions, searching for the real me. Hello? Are you in there? Can you hear me calling for help? You know when you're in a crowd, but feel like it's just yourself? That's my daily battle, my power and my curse. But I won't stop fighting till I'm rocking in that hearse. Even on my worst days, I can't help but smile. Yeah, the struggle is real, but the journey's worth every mile. Yo, and that's not to say that I don't have my dark moments. Sometimes I think of ending my life, cause it don't make sense. And I don't know if I'ma make it through the night. And I'm too tired to put up a fight. I got big dreams, not chasing crumbs. But I'll just wait until tomorrow comes. And I don't know if I'ma make it through the night. And I'm too tired to put up a fight. I got big dreams, not chasing crumbs. But I'll just wait until tomorrow comes. I'm way too young to feel this loss, false idol. I've been feeling this way too long, suicidal. I can't help but notice this dope clears my mind. Maybe it's the key to the happiness I can't seem to find. But nah, if I was seeking clarity, I just need to look inside. Find some quiet space, talk to Creator, confide that I feel like I'm losing my grip on this world. I can't tell if I'm supposed to be here with this girl. I mean, it feels good right now, but what about tomorrow? They passing the blunt my way, no time for sorrow. Anyways, what was I saying? By the way, who are you? I really hope I get to ride this high to somewhere new. Elevate myself to heights previously thought impossible. I keep making mistakes, but I'm trying to be responsible. It feels like things are going too fast, I can't keep up. I need a pause, my anxieties are starting to creep up. And I don't know if I'ma make it through the night. And I'm too tired to put up a fight. I got big dreams, not chasing crumbs. And I'll just wait until tomorrow comes. And I don't know if I'ma make it through the night. And I'm too tired to put up a fight. I got big dreams, not chasing crumbs. And I'll just wait until tomorrow comes. I've never been good at hiding my state of mind. I've got no poker face, I'm just playing blind. It's hard not to think about everything I've lost, knowing that my pride and my joy, they were the cost. I really should start thinking about my failing health. Maybe stop focusing on trying to build wealth. Are there really better days up on the horizon? It feels so bleak, darker days are where I've been. And I don't know if I'ma make it through the night. And I'm too tired to put up a fight. I got big dreams, not chasing crumbs. But I'll just wait until tomorrow comes. Thank you guys so much. We appreciate that. Please stick around for Elias Clay and for So Below, guys. We got lots more music coming your way. You can find my music either over at the table or soundcloud.com/33 is here. Let's play a quick break or something and we'll be right back.
In June 2020, the World Economic Forum launched their initiative, The Great Reset, an attempt to centralize and manage the direction of the planet and its resources.
The people of the world immediately exposed and took action against this power grab.
In January 2021, the Freedom Cell Network launched the Greater Reset Activation, a solutions-focused event offering an alternative to the Great Reset.
Now we are returning with the Greater Reset 3 Integration, a 5-day hybrid event where revolutionary speakers and organizations focus on integrating the solutions to real-world problems.
The Greater Reset 3 will focus on activating 5 themes.
January 26th, liberate your mind, body, and soul.
January 27th, agorism and parallel networks.
January 28th, permaculture and food independence.
January 29th, take back our tech.
And January 30th, building free and conscious communities.
Now, more than ever, it is of vital importance that the free hearts and minds of the world rally together to build parallel structures so we may be liberated from the tyranny of the Great Reset.
Join us from January 26th to the 30th, 2022, as we gather online in Central Texas and Morelia, Mexico, as well as local activation hubs worldwide.
Join us as we lay the foundation for the next stage of a free humanity.
Join us for the Greater Reset 3 Integration.
View the full speakers list, find your local activation hub, or start your own at thegreaterreset.org.
Spanish translations for the Greater Reset 3 Integration are brought to you by the Conscious Resistance Network. Since 2012, the Conscious Resistance Network has been an independent media organization focused on empowering individuals through education, philosophy, health, and community organizing. We work to create a world where corporate and state power do not rule over the lives of free human beings. Our motto is leading by example and helping others in their pursuit of freedom. Visit theconsciousresistance.com to find our articles, documentaries, interviews, podcasts, books, and more. Remember, you are powerful, you are beautiful, and you are free.
All right, welcome back. Thank you all for hanging out. I'm happy to play a couple songs for you. Normally at a party, festival, I try to bring my most like uppity dance vibe, but I feel like this is a crowd of people that I can really share what I feel. So I picked a couple songs from my first album, Reverse Hypnosis, that I released on 11/11/11, almost 11 years ago. It felt like they were relevant today. So just get started here.
Coming up here today, I have no hidden agenda. I am fighting for my future. Losing my future is not like losing an election or a few points on the stock market. I am here to speak for all generations to come.
I woke up in a state today. Radioactive clouds headed this way, and the rain that's falling in Japan is a deadly rain, deadly rain. But the people on the news say it's not so bad. They say it won't affect you, then they add, in fact, a little radiation here and there is actually good for you.
Actually good for you and reduce cases.
What a crock of shit, what a bunch of liars. They don't even care how many millions will die, cause they're part of the machine, begging us to buy into whatever it is that they decide will be better for the masses, best for the regime. Plague on the loose, you better get your vaccine. Better wisen up to their deceitful means. Can't you see they're killing us? With the chemical sprays and aspartame, with the Terminator seeds from the war machine, with the modified food we be eating all day. Can't you see it's killing us? Have you ever had toxins seeping through your pores, or heard of such a thing as a silent forest? How come the same people that made Agent Orange are growing our corn? It doesn't make any sense until you get this. They sell the food that is making us sick, and when we get sick, the very same people are selling us the medicine. It's a military, industrial / pharmaceutical and agricultural global complex that is taking control because we are letting them. We better wisen up to their deceitful means. Can't you see they're killing us? With the chemical sprays and aspartame, with the Terminator seeds from the war machine, With the modified food we be eating all day, can't you see it's killing us? There goes another earthquake disaster abroad. Meanwhile, no one wants to talk about HAARP. Men disguise weapons as acts of God, and so they get away with. Cause nobody wanna say that maybe, just maybe, what happened in Japan and what happened in Haiti was actually caused by something man-made. These men getting away with. We better wisen up to their deceitful means. Can't you see they're killing us? With the chemical sprays and aspartame, with the Terminator seeds from the war machine, with the modified food we be eating all day, can't you see it's killing us?
You don't know how to bring back an animal now extinct, and you can't bring back the forest that once grew where there is now a desert. If you don't know how to fix it, please stop breaking it. Here, you may be delegates of your governments, business people, organizers, reporters, or politicians, but really, your mothers and fathers, sisters and brothers, aunts and uncles, and all of you are someone's child.
That was Severn Suzuki Cullis at 9 years old, 1991. This is Cynthia McKinney on the track.
If U.S. politics was truly democratic, then we would not have war.
I took a long walk this morning. The sun came up as it started pouring. I remembered being little once upon a time when somebody told me that's God crying. If she is, I think I know why, man. People going hungry and their children dying. And she knows there's no good reason, for she provides plenty to feed them. But the greedy men leaving them in shackles, making profit off of slaughtering cattle. And it is, brother, no less, conditioning man with a taste for flesh. See, there's plenty of money for the war, yes, but no money for the homeless. We got plenty for corporations, but not enough for a proper education. Cause someone please explain to me how we continue to let this be, while there are innocents locked up in prisons, while the villains at the top run free. See, I refuse to break my back, miss, to pay these outrageous taxes. I believe that I've had enough. I can see the system's beyond corrupt. The train runs at full speed, but the agenda stays hidden. We pay for prison camps, sterilization, trafficking of children. And I know we mean well, but it's time we wake up. It's time the sheep face the shepherd, for the shepherd takes us. Break we must from the spell that has been cast upon the people by the puppeteers of media, both complicit and deceitful. Aim to steer your point of focus till your viewpoint has been shifted. I aim to seek the truth till this dark veil has been lifted. See, there's plenty of money for the war, yes, but no money for the homeless. We got plenty for corporations, but not enough for a proper education. Could someone please explain to me how we continue to let this be, while there are innocents locked up in prisons, while the villains at the top run free? I walk around and wonder if it's too late to make a change. If everyone obeys the state, and that's the state of things, if we just take our happy pills and turn the other cheek, if I pretend it's not my problem because it doesn't affect me, but it in fact affects me because we are all one. And if you can see this, then a revolution has begun. We are sons and daughters of the stars and of Mother Earth. Let us take the power from these men and give it back to her. See, there's plenty of money for the war, yes, but no money for the homeless. We got plenty for corporations, but not enough for a proper education. Could someone please explain to me how we continue to let this be, while there are innocents locked up in prisons, while the villains at the top run free?
We will not rest. As long as bombs drop and civilians die, we will not rest. While the oligarchs Until the war machine get our money, we will not rest.
¿Le puedes subir un poquito el micrófono? Poquito. I was thinking when I wrote these bars, when the waves travel out, I wonder how far could I reach from the earth to the stars, to the man across the way with a hole in his heart. Could I reach to my sister across the sea, wondering if anybody hears her pleas? And could I reach to the children that are caught in another generation of another man's war? Could I reach through the fire to the soldiers, to the generals that give these orders, or to the kingsmen that draw these borders? You have the power to transform. You have the power to transform. Could I reach to the heart of the nation, to the people living on the reservations, to my brother with a bottle in his hand, or my sister with a needle cause she's had too much to handle, to the kids that grew up too soon? May Great Spirit come through and heal these wounds. Could I reach to the source of the pain, using music as a conduit to wash it all away? Could I reach to the child that's inside, acting out of hurt? I know you got your reasons why. Could I reach to the origin of the scars, to crack the shell around your heart? To crack the shell around your heart. To the prince with the world in his hands and a family that raised you to be just like them. You are not your mother, you are not your father. They chose their own way, you can choose another. And to the queen with the need of control, time to let go cause his story's getting old. To the king that would hear these words, what kind of legacy you leave in this earth? You have inherited the power to ensure a legacy of growth or a legacy of war. But that's a choice that my people can't afford. Still standing strong after all that we've endured. Could I speak to the boy that's in your heart, the one that still remembers why he put up all the guards? I am sorry for whatever has been done to the child that you were, for the person you become. Could I reach to the source of the pain, using music as a conduit to wash it all away? Could I reach to the child that's inside, acting out of hurt? I know you got your reasons why. Could I reach to the origin of the scars, to crack the shell around your heart? To crack the shell around your heart. That song was kind of written to the royal family, because we know those kids be groomed through some crazy shit, and they need love and healing too. Above the atmosphere, the angels see it clear, the inevitable unraveling of what's happening here. They hear the birthing pains, the mama God's rebirth, and see the wildfire that's spreading across the earth. From DC to Palestine, destinies that intertwine. People taken to the streets for the peace that we seek to find. You see, upon this earth, there's many, many realms, and some people live in heaven while some people live in hell. And I try to give a voice and light to the forgotten ones who slip through the cracks of the sick bastard of Babylon. Meeting fates that have put your soul in a rage. Shit, I can't even say. Some of these children kept in places, millions of cases. I can't take much more. It's like we living in a modern day Sodom and Gomorrah. In my next life, I think I come back as lightning, so I can do some necessary striking, and I'm completely serious. Need to purge the earth of the sickness. May all of mankind bear witness to the rise of true justice as we take it into our own hands. draw a line and take a stand. With earth as my witness, I rise to the occasion and help wake the nation. Change come with a swiftness to help shift us all back into natural law. With earth as my witness, I rise to the occasion and help wake the nations. Change come with a swiftness to heal and evolve. Freedom and justice for all. We know the justice system is an injustice system. Rapists run rampant while innocents rot in prison. And it's not a flaw, it's inherent in the design, engineered from the conquistadors' minds. Steady over time, since the days of the Crusades, they slave whoever's in their way, take whatever's in their way, stealing sacred ground on behalf of the crown. Whole population slaughtered when the orders came down. Then they set up courts ruled by self-appointed lords. The lawless ones demand that we abide by their laws, despite the genocide and decimation of Turtle Island. They want us to seek peace from a system built on violence, but no more silence. The setup isn't hard to see. It's all built on murder, lies, rape, theft, and usury. For their crimes against humanity and all that they've destroyed, I declare the whole system null and void. With earth as my witness, I rise to the occasion and help wake the nation. Change come with a swiftness to help shift us all back into natural law. With earth as my witness, I rise to the occasion and help wake the nation. Change come with a swiftness to heal and evolve. Freedom, justice for all, for all, for all. For all, for all, for all. Whew. Thank you all for listening. Reporting live from Spaceship Earth, Greater Reset crew. Here we are, fucking 2022. And I pray it's not too late for what's been done. We can still shift trajectories for the beautiful, the difficult, the rising to our pinnacles, the facing of our history and the freedom from its tentacles, the intervals of silence and the balance in between, the sifting of the fiction from the waking life and dreams. Is this 2022? Or is it 1984? Is this a chapter at a brave new world? Or is it something more? Is it something bigger just beyond that I can't even see? Is it triggered by the movements of awakened human beings? Cause we're headed towards a place where every move is tracked and traced. All dissension is erased. All the cameras scan your face. Here society is shaped and no crisis goes to waste. Just the perfect mix of heavy propaganda and isolation. But we cutting through the signals, reaching through the screens, still throwing wrenches in the gears of the machine, trying to undo the mind control with laser light beams. But the fog is thick and nothing's what it seems. So we override the program, deconstruct the show, activate the shields on our bodies, minds, and souls. Living in a time of propaganda overload, but I'm one of those who will not be controlled. I'm not open for experiments, no puppet, not a pawn, not a tool for QAnon. Trust no plan, I make my own, concentrate my own energy, carry out my missions. Don't distract myself with all the latest controlled opposition. Keep my vision on my purpose, keep my inner circle small. I don't fuck with all that circus noise, I focus on my call. Empires rise and fall, but our legacies remain. I know the steps of all our ancestors haven't been in vain, and still flowing through these veins, the will to remain free. Here to demonstrate the difference between humans and machines. One of these made to be programmed, the other's meant to breathe. I give you one guess which one of these is me. Cause we're headed towards a place where every move is tracked and traced. All dissension is erased. All the cameras scan your face. Here society is shaped and no crisis goes to waste. Just the perfect mix of heavy propaganda and isolation. But we cutting through the signals, reaching through the screens, still throwing wrenches in the gears of the machine, trying to undo the mind control with laser light beams. But the fog is thick and nothing's what it seems. So we override the program, Deconstruct the show, activate the shield, turn our bodies, minds, and souls. Living in a time of propaganda overload, but I'm one of those who will not be controlled. Neurotoxins in the water, heavy metals in the air, mass poison in the food supply, officials well aware. Ask the families in Flint, ask them on the reservations. Most of the politicians aren't trying to have these conversations like the 5G radiation, steady rolling out its stealth. By our homes and by our schools, they could care less about our health. All complicit in compliance, I'm suspicious by default. When whole populations' immune systems face daily assault from the EMFs, GMOs, toxicity overloads, ever-increasing radiation while depleting crucial soils, all the while spreading cancer, years suppressing cures. Now the same institutions want to rest us all assured that their experiments are safe and that the odds are in our favor. Ask yourself if that's a bet you're trying to wager. Not me. Not me. So we're cutting through the signals, reaching through the screens, still throwing wrenches in the gears of the machine, trying to undo the mind control with laser light beams, but the fog is thinking nothing's what it seems. So we override the program, deconstruct the show, activate the shields on our bodies, minds, and souls. Living in a time of propaganda overload, but we some of those who will not be controlled. No. You can't control these people right here, because we're beautiful, and we're powerful, and we're free. All right, here's another one from Reverse Hypnosis. Wrote this song about 10 years ago.
If you do not disperse, you may be arrested and or subject
You can hardly hear the beat, but
Other police action may include actual physical removal, the use of riot control agents and or less lethal
I'm
munitions.
feeling so ready. And these weights are getting heavy. Need to do something big before the Kingsmen get me in a hurry, see. Cause Homeland Security has got to crack down while they redesign the currency with an urgency. This is a national emergency. Calling off our families to quarantine facilities is killing me. Most people here don't even know though. They can't see the country's run by pedophile mafiosos. The FEMA trains are coming. The new world is here. And most people are so caught up, but they don't care. Never mind the state of the world. Never mind what's vital. Let's just sip our Coca-Cola while we watch American Idol. Never mind the war in Africa, Iraq, North Korea. We'd rather get the latest scoop on Brad and Angelina. That's because Hollywood has got us on that Kool-Aid, keeping us distracted while they prep us for the new age, the rise of transhumanism. People, this is true. It isn't something that I got out of a movie or cartoon. They want to put a chip in you. So do you want to let them do it? They're halfway there, and yes, the minions will pursue it unless the people say no. Unless the people take hold. Unless the people rise up and show people got soul. And if the people got soul, now's the time to stand up. And if you won't stand up, be prepared to bow down to the New World Police state. This is what it is now. Mandatory vaccines for you and your kids now. Time that you resist. This is what it is now. Mandatory vaccines for you and your kids now. Time that you resist now, because this is your life. I'ma raise my voice because that is my right. The New World Police state. This is what it is now. RFID chip for you and your kids now. Time that you resist now, because this is your life. I'ma raise my voice because that is my right. We live inside a systematic, never-ending war. A cross between Brave New World and 1984, where everyone is doped up, addicted to the telescreens, right down to all these bourgeois motherfuckers telling me my music is too this, my music is too that. I need better hooks, better beats, and I need to stop rapping. What I need to do is stop listening to everyone else cause I don't need a label. I release the shit myself, I don't write this for the radio. I'm speaking from my heart, so go ahead, let these critics criticize my art. When it comes down to it, my message is too smart. And the truth is something major labels aren't trying to market. Your children are the target, and your energy the means. We're running on a wheel, working hard for this machine. And if you all know what I mean, then I believe there's no reason we couldn't all come together hard and call treason on the motherfuckers violating each and every day. No, this isn't freedom, this is modern day slavery. It's time we break chains and set the whole world free. Now's the time to speak, cause we deserve peace. The New World Police State, this is what it is now. Mandatory vaccines for you and your kids now. Time that you resist now, cause this is your life. I'ma raise my voice, cause that is my right. The New World Police State, this is what it is now. RFID chip for you and your kids now. Time that you resist now, cause this is your life. I'ma raise my voice because that is my right. Look at how they treat us when we get on the plane. If there's a real threat, just fucking welcome on the plane. I'm gonna fade that out. I'm in the middle of a holy war, raised in America, somehow survived the brainwashing of mass hysteria, got rid of the TV and finally broke the spell, made it back to earth after several rounds of hell, came back with my soul intact, mind intact. Man, God spoke to me and got me on track. Said never mind the non-believers, you know the truth. I know that you can help me and I'm always here for you, love. You gotta live your passion, gotta speak your truth. No one here on earth's gonna tell your story but you. It's an epic tale, definitely one that should be shared. I don't know if you can hear, there's angels crying over here. With every breath they are sending love, sending guidance. Every flower that you see has got a story behind it, and there are hidden gems that if you seek you shall find. Buried treasures living deep in your mind, Akashic records of all moments over time in your center. That is where the truth resides. So when you enter, be prepared to stand in the fire. You can burn or you can learn to grow wings and fly. Instructions lie deep inside, way within your minds where the gold resides. To get to know yourself, you gotta take your time. That's how you turn coals into diamonds. So many days spent blazed like clouds passing by. The moments that have shaped me to take me this high, to sharpen my perception and to call me to rise. With angels for protection and guidance. And while I learn my lessons and count my blessings, I've never been one to play a damsel in distress. A little love gets me by, little ganja when I'm stressing. Most times I'm composed, other times I'm a mess. A lot of times I guess lets me know I'm still human. And the tears that I shed let me know I'm still moved by the love within me and life around me. The intricate arrangement of its beauty is astounding. All the different types of plants, the texture of the ground, all the beautiful people, things that make me go wow. Hey God, you did a really good job. I can't help but be in a perpetual state of awe. The sunrise and sunsets and ever-changing leaves, the magnificent creatures and songs on the breeze, the strong, delicate features of every bird and beast. And to think these are all a part of me. Instructions lie deep inside, way within your minds where the gold resides. To get to know yourself, you gotta take your time. That's how you turn coals into diamonds. To that last verse, the growth in between took a whole lot of work, lots of weeding and pruning, super fine tuning. Gotta train if I really am to be a superhuman. It's a long road ahead of me. Though I've come far, I want to live long enough to see my seeds through the harvest. Build a school, 10 fields under stars, make enough bread to move ahead and feed the starving. I know my heart is ready, my aim is steady. In the book of time, I inscribe my name already. You can't help it when you finally hear the call to rise up and add to the writing on the wall. The tapestry of humankind, animal kind, an epic tale of struggle and love over time, passed on, living deep in your mind. And if you truly seek, you shall find it. Instructions lie deep inside, way within your minds where the gold resides. To get to know yourself, you gotta take your time. That's how you turn coals into diamonds, into diamonds. Where within your mind's where the gold resides. To get to know yourself, you gotta take your time. That's how you turn coals into diamonds. You're all a bunch of diamonds right here. This is a really special group of people, and I'm really grateful to be out here with you all. I've got one more. It's pretty mellow. Wake up from your sleepy time. Could you help me redefine what we're holding high rather than a dollar sign? Cause everything else is falling by the wayside, giving the world away for that bottom line. So many beings and lives just brushed aside. So many times that people try to justify what I can say. I'm tired of this storyline, saying I feel the pain, but it ain't mine.
If I put myself at the tip of my tipping point, knowing that I'm part of a collective tipping point of humanity, I now intend the most profound expression of myself at that tipping point.
I don't sing no lullabies. The world is my alibi. I'm just another from the same mother passing by. If there's a better way, then damn, I'm gonna try. I'm trying to lift you and me at the same time. Here we are, circling the same road. After years, carrying the same load has come around. Are we finally ready now to try a new route and let it all go? Hope from the old, furnishing a new path. Voices from the future and the past saying, who's that? Just another soul raising up a voice, lighting up the void, saying, no, you have a choice.
And it turn begs the question that I think is,
And Barbara Marks Hubbard on the samples. Thank you so much. My name is Elias Clay. If you want to find my music, eliasclay.live. And if you were at the show last night and you got a key from me, somebody told me they got a blank key. So if anybody else did, just talk to me and I'll load it up with music for you. Thank you so much.
Can we put our hands together? Greater Reset family for Elias Clay. She made the journey from Colorado to perform with you. And up next.
Go, Bruce. That was Elias's mic. Here you go.
Here you go. All right, y'all. Back on the microphone. Greater Reset family, thanks for tuning in live to Elias Clay. Check out her music and support the artistry. She's been in the truth movement for over a decade, speaking these lyrics about mandatory vaccines coming a decade ago. She's been in it. And so I'm just thankful that she's been here live in person in Morelia for you all to see, and then you all at home on the stream. Thank you so much for tuning in. We give thanks to Elias Clay for coming down and doing a live set, though, and not just tuning in, streaming. And our next group, So Below, is going to be playing as well here in Morelia. So thanks for sticking around the crowd. Let's all just bring the energy all the way up and move in our energy a little bit too when it comes time to have So Below play. Let's all join them in the front of the stage for a concert. And then we're going to close it down for Greater Reset. So shout out to this guy, Derek Bros, for putting it together with Ramiro and John Bush. All right. So we give thanks to everybody who made the Greater Reset happen. And I just thank you all for coming up, because it wouldn't have happened if these crew didn't come here to Morelia and those people in Central Texas that showed up to have an audience, because this is a vibe. And then, of course, we can always share all the videos that are shared online once they're up with everyone we know. But there's some camaraderie here when we get to know people. So as we're going to show so much love for this band, we got 2-minute break. We're going to take a little break. And then please get to know the people around you. Get some phone numbers. Make your Freedom Cell connections so that we can take this medicine that we received by all gathering together, and let's take that back to wherever we're from and share it with those people around us that also want this medicine. So thank you so much to everybody tuning in live, Greater Reset family as well. Let's all just take it up. Let's all just use our highest potential. Let's all share with the world, whatever that means for us. Let's offer the highest we can. And thank you. Let's take it to the break.
In June 2020, the World Economic Forum launched their initiative, The Great Reset, an attempt to centralize and manage the direction of the planet and its resources.
The people of the world immediately exposed and took action against this power grab.
In January 2021, the Freedom Cell Network launched the Greater Reset Activation, a solutions-focused event offering an alternative to the Great Reset.
Now we are returning with the Greater Reset 3, Integration, a 5-day hybrid event where revolutionary speakers and organizations focus on integrating the solutions to real-world problems.
The Greater Reset 3 will focus on activating 5 themes.
January 26th, liberate your mind, body, and soul.
January 27th, agorism and parallel networks.
January 28th, permaculture and food independence.
January 29th, take back our tech.
And January 30th, building free and conscious communities.
Now, more than ever, it is of vital importance that the free hearts and minds of the world rally together to build parallel structures so we may be liberated from the tyranny of the Great Reset.
Join us from January 26th to the 30th, 2022, as we gather online in Central Texas and Morelia, Mexico, as well as local activation hubs worldwide.
Join us as we lay the foundation for the next stage of a free humanity.
Join us for the Greater Reset 3, Integration.
View the full speakers list, find your local activation hub, or start your own at thegreaterreset.org.
And show them so much love and so much presence and so much love. Here it is. We're live. So Below, everyone.
They want to see it on fire. So much I know you won't. We love you guys. There's a lot of love in this room. We appreciate you guys coming out here. We're from Houston, Texas, and it's just a privilege to be here. We're so grateful to be a part of this experience and get to share these ideas with each other and help each other grow in positive ways. Man, I'm out of breath off that one. Whew. But we're gonna keep it rolling. This is a love one right here. And the whole past 2 years have been crazy in a way, and we always see transitions in life as gateways. And so we see the system kind of crumbling around us, and life is gonna get kind of tough in some avenues of our lives. Maybe it's internal, maybe it's external, maybe it's the environment that we're in, but life will change. Things will be better if you just keep moving in a good way. So this one's called Life's Change. Searching for the quiet sound. Looking deep inside, go and find region right now. Go out to let it shine now. Go let it shine now. Go let it shine now. Hey! What a feeling that's going Looking at this world and it seems like all we want are the obligation. So now in your friends maybe your times get tough. We gonna be tough, let go, but no, we will never give up. And never give up on our dreams, oh no. And never give up on our families, oh no. And never give up on myself. No. I pray of change now. It's gonna be okay. Oh yes, one day. I pray of change. I know it's gonna be okay. We not need no promotion. Big ship sailing on the ocean. Like this, huh? Big ship sailing on the ocean. No. We not need no promotion. Big ship sailing on the ocean. It's me for the moment I just capture. You see happiness on television. I found living isn't what you really after. Not like Babylon and bring no happily ever after. But what really matters for the moments you can't get back. Please take me to the peace and it's so good. When things are good right now, so look up and love it, right? Change, no, it's gonna be your. On a shaky foundation. On a shaky foundation. They couldn't stop it, they said underneath. Red blood in water that flow underneath. Red blood in water that flow in the ocean. Oh Lord, grab your kingdom. You didn't know who I even want to. All in all, please hear us. I see you walking the stone below. And on a slick foundation. Destruction now. My from the river and rocks from the shore. My from the river and rocks from the ocean. Grown bones start their dungeons to overflow and teach their sergeants all they know and drive their soldiers through the snow. Iron road. Foundation. feeling good tonight? You still with us tonight? You guys still with us tonight? I need you guys to make some noise for Jim on the saxophone right now. I need everybody to make some noise for Maya Gomez on the bass. Make some noise for Jordan P on the drums. I play guitar, right? I think you guys are coming up. Oh! They couldn't stop till they had in the store. Now on the river and rocks on the shore. Map on the river and rocks in that ocean. From that ocean now. From that ocean. La, 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 la. Resting on a shaky foundation right now. Hey, I know. Yes, I know. Well, they must sit on a shaky foundation. Thank you so much. If you guys are interested in following the music and the movement, we may be coming out to Mexico real soon. Do a little tour out here. Follow us at SoBelowMusic.com, Instagram, SoBelowTX or music, I think it is now. SoBelow Music, guys. Just follow us, hang out with us, and we'll come to your city and play a little reggae music for you guys. This one's a love song for our friends and family that we meet on the road. And coming out here, it's like, it seems like time is just flying by. You know, it's like we were just here yesterday, and, you know, and the relationships, you know, we meet new friends and we got to hang out with some old ones. But it, you know, it's kind of a bittersweet thing because we're only here in each other's lives for a brief moment. So I wrote this song for my family members and the friends and people that we meet on the road. So they know that when we go out on the places, we're thinking of them where we go. And this one's dedicated to my mom and my brother. It's called Back Again. I wanna feel your love in my heart and soul. Well, I never wanna let it go. I said I'm coming, I'ma let you know that I'll be back again. I love the sea, will it never for too long. As soon as I land, see the morning comes. Gonna pack my bags, so you know I gotta run to another town and I have a lot of fun. Here are my intentions, leave you alone. I got to live a life, I wanna live up right, but never give up hope. Don't ever give up hope. So I sing this song to you. Send this song to you. So I sing this song to you. Take it away, Jim. Smoking in a parking lot. Look how me bread a bit to watch out the cops. They wanna crash a party, so don't blow up the stock. Kicking in that smoke, already smoke what we got. That mind's too upset. They know they couldn't catch an anti-dread. Steal the drop the body to the earth. Well, I'm free to share. That nobody got what. Make some noise if you have the love in your heart. Be sure to share it, everybody. Send this song to you. So I sing this song for you. We sing this song for you, Morelia. When I feel your love in my heart, and wouldn't let it go. I see I'm coming, I'ma let you know that I'll be back again. I let the sea will never fall too long. As soon as I land in my gum, gonna pick my bags, so you know I gotta run to another town and I have a lot of fun. You know that I'll be coming back again. We'll be coming back again. You know that I'll be coming back again. You guys can follow us on all the social media stuff, Spotify, iTunes, all that. We have a YouTube with some cool music videos we shoot ourselves. You want to check it out. If you guys are here throughout the event, obviously I'm sure you caught the video maybe up there. So yeah, Myra and us dancing in Arizona, Roosevelt, beautiful place. So check out the YouTube, Soblo Music, I guess. Yeah, same thing all around. We've been changing our name around so much, it's crazy. This one's called Honor the Herb. This one goes out to all the people who are still sitting in a cell for smoking a ganja plant. So we got all these things like we call legalization, and really what we're looking for is decriminalization, because, you know, legalization just means regulation at the end of the day. And there's a lot of people who are still in jail for stuff that you could just walk down the street and smoke. So, you know, we try to remember, you know, our kind of like our ability to be able to come out here and still do this. And so the song's for them. eyes lift me off the floor. Right there. I want them to take it away. I want them to take it away. When you feel it in your soul, a feeling that you won't ignore, the music that you love, it always lifts us off the floor. No matter where we go, we will let them take it away. Let them take it away. I will let them take it away. Take it away. Somebody was shining up and as we see God's no lamp for days. Now it's such a pretty day. Makes me wonder why so many waste all their time with all that hate. I was in my youth, I knew there was some men that they wouldn't take, or they try to make me change. I knew I stayed the same. Now they wanna point the finger of blame, but I know now the truth shall remain. I know better, so I'm gonna let them fool the last. Go! Give man the right to walk on the earth. Well, I can see, yo, you wanna criticize Jesus, well, no. And what we're looking at is a vampire. We're say continuing back, no, not on a vampire. When we say, send them away. Feeling that way. Feeling that way. Feeling that way. We're feeling that way. No. We just released a song called El Camino number 7. We're feeling irate. Whoa. Way down in Babylon. Way down in Babylon. We're feeling irate. Well, I'm still not eating sticky ups and sticky fitness. Talking Babylon, the coke and John on my herbalist. I see you smoking a split. Well, if you like what you got, then take a puff of this. I say, if you like what you got, take a puff of this. Man, if you like what you got, go and take a puff of this. I say, oh, we pass around a little bit of ganja. This monitor's going in and out. Oh, we pass around a little marijuana. Oh, we pass the ground, a little bit of ganja. Feeling alright. Whoa, whoa. Way down in Babylon. Way down in the Babylon. Feeling alright. And you know, they coming at the Rasta. Will never let it bring me down. Will never let it bring me down. Damn, I really feel like chilling in no combino. No, we don't need no reason. They said that I was only a dream, man. What gosh? Hey! Damn, I really feel like chilling in no combino. Spark another blunt to see me burn to all the pre-rolls. Get the kind of Cali herb that be creeping through the window. Say, driving through the city, now we're feeling like a see-through. We love the vibe of show, man. We meet so many people. Don't distract me with the actions of those who seek from ego. Soaring now they flying, now we dancing with the eagles. Everybody got the dancer when they say like, chill like a living in a tenement. Too many folk keep a run in the mountain, no. We see they never make it, and they keep on a faking. Chill like a living in a tenement. Too many folk keep a run in the mountain, no. But still they never make it, and they keep on a faking.
In June 2020, the World Economic Forum launched their initiative, the Great Reset, an attempt to centralize and manage the direction of the planet and its resources.
The people of the world immediately exposed and took action against this power grab.
In January 2021, the Freedom Cell Network launched the Greater Reset Activation, a solutions-focused event offering an alternative to the Great Reset.
Now we are returning with the Greater Reset 3 Integration, a 5-day hybrid event where revolutionary speakers and organizations focus on integrating the solutions to real-world problems.
The Greater Reset 3 will focus on activating 5 themes.
January 26th, liberate your mind, body, and soul.
January 27th, agorism and parallel networks.
January 28th, permaculture and food independence.
January 29th, take back our tech.
And January 30th, building free and conscious communities.
Now, more than ever, it is of vital importance that the free hearts and minds of the world rally together to build parallel structures so we may be liberated from the tyranny of the Great Reset.
Join us from January 26th to the 30th, 2022, as we gather online in Central Texas and Morelia, Mexico, as well as local activation hubs worldwide.
Join us as we lay the foundation for the next stage of a free humanity.
Join us for the Greater Reset 3 Integration.
View the full speakers list, find your local activation hub, or start your own at thegreaterreset.org.
Long as I can remember, so long ago, I feel like time is forever. When I'm on my own, I didn't know I was lost. Now I pass it past. Here I am, I I've been falling. I do it all, and I do it all for you. Eating nuts and sleeping. Stars are always awake. Wake me up, I'm still dreaming. And show me the way. I didn't know what to believe. Now it's clear as can be. Here I am, I've been calling. And do it all, I do it all for you. We come here, we do it all for you guys. It's the slower one. It's for anyone who has a broken heart. Hopefully, don't go around breaking people's hearts, guys. Come on. You know better than that. Didn't we learn that in kindergarten? Be nice to each other. Everybody love everybody. ELE. But love's a mysterious thing, right? Full of tension. It's romantic though. I think humans like to be entertained, and that's why we like to fall in love. I didn't know you had a crocodile, snow bees. I didn't know you had a crocodile, snow bees. Yesterday you begged me not to go. Now you say you found a brand new love out on the road. I've been waiting here for you. Come back home. Oh, I didn't know you had a heart of stone. I didn't know you had a crocodile, snow bees. I didn't know you had a crocodile, snow bees. I didn't know you had a crocodile, snow bees. I didn't know you had a crocodile, snow bees. Show what's up, Jim.
Lightly swallowing you on my mind. I hope that you could stay around this time. But in your face I find you left something behind. And you're traveling all this way to hear me say, I didn't know you had a go like snow bees. I didn't know you had a go type snow bees. I didn't know you had a go type snow bees. I didn't know you had a go type snow bees. Snow bees. Shout out to all the bands that inspire us. The Expanders, Stick Figure, Slightly Stupid as well. Yeah, a lot of that stuff in there. We're gonna keep it rolling, guys. You want to hear some more? You guys still vibing tonight? You guys with us tonight? Make some noise if you're with us tonight. Make some noise if you love reggae music. Oh, well, we might. Hopefully, we could change that. Hopefully, we could change that. There's another Expanders tune right here called "The Horse." Because of you, girl, I'm on the rising tide. No, and I mean no saddle, no sweaty ride. Follow King Trash, go on my kid. Death pick me up and run back a shop. But we find a bad mind, man, as fiance, no waste for waste, make a work for one. We not need no saddle, no sweaty ride, yeah. I don't need no saddle, no sweaty ride, yeah. Because of you, gallop on the rising tide, oh. I don't need no saddle, no sweaty ride, yeah. Follow King Trash, go on market. Death pick me up, he run back a shop. But we find a bad mind, man, as fiance, no waste for waste, make a work for one. Me not need a saddle, no sweaty ride, yeah. And I mean no saddle, no sweaty ride, yeah. Whoa. Because of you, gallop on the rising tide, no. Whoa. And I mean no saddle, no sweaty ride, yeah. Take it away, Jim. New follow king charge go a market. Death pick me happy run back a shop. Duppy find a bad mind, man as fiantina. Waste for waste maker, war for war. And I eat no better, no steady right, yeah. And I need no saddle, no sweaty ride, yeah. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Because of you, y'all I'm on the rising tide, no. Whoa, 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 whoa. And I need no saddle, no sweaty ride, yeah. Hey! So it's called Don't Stop. You guys are beautiful out here. We love you guys. You guys are all beautiful. Give yourself some credit. Like,
You guys should come closer.
come a little bit
It's a lot
closer
more
so we
fun
can see your
for all
beautiful
of us.
faces just a little bit more. You don't have to
Yeah,
worry about
come
these
on, come on,
cables or
come on.
nothing. Come a little bit closer.
I'll
Come a little bit closer.
I'll come dance with you guys down there if you come closer.
Check. 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 Just gonna get a little bit low end out of that. Check. Thank you. This one's called Don't Stop. All right, we're gonna do a friendly competition here between the gentlemen and the ladies. See who can get the loudest. So, I need all the ladies in the house to make some noise on 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, come on, ladies, you're gonna have to try harder than that if you're gonna beat the fellas. Let's see what the fellas got on this one. Fellas, I'm sure you guys could try a little bit better than that one. So on 3, I need you guys to make some noise. 1, 2, 3. That was a little bit louder. All right, ladies, one more chance. I know you can do it. You guys, men are pathetic, man. We're kind of just like little wimpy babies sometimes. So, on 3, ladies, make some noise. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that was good. You want to try one more time, fellas? Fellas, make some noise on 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, yeah. It's hard to judge that one. Everyone did really good on that. I would say we all win. Ready? Let's go! And every time I close my eyes and I see your face, well, I know ain't a thing in the world that would ever take your place. Just I know without you by my side, well, that things won't change. On the love that I have in the world, it will never be the same. Every time we play in the drums that you feel, my love for you, well, you know that it's real. Well, all that she's saying and all that she do, my love for you, well, you know it's real. I won't stop, stop the way I feel. Love me 'cause I love you. No, I won't stop, stop the way I feel. Love me 'cause I love you. Love you. Yes, sir, I would love you. Take it away, Jim. smile that lights in my life, and I won't let go. I see the moon and the stars in your eyes, and I'm wanting you to know. It's been some time with you in my life since the day we met. I think of you and the times that we have, and I won't soon forget. Rhythm me playing the drums that you feel. My love for you, but you know that this will. The love that she's singing and all that she do. My love for you, but you know it's real. I won't stop the way I feel. No, because I love you. No, I won't stop the way I feel. No, because I love you. No, because I love you. No, because I love you. This one's called Turtle Race. Shout out to the Expanders. One, two, three. Your girl says she want, gon' take me to the race. She tell me says she want, gon' take me to the race. She tell me cause me have a big smile on me face. She said because she know I will hold that little race. So the people in the race will never pick up them pace. With the people in the race will never pick up them pace. Even though we feel no race, we take first place. We were chicken running round, they moving so slow enough. Turtle racing now, turtle racing now, turtle racing now, turtle racing now. See turtle racing in our show tonight. But turtle racing when our money get tight. Watch some of them win the grow up in us, some of them a fight. With a turtle on the left, another turtle on the right. Jano said they wonder if he really was right. Every night, every night. Whoa, oh, 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 yeah, yeah, yeah. About the rest for a very long time. The people gather around when they not drink up them wine. The smoke it does sense to them, I feel so fine. They line up in the race within a one big line. With a fire upon the gun, when no one is run. With a fire upon the gun, when no one is run. We have to give a push to a little green one. The next one a movie when I sight the first one in a turtle racing now. Turtle racing now, turtle racing now, turtle racing now. Say turtle racing, then I just can't believe. Say one name Jackie and a one name Steve. Say one name Adam and the other name Eve. My gosh, my gosh. Whoa, oh, 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 yeah. To it. You pass up the money when you go through the gate. You place a little bet. You sit down and you wait. Then you wait, then you wait, then you wait, then you wait. The race I didn't the race, I did my whole hesitate. He picks up in the beer and then I chill up on the crate. He lost it, the race was a perfect day. But I wonder if the racing was a little overrated. Cause to the races, to the races, to the races, to the races, to the racing, and I just can't take the races no longer. Whoa, oh, oh, yeah. To the racing, 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 and I just can't take the races no longer. Whoa, oh, oh, yeah. No turtles were harmed in the making of that song. You guys want to hear some more? Everyone's still jamming. We can keep going if you want. You guys want to hear some more? Make some noise. You guys want to hear some more music? Woo. One guy. Okay, we'll take a break. You're getting an acoustic show, sir.
Yes. Yes. Thank you guys so much for coming and sticking around. And thank you so much to the Greater Reset for having us and bringing us out here from Houston, Texas.
Yep.
This was our first show in Mexico.
First
we really
show in
appreciate
Mexico,
you guys.
everybody. Give
We're really
follows.
grateful, and you guys are all a part of it. So we're really grateful for you all here. Thank you so much, and all the speakers and everyone that's working towards a better future and a better today. Thank you guys so much. We appreciate you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Follow us at SoBelowMusic.com.
In June 2020, the World Economic Forum launched their initiative, The Great Reset, an attempt to centralize and manage the direction of the planet and its resources.
The people of the world immediately exposed and took action against this power grab.
In January 2021, the Freedom Cell Network launched the Greater Reset Activation, a solutions-focused event offering an alternative to the Great Reset.
Now we are returning with the Greater Reset 3 Integration, a 5-day hybrid event where revolutionary speakers and organizations focus on integrating the solutions to real-world problems.
The Greater Reset 3 will focus on activating 5 themes.
January 26th, liberate your mind, body, and soul.
January 27th, agorism and parallel networks.
January 28th, permaculture and food independence.
January 29th, take back our tech.
And January 30th, building free and conscious communities.
Now, more than ever, it is of vital importance that the free hearts and minds of the world rally together to build parallel structures so we may be liberated from the tyranny of the Great Reset.
Join us from January 26th to the 30th, 2022, as we gather online in Central Texas and Morelia, Mexico, as well as local activation hubs worldwide.
Join us as we lay the foundation for the next stage of a free humanity.
Join us for the Greater Reset 3 Integration.
View the full speakers list, find your local activation hub, or start your own at thegreaterreset.org.